Log. Not good. Tamping down her panic, Morgan Williams took a steadying breath. Maybe she'd misunderstood. She reread the email message on her phone. No such luck. Her newest client at the agency wanted to move the meeting to discuss ideas for the next ad campaign from later in the week to first thing tomorrow morning. Problem was, she didn't have any ideas. Not yet. A brainstorming session had been on her agenda for tomorrow, after Aunt Jo's funeral and this afternoon's reading of the will. But that excuse wouldn't fly with her boss. For him, work came first. Period. A death in the family only bought you a few hours of grace to attend the funeral. And if you wanted a top spot in the firm, you towed that nose to the grindstone line. Putting her thumbs to work, she typed in a reply, requesting that the meeting be delayed 1 day. That would still be a scramble, but she'd come through. She always did. That's why she was on the fast track. She finished the email, hit send, and glanced around the reception area where she and her sisters were waiting for Aunt Jo's attorney. I wish he'd hurry. I have a plane to catch. Chill out, Morgan. AJ turned from the window. The advertising world can live without you for a few more hours. Of course, her younger sister would say that. Her nonprofit world was nothing like the high-stakes business arena. Which she told her. That, in turn, led to their typical heated exchange on the subject, until their elder sister interrupted, playing the peacemaker as usual. Leave it to Claire, with her deep empathy and kindness, to rein them in. Morgan sent her older sister a repentant smile. There was much to admire in her, and in AJ. Both of her sisters had known more than their share of trauma, yet they'd carried on with courage and strength. And despite the differences among them, and the mutual razzing she and AJ often indulged in, nothing would ever shake the bond they shared. Even if she hadn't done much in recent years to strengthen it, other than a call here or there, or a card on special occasions. Guilt nipped at her conscience. She ought to do better. With Mom and Dad both gone now, AJ and Claire were all the family she had. And family was important. That's why each time they were together, she resolved to stay in closer contact. And then the demands of her career intervened, and all her good intentions fell by the wayside. The door to the inner office opened, and Seth Mitchell appeared. In one shrewd sweep, Aunt Jo's attorney sized the three of them up. A calculating term, perhaps, but it fit the practiced once-over he gave them. She'd seen it often enough in the business world. Morgan smoothed a hand down the pencil skirt she'd worn today with a chic blazer. The man couldn't find fault with her attire, nor with Claire's elegant chignon, designer suit, and Gucci purse. AJ's eclectic ensemble, on the other hand, likely wouldn't fare as well. But the distinguished, gray-haired attorney's expression remained cordial and unreadable as he ushered them into this office. Once they were all seated, he picked up a hefty document and suggested they restrict the formal reading of the will to the section that affected each sister. Before either of her sisters could respond, Morgan replied in the affirmative, "My plane for Boston leaves in less than 3 hours. I know Claire needs to get back to Kansas City, and AJ has a long drive to Chicago." When neither AJ or Claire objected, the man opened the document to a marked page and began to read, just as Morgan's cell started to vibrate in her purse. Could be her client responding to her request to push back tomorrow's meeting. Keeping half an ear tuned to the attorney, she eased her cell out and angled slightly away as the man mentioned something about a bookshop for AJ. That ought to be right up her younger sister's alley. Morgan scanned the email. Dang! They weren't budging on tomorrow's meeting. "To Morgan Williams." Oops. She better tune back in. Placing her phone screen down on her lap, she shifted back toward Seth Mitchell. "I bequeath half ownership of Serenity Point, my cottage in Seaside, Maine, providing that she retains her ownership for a 6-month period following my death, and that she spends a total of 4 weeks in residence at the cottage. During this time, she is also to provide advertising and promotional assistance for Good Shepherd Camp and attend board meetings in person as an advisory member. The remaining half ownership of the cottage I bequeath to Grant Kincaid of Seaside, Maine." What? As the attorney went on to detail Claire's bequest, which included a bizarre stipulation that she become a nanny for a doctor, Morgan tried to digest her own gift. Why on earth had Aunt Jo attached so many caveats? Weren't gifts of this sort supposed to come without strings? The attorney lowered the document to his desk.
I can provide more details on your bequests to each of you individually, but are there any general questions?
I may as well write mine off right now. Morgan huffed out a breath. There's no way I can be away from the office for 4 days, let alone 4 weeks. And what is Good Shepherd Camp?
You have the right to turn down the bequest, of course.
Seth Mitchell linked his fingers on his desk.
But I would advise you to get legal and financial counsel before making that decision. Joe bought the Seaside property years ago when the town was a quiet backwater village. The area is now a bustling tourist mecca. As a result, her property has increased significantly in value. In terms of how to meet your aunt's residency stipulation, I'm afraid I can't advise you on that. Good Shepherd is a summer camp in Maine for children from troubled homes. Your aunt has been involved with the organization for many years.
As he went on to answer Claire's questions, Morgan folded her arms and tuned him out. This was so like Aunt Jo. She'd always made it clear she didn't approve of her great-niece's single-minded pursuit of success. And now, in death, she'd done her best to derail it. Truth be told, Morgan hadn't expected to be remembered in her will at all, beyond a small memento of some sort. Instead, it sounded as if she'd been left a windfall, with terms that would require her to juggle the demands of her career to meet Aunt Jo's conditions. As far as she could see, it was an impossible task. When Claire finished discussing her legacy with the attorney, he handed each of them a manila envelope with a full copy of the will, suggested they start the clock for the 6-month period on December 1st, and offered to answer any other questions. Morgan surveyed her sisters. While AJ looked excited and raring to go, Claire seemed as shell-shocked as she was. When no one asked any more questions, the attorney ushered them to the door and wished them good luck. Morgan followed her sisters from the office, groping for her phone as it once again began to vibrate in her purse. Luck would be nice, but it was going to take a whole lot more than that for her to find a way to claim her inheritance. Chapter 1.
You're working over Thanksgiving?
At the surprise and disapproval in Grant Kincaid's voice, Morgan frowned. He sounded just like AJ had when she called to ask about her plans. AJ had made it clear she thought her middle sister was a workaholic without a life. I happen to be committed to my job. Morgan didn't care if her reply came out stiff. She and this Grant guy might be co-owners of the cottage for now, but he was a stranger, and his opinion of her was meaningless. In my world, working on holidays is a way of life. That's how you get ahead. She braced for another negative comment, but he surprised her.
Sorry to hear that. Let me know when you plan to come up, and I'll have the cottage ready.
I'll do that. Her administrative assistant appeared in the doorway and slid a note on the desk in front of her. She sighed. Of course, her boss wanted to see her in 5 minutes. Could this morning get any more hectic?
Any idea when that might be?
No, but in the meantime, I'd like to get an appraisal done on the property. She picked up a notebook and pen, along with her outline for the new campaign presentation scheduled for later today. Who knew what Clark wanted to talk about? There was a note of caution in her cottage co-owner's voice when he responded,
May I ask why?
Patience waning, Morgan glanced at her watch. It will be difficult for me to meet the residency stipulation in my great-aunt's will, Mr. Kincaid. I take very little time off, so before I expend a lot of effort trying to figure out how to juggle my life to allow for several weeks in Maine, I want to make sure it's worth my while. Besides, we'll need to get an appraisal before we sell anyway.
You're planning to sell?
Shock ricocheted through his voice. Of course. What would I do with a cottage in Maine?
Maybe the same thing your aunt did. Spend time here, relax, regain perspective. It's a beautiful spot.
I'm sure it's lovely, but as I explained, I have little time for that kind of thing.
The cottage was very special to your aunt.
I understand that, but holding on to a place I'll never use doesn't make sense. Of course, you'd be welcome to buy my share at the end of 6 months, assuming I even make it that far.
That's kind of you, but even half that property is way out of my price range.
Was there a touch of sarcasm in his comment? Hard to tell, and she didn't have time to dwell on it. Look, I have to run. We can talk about that at some point in the future. In the meantime, can you take care of the appraisal?
Yes.
Thanks. The cottage looks to be about a 4-hour drive from Boston. Is that right?
More like 5, if you're not familiar with the back roads.
Okay. I'll try to make a weekend trip soon.
I'll look forward to it.
This go-round, there was no mistaking the sarcasm in his tone, nor the fact that he didn't think much of her priorities, just like her sister. Come to think of it, he and AJ would have been ideal co-owners of the cottage. Too bad Aunt Jo hadn't paired them up instead. Grant ended the call with Morgan Williams and turned to find his father watching him.
I take it that was Joe's great niece? None other. Sounded like an interesting conversation from this end. Were you eavesdropping?
Grant hiked up the corners of his mouth as he set his phone on the workbench in the shop.
Of course. That's what families do.
Andrew Kincaid's blue eyes twinkled.
There aren't any secrets in this clan, that's for sure.
Not that their clan was huge. Just him and Dad, plus his sister Kit, her husband Bill, and their 15-year-old twin daughters. And Uncle Pete, of course, who helped Dad in the cabinet shop. They were a small but close-knit bunch. Except for his mother, of course. Which brought him back to Morgan Williams, who sounded like her clone.
Interesting is an appropriate way to describe our conversation.
Grant shook his head.
She's a piece of work. How so? When I suggested she come up to take a look at the cottage over Thanksgiving, she told me she'd be working. On Thanksgiving?
Dad's eyebrows peaked.
That was my reaction, too, and she didn't appreciate it. So when is she coming up? Who knows? But in the meantime, she asked me to get an appraisal on the property because she plans to sell.
Just saying the words hurt. His father studied him.
How do you feel about letting the place go? There won't be much choice if she wants to sell, unless we can find someone who's willing to buy her half and take me on as co-owner. Maybe she'll change her mind when she sees it. I wouldn't bet on it. She sounds like one tough cookie, a hard-nosed businesswoman through and through.
He propped his fists on his hips and shook his head.
I can't figure out why Joe left the place to her.
His father tugged on a pair of work gloves.
I imagine she had her reasons. Joe was a smart lady, and I can't remember her ever doing anything that didn't make sense. There's always a first time.
Grant reached for his own gloves.
You ready to sort through the new load of maple? Lead the way.
He did as his father asked, doing his best to switch gears. But Dad was right. Joe's thinking had always been sound. So there must have been a method to her madness in terms of this bequest. But for the life of him, he couldn't fathom what it was. Morgan punched in the number for Good Shepherd Camp and drummed her fingers on her desk as she waited for someone to answer. At least this stipulation in her aunt's will should be manageable. Serving as an advisory member of a charitable board for 6 months and offering a bit of advice here and there was a piece of cake compared to spending 4 weeks in a remote cottage on the coast of Maine. The phone continued to ring, and just when Morgan was expecting voicemail to click in, a live female voice answered, sounding a bit breathless. Good Shepherd Camp! Morgan introduced herself and got straight to business. May I speak with the person in charge? A chuckle came over the line. You've got her, Mary Stanton. I'm the chief cook and bottle washer around here in the off-season. How can I help you? Actually, it's more like how I can help you. Morgan explained the provision in Aunt Jo's will. I heard about your great-aunt's death, and I'm so sorry. Sympathy infused the woman's voice. She was a long-time supporter of the camp, going back well before my time. Her loss will be keenly felt. I'm sure she'll be missed by many people. Morgan glanced at her watch. About my service on the board, we're always glad to have another hand on deck. We run this operation on a shoestring. There are just a couple of full-time employees, me, in the office, and Joe Carroll at the camp, who does maintenance. He and his wife Elizabeth live there year-round. We beef up the paid staff a bit in the summer, but most of our counselors are volunteers. She paused. I'll tell you what, let me have the president of the board give you a call. That's really who you should talk to. I'm just a worker bee. And based on her cheery inflection, she was happy to play that role. Sounds like a plan. Let me give you my number." As she did so, Clark appeared at her door, a frenzied look in his eyes suggesting her day was about to get crazy. I have to go. It seems some sort of crisis has arisen here." "Of course. We'll be in touch. And thank you again. Good Shepherd Camp is a very worthwhile effort. Your time won't be wasted." That was debatable. No matter how much or how little time she spent on Aunt Jo's pet project, it would still take her away from her job. And since she had her sights set on a top spot in the firm in the not-too-distant future, letting her focus waver would be a huge mistake. Unfortunately, however, Aunt Jo had done her best to see that it did. As Grant played back the message from Mary Stanton, his eyebrows arched. Not only had Jo put a residency requirement in her bequest to her great-niece, it seems she'd ordered her to help out at Good Shepherd, too. Morgan must love that. Not. She didn't strike him as the type of woman who liked to take orders, a fact Jo must have known. So what was the older woman up to? He didn't have a clue. But it didn't matter. Extra hands were always welcome at Good Shepherd, and recruiting volunteers wasn't easy. As president of the board, he could attest to that. So God bless Jo for tapping Morgan as a volunteer. She might be reluctant, but they could use her expertise. The camp's financial situation was precarious at best, and he was willing to do almost anything to shore up the coffers, even conspiring with Jo's workaholic niece. The bell over the front door of the cabinet shop jangled, and his uncle entered, juggling a large white bag, a tray of drinks, and a stack of mail.
"I ran into Chuck at the sandwich shop and offered to take our mail off his hands."
Uncle Pete's face was ruddier than usual, thanks to the biting wind.
"December's a bear for the Postal Service. Figured I'd save him 3 stops. Where's Andrew?" "In the back. Come on, let's eat." "You don't have to bring me lunch, Uncle Pete. I can take care of myself." "So what were you planning to eat today?" "I thought I'd grab a burger on the way to Brunswick."
His uncle snorted.
"I've heard that before. What'd you eat yesterday for lunch?"
Grant's neck warmed.
"I skipped lunch yesterday." "That's what I figured. Come on back and eat. No more arguments." "Can I at least say thank you?" "Not necessary. Wish I could do more, in fact. You've had a tough time. If I want to help you out in little ways, don't fight me."
Before Grant could respond, Uncle Pete headed for the back room. Grant followed more slowly, throat pinching. How would he have survived these past 2.5 years without the love and support of his family? Truth be told, he might not have, and he would never stop being grateful to them. By the time he reached the worn pine table where the 3 men had shared so many lunches, his father had cleared off a spot and Uncle Pete was spreading out the food and sorting through the mail. As he moved a T-square and the plans for a mahogany entertainment center off to the side, his dad and bachelor uncle fell into the easy repartee that had always characterized their relationship. More so since the 2 of them had moved in together after he'd gone off to college. And he had a standing invitation to join them. Maybe someday he would, if the loneliness and the emptiness got too unbearable. But not yet. Leaving the tiny bungalow where he'd known so much joy would feel like giving up, a signal that he'd abandoned the last tattered vestiges of his hope, and he wasn't ready to do that.
"Looks like your mother remembered your birthday."
Uncle Pete handed him a blue envelope with the logo of a well-known greeting card company on the back. Grant took it without comment, laid it aside, and turned his attention to his turkey sandwich.
"It's nice that she remembered."
Dad's tone was mild.
"Yeah, only a week late."
He didn't try to hide his bitterness. His father reached over and laid a work-worn hand on his shoulder.
"Let it go, son. It's ancient history now." "I can't forget what she did, Dad. I don't know how you can." "I haven't forgotten, but I made my peace with it long ago. You should too."
In general, Uncle Pete watched this exchange, which had played out numerous times over the years, without a word. But today he spoke.
"Andrew's right, Grant. What she did was wrong, Uncle Pete. I'm not saying it was right or wrong, just that it's over. Holding on to anger doesn't help anybody."
Grant crumpled the paper from his sandwich into a tight ball, tossed it into the empty bag.
"I wish I could let it go. You 2 are better men than I am." "Not true. What you've done these past 2.5 years would have finished me off."
Dad squeezed his shoulder.
"I doubt that. I come from strong stock. Besides, people do what they have to do." "Not everybody."
Uncle Pete shook out a few potato chips from his bag.
"And you've never wavered all this time either. You're just as faithful now as you were at the beginning."
He shook his head.
"You're giving me too much credit. Every day is a struggle. All the more reason you deserve to be commended."
Not really. If they knew how close he'd come to giving up, to walking away, they might not be so free with their accolades. But somehow he'd managed to stay the course. He shoved the last of his sandwich into his mouth and checked his watch.
"I need to run. I'll be back by about 2:30. Take your time, son, and give her our best." "I always do. See you guys later. Thanks for lunch, Uncle Pete." "You're welcome."
As he left the two men behind, he pulled out his phone, hesitated. He owed Morgan a call. But that could wait, because the next hour was for Christine. 20 minutes later, Grant lifted a hand in greeting to the woman behind the desk at the extended care facility.
"Hi, Ruth. Any change?"
It was the same question he'd been asking for more than 2 years. "No, she's holding her own." Her answer was the same, too. He continued down the hall, stopping outside the familiar room where he'd spent countless hours. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside and closed the door halfway behind him. Even after all this time, a faint hope still flickered in his heart that one day he'd walk in and find his wife waiting to greet him with her sweet smile. But it had dimmed as days became weeks and months became years. Grant moved beside the bed and traced the features of the woman who he loved, the woman to whom he'd pledged his life 6.5 years ago, for better or worse, and he'd meant every word of that vow. But who would have ever guessed that the worst would happen so quickly, just 4 short years into their marriage? That the woman he'd planned to raise a family with, to grow old beside, would lay suspended between life and death, her once strong limbs wasted, her passionate laughter-filled eyes shuddered. Drawing a shuddering breath, Grant leaned down to kiss her cool forehead, folded her unresponsive hand in his.
"Hi, Christine. It's Grant. I brought a new novel I thought you'd enjoy, but first I'll give you all the family news."
He sat beside her, keeping her hand in his, and talked about the latest happenings in his world. In the beginning, the doctors had encouraged the practice, saying that comatose people could sometimes hear voices. They'd suggested it could make a difference in her recovery. They didn't push him to do that anymore, but he still continued to follow his routine. After an hour, during which only his voice broke the stillness, Grant closed the novel he'd brought, stood, and once more pressed his lips to Christine's forehead.
"Rest well, sweetheart. Never forget how much I love you."
It was how he ended every visit. As he stepped outside the room, Ruth passed by. "See you tomorrow." She lifted a hand in farewell.
"I'll be here."
And he would. For as long as he could hold on to even a shred of his diminishing hope that the woman he loved would return to him. Even if such an outcome would require a miracle at this point. Chapter 2. "Morgan Williams." As her voice came over the line, crisp, efficient, businesslike, Grant propped a shoulder against the wall in the shop and watched a white-chested nuthatch land upside down on a tree trunk near the window. A balancing act only the female of the species could manage.
"Ms. Williams, it's Grant Kincaid."
"Good afternoon." Her tone grew more cautious. "What can I do for you?"
"Actually, the question is, what can you do for me?"
Silence, followed by an audible sigh. "Look, Mr. Kincaid, I don't have time for riddles. Is there a problem with the cottage?"
"First of all, since I expect we'll be talking quite a bit for the next few months, can we dispense with the formalities? Just call me Grant. Second, this isn't about the cottage. It's about Joe's requirement that you assist the Good Shepherd camp."
"How do you know about that?" Now she sounded wary.
"I'm president of the board."
A noise he couldn't identify came over the line, but if eye rolls made a sound, that was it. Why am I not surprised?
"Mary was short on details. Why don't you fill me in on what Joe wanted you to do?
Silence.
Or I can call Seth Mitchell for the particulars.
In case she was thinking about minimizing whatever directive she'd been given. That won't be necessary. From her terse tone, she'd obviously read his mind. I'm supposed to provide advertising and promotional assistance and attend board meetings as an advisory member for the next 6 months.
Do you know anything about the camp?
No. Nor did she want to, if her tone was any indication.
I'll tell you what. Why don't I send you some background information? The board doesn't meet in December, so you're off the hook until January. But you'll be a welcome addition. The camp is in serious financial straits, and we need to find a way to generate significant income. Some sort of advertising or promotional campaign may be the answer. Your expertise will be helpful.
Don't get your hopes up, Mr. Kincaid. I don't have any experience in the nonprofit arena.
It's Grant, and any help you can provide will be much appreciated. The camp has been a lifeline for countless young people, and we want to do everything possible to keep it solvent. The kids at Good Shepherd come from broken or abusive homes, have had run-ins with the law, or have minor physical disabilities that have led to social or emotional problems. The camp experience has been a turning point for many of them.
I'll look over whatever you want to send when I have a minute. At least her voice had warmed up a tad.
Good. On a different subject, I'm assuming you got the appraisal on the cottage?
Yes. Sorry, I should have acknowledged your email, but it's been crazy here. Seth Mitchell was right. Since the property is too valuable to walk away from, I'm going to do my best to meet Aunt Jo's stipulations. My first chance to visit will be over the holidays. With Christmas falling on a Saturday this year, our offices will be officially closed on Friday and Monday. That would give me a long weekend to come up. Would you be available to meet on Christmas Eve? Now it was his turn for an eye roll. Does this woman have no life?
Sorry, no. I have family activities planned for that day. I could meet you on Monday.
Would Sunday work? I'd like to get back to Boston in time to put in a few hours at the office on Monday.
I reserve Sunday for God and family.
A frustrated breath came over the line. Too bad. He wasn't compromising his principles just so she could clock holiday hours at work and earn a few brownie points with her boss. Fine. If we could meet early, that'll get me back in time to swing by the office.
Early works for me. I'll send you directions to the cottage.
No need. I'll use my phone.
GPS isn't reliable up here. You'll want the directions.
Whatever. I'll see you then. The line went dead. Grant grimaced, lowered the cell from his ear. Working with Joe's niece was not going to be fun. But if she could find a way to help him save Good Shepherd, he'd grin and bear it, and count the days until their not-made-in-heaven partnership came to an end. So much for a good night's sleep. As the crash of the surf and the howling wind outside Aunt Jo's cottage jarred her awake for the umpteenth time, Morgan peered bleary-eyed at the screen of her phone. 12:30. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Groaning, she scrunched her pillow under her head, pulled the blankets up to her ears, and tried by sheer force of will to ignore the unfamiliar sounds of the elements raging outside her window. No go. It was too noisy, and she was too tense. She pulled another blanket up from the foot of the bed and burrowed deeper under the covers. It had probably been a mistake to work until mid-afternoon yesterday. Trying to find Aunt Jo's isolated cottage in the dark had been the pits, even with Grant's directions. It would have helped if the tiny byways that crisscrossed the fingers of land jutting into the ocean had road signs, but no. Many of them had been unmarked, and the sleet, snow, and ferocious wind that had assaulted her car in the last stretch had been a bear to drive through. By the time she'd pulled to a stop in front of the weathered, clapboard structure, she'd had to sit in her car for a full minute while she waited for her nerves to stop vibrating. To add insult to injury, she'd ruined her manicure while trying without success to pry open her frozen trunk, and she'd lost her Prada cashmere scarf in a tug-of-war with the gale-force winds. It had not been an auspicious arrival. She punched the pillow again, willed sleep to come. But all she managed to eke out were a few short, fitful bouts of restless slumber. Finally, when the first light of dawn began to creep in under the window shades, she gave up. May as well see what she could scrounge up in the kitchen. A cup of coffee would be wonderful. After throwing on her clothes, she hustled to the kitchen. But a quick search of the pantry turned up only bare-bones supplies. 2 cans of soup, a box of stale crackers, salt and pepper, a can of tuna, and 3 tea bags. Not her hot beverage of choice, but at this point anything with caffeine would do. As she filled a mug with water and put it in the microwave, she glanced around. While the cottage appeared rustic on the outside, Aunt Jo had worked wonders with the interior. The kitchen, though compact, had state-of-the-art stainless steel appliances, and the adjacent eating area, tucked into a bay window that afforded a clear view of the churning waves and the gunmetal gray water of early dawn, would be inviting on a sunny day. After making her tea, Morgan wandered into the living room. The bright walls were hung with what appeared to be original paintings and watercolors, and plaid and chintz fabrics in cheerful colors covered the upholstered furniture. A small deck opened off the living room, affording another panoramic vista of a small beach and the ocean just 70 or 80 feet away. As she stood at the window sipping her tea, dawn began to stain the sky an ethereal pink. Slowly the color deepened and spread, eventually giving way to blue as the sun crept over the horizon to reveal a clear sky. It seemed the storm had passed at last. And as the sun rose higher, its rays reaching out to touch the ice-encased trees and the snow-laden boughs of the fir trees, the scene was transformed into a magical, sparkling wonderland that filled the world with a dazzling, brilliant light. Lucky thing, because all at once the lights in the cottage flickered and went out. Oh, for pity's sake! What else could go wrong? Should she call Grant Kincaid? And as if on cue, her cell began to ring, and she crossed to her purse, pulled it out. Not Grant, but hearing her sister's voices would be a welcome pick-me-up. Too bad she declined the invitation to join them in North Carolina. That would have been far preferable to her nightmare holiday so far. She put the phone to her ear. "Merry Christmas! Are you guys on speaker?" "Yes!" Both their voices chimed in. "Did you get to Aunt Jo's cottage okay?" Worry wove through Claire's voice. "We heard on the news that there was a bad storm in Maine." "I'm here, safe and sound." "How's the cottage?" This from AJ. "Remote, isolated, and without electricity at the moment." "Do you have heat?" Claire sounded worried. "I spotted a kerosene heater, so I should be okay. This must happen on a regular basis." "So, what are you going to do today?" AJ spoke over a yawn. "Sorry, we went to a midnight service last night." Morgan dropped into a chintz-covered chair. "I'd planned to work, but without electricity, my laptop won't last long." "Maybe you could go to church? Remember how we all used to go together early in the morning on Christmas, then come home and open presents? And Mom always made such a wonderful dinner." A thread of melancholy wove through AJ's words. Morgan glanced at the cans of soup and tuna she'd taken out of the pantry, along with the stale crackers. What a far cry from the holiday meals of her childhood, when she'd been surrounded by family in a house filled with love. "I remember," she swallowed past the tightness in her throat. "Those were good years." "I wish you were here, Morgan. We miss you," Claire sighed. "And I hate for you to spend Christmas alone." "I miss you guys too, but I'm used to being by myself, so don't worry about me." "Just don't work today, okay?" AJ said. "Chill out and relax for once. What are you having for dinner?" "I'm not sure yet." Her plan to stop and pick up a few essentials during the drive yesterday had fallen apart, thanks to her late start and the sudden turn in the weather. And the frozen microwave dinners she tossed in the car with her luggage weren't going to be of much use without electricity, even if she managed to get the trunk open. "We're having roast chicken with garlic mashed potatoes, and Claire made chocolate mousse for dessert." Morgan's mouth started to water. "Think of me while you're eating." "You know we will. And Claire was right. We miss you." "I miss you too. How's it going at the bookshop?" A soft laugh came over the line. "Okay, I guess, but I think I'm driving my partner, Mr. Conventional, nuts. He's the Oxford shirt-wearing, let's plan everything down to the last detail type." Morgan's lips twitched. Sounds like oil and water. Tell me about it. Claire, how's it going with your doctor? There are a few challenges. In other words, Aunt Jo had given their older sister a tough assignment, too. Why couldn't their aunt just have passed her bequest on to them and been done with it? But whatever her reasons for imposing strange stipulations on all of them, they were stuck. Good luck, both of you, and stay in touch. Morgan wandered back to the window. You too. Merry Christmas. After they said their goodbyes and she ended the call, Morgan let out a slow breath. While it was true she was used to being on her own, all at once the notion of spending Christmas alone with only her work for company held zero appeal. Maybe she should drive into Seaside and get a decent meal. And if she saw a church, it wouldn't hurt to stop. The trunk of her car was more cooperative this morning, and after a quick shower and change of clothes, she slid behind the wheel and pointed the car toward Seaside. Thankfully, the snow-covered roads were far easier to navigate in the daylight, and within 15 minutes she reached the outskirts of the tiny town. If she could find a cafe, she might be able to scrounge up a hot breakfast, perhaps even order a takeout meal to eat later at the cottage. However, there was a major problem with that plan, as she quickly discovered. The streets were deserted and every business was closed and locked. As Morgan debated her next move, a tall white spire in the distance caught her eye. She was more in the mood for food than church, but it was Christmas, and it wasn't as if she had anything else to do. Besides, attending a service would bring back happy childhood memories and break up what otherwise promised to be a long, empty day. Assuming there was one scheduled soon, of course. The sign in front as she drove by indicated her timing was spot on, and after she found a parking spot down the street, she made her way back and slipped inside, claiming a seat in the last pew. As she glanced around, the pre-service program of familiar carols and the spruce and poinsettia-bedecked church transported her back to happier times from her childhood. To memories of the warm and loving family she'd been blessed with, of a life that was simple but good, of the sense of security she'd always felt in the presence of the steady, deep love between her parents. Until Dad died and all the security she'd known as a child evaporated overnight, as Mom struggled to hang on to the farm she and Dad had loved. Her vision misted, and she dipped her head on the pretense of searching through her purse. This was why revisiting the past was a mistake. It only made you long for things that were gone forever. Before the service even started, she rose, flipped up the collar of her coat, and retreated, head down. Staying would only make her more melancholy. When she collided with a tall guy on the way out, she mumbled an apology without lifting her gaze. People weren't supposed to cry on Christmas. Why ruin someone else's holiday by introducing a glimpse of sadness? Once out in the cold air, she made a beeline for her car. And for the rest of this day, she was going to do what she did best. Work. Chapter 3. As the battery indicator on her laptop moved into the ominous range, Morgan blew out a breath and lowered the screen. Tried to ignore the rumble in her stomach. Her morning foray into Seaside had been a bust on all fronts. And after rationing her meager food, all that remained was a pitiful can of soup, a tin of tuna, and a handful of crackers. But dwelling on her Christmas menu, such as it was, wouldn't change it. Since her laptop was no longer a viable source of distraction, she moved on to her work tote. After setting it beside her on the floor, she withdrew the latest layouts and copy for an upcoming ad campaign. Thank goodness she'd printed them out before leaving the office. Looking at photos of toothpaste and reading about the product's merits wasn't the most exciting activity for Christmas Day, but it had to be done sooner or later, and with nothing else on her agenda, may as well cross the task off her list. 10 minutes later, she jerked at a sudden knock on the front door. Who on earth would come calling on Christmas? No one in town knew she was here except Grant Kincaid, and in light of the priorities he'd articulated for his holiday, he wasn't likely to make an appearance. Pulse accelerating, she picked up her cell, crept toward the door, and searched for a peephole. No luck. She edged over to a window. A pickup truck was parked next to her car, but it was impossible to glimpse her visitor from this angle. When another knock sounded with a bit more force, she moved back to the door. At least there was a chain lock. Not that it would do much good if someone was determined to get in, but it would slow them down while she called 911. After sliding back the chain, Morgan opened the door just enough to peer out with one eye. A mid-30-ish man, about 6 feet tall, with vivid blue eyes and neatly trimmed sandy brown hair, stood on the other side, dressed in a wool topcoat with a scarf wrapped around his neck. He definitely didn't look like a derelict. "May I help you?" She spoke through the crack in the door.
"Morgan?"
"Yes."
"I'm Grant Kincaid. May I come in?"
The co-owner of the cottage had shown up after all? That was unexpected. Of course. She slid the lock back, then moved behind the door as she opened it to give him access to the small entry area. "Sorry for the caution, but I'm a big city girl. I wasn't expecting anyone today." Grant entered, pulled off his gloves, and turned while she shut the door behind him.
"Sorry to disturb you on Christmas, but—"
He frowned, squinted at her.
"Were you at church this morning?"
Briefly.
"I think we bumped into each other. Literally."
Grant was the guy she'd collided with as she'd scurried toward the exit? She cleared her throat, fought back a blush. "Sorry about that."
"No worries."
I went into town to try and rustle up some food, and while I was there I made a brief stop at the church." She motioned toward the cashmere muffler draped over his arm and changed the subject. "I see you found my scarf." He held it out.
"A fir tree out front was wearing it. The wind here can be fierce."
"So I discovered last night. Thanks for rescuing it." She draped the scarf over a convenient chair. "What brings you over? I thought you reserved holidays for family."
"I do, but I heard the electricity was out in parts of the peninsula, and Joe's cottage is often affected when that happens. I decided to swing by and make sure you were okay."
He waved a hand toward the fireplace.
"I laid a fire in the grate a few days ago, but based on the temperature in here, I assume you discovered the backup kerosene heater. Any other issues?"
"No, I'm fine. I'm sorry to have interrupted your holiday."
"I was on my way to my sister's anyway, so it wasn't a problem. Did you find the candles?"
He started to pull his gloves back on. "I didn't even look. It was already light when the electricity went out."
"There should be some on the bottom shelf of the credenza by the table. Let me check."
As he moved through the living room and into the dining area, he glanced at the table, hesitated. Morgan shifted her weight as he took in the ad copy spread across the surface, along with the soup, tuna, and crackers. When he turned back to her with a frown, she braced for whatever crack he was going to make about working on the holiday.
"Is that your dinner?"
He tipped his head toward her Christmas meal. He'd focused on her food, not her work. "Huh. Yes, unless the electricity comes back on. I do have a couple of frozen microwave dinners in the car. I planned to stop on the way up and get a few provisions, but I left the office late and the weather turned bad, so I just kept driving." He scanned the table again.
"That's not much of a Christmas dinner."
"At least I won't have to worry about overeating." She forced up the corners of her lips. "And I expect the stores in town will be open tomorrow. I can stock up on what I need then." Without responding, he continued to the credenza, crouched down, and spent far longer than necessary checking out the bottom shelf. When he at last stood and faced her, the parallel creases on his brow were deeper than ever.
"You're well fixed for candles. I found a flashlight, too."
He flicked it on and off, then set it on top of the credenza. "Thanks again for stopping by." He pulled his gloves from his pockets, but instead of returning to the door, he remained where he was.
"Look, why don't you join us for dinner? Kid always makes enough food for an army. She won't mind one more guest."
It took her a second to process the unexpected invitation. "I couldn't do that. It would be too much of an imposition, especially on Christmas. But I do appreciate the thought." More than he'd ever know on this day that had been far lonelier than she'd expected, and especially since she hadn't been that cordial to him. He hesitated, as if debating whether to push. Spoke again.
"We're having prime rib, glazed carrots, homemade rolls, and a fabulous white chocolate raspberry cheesecake."
Mercy! He was killing her here. Her traitor's stomach rumbled, and she pressed a hand to it. "I couldn't do that to your sister, Grant, but thank you." He regarded her for a moment, then reached into his pocket and withdrew his phone. "What are you doing?"
"Calling Kit. I'll double-check if that'll make you feel better about it."
"Oh, please don't put her on the spot, like—"
"Kit, it's Grant. I'm at the cottage with Joe's niece. There's no electricity here, and she didn't have a chance to stop and buy any groceries. All she has to eat is soup and tuna."
There was a pause before he spoke again.
"That's what I told her, but she doesn't want to impose."
Another pause.
"Okay, I'll put her on."
He held out the phone, leaving her no choice but to take it. "This is Morgan." "Morgan, Kid Adams, I hear you're in need of a meal." The woman's voice was friendly and open. "As a matter of fact, I'm not. I told Grant what I had was fine. I'm sorry he bothered you." "He'd be a lot sorrier if he hadn't. I found out later what you had for Christmas dinner. Trust me, I have enough food to feed a dozen people, let alone 8. Please come. Joe was very special to us, and she always came for dinner if she was here on a holiday. We'd be honored to have you in her place." Grant was leaning against the island that separated the kitchen from the dining area, arms folded, an I-told-you-so look on his face. There didn't seem to be any polite way to decline the invitation. Not that she wanted to. If she couldn't be with AJ and Claire today, at least she could enjoy a real dinner in a family setting. "All right, if you're sure it's no trouble." "None at all. We'll see you in a few minutes." After pressing the end button, Morgan handed the phone back to Grant. "Your sister is very persuasive." At the genuine, no-holds-barred smile that took him from nice-looking to heart-stopping handsome, Morgan's pulse stuttered. Whoa. In her business, she met lots of attractive men, most of whom knew they were good-looking. Grant Kincaid, on the other hand, seemed completely unaware of his charm, which made it all the more potent.
"Tell me about it. Kit is diplomatic but single-minded. In general, she gets what she goes after."
The affection in his voice was unmistakable.
"How soon can you be ready to leave? Kit is laid back about most things, but when she plans a big dinner, she expects her guests to be on time."
He checked his watch, revealing a crisp white shirt and gold cufflink below the sleeve of a dark gray suit.
"I figure we've got 30 minutes at best."
Morgan looked from his formal attire to her black pants and Angora sweater. "I'm underdressed, and I didn't bring any fancy clothes for this weekend." He gave her a once-over.
"What you're wearing is fine. I'm going to change into more casual clothes when I get to Kit's. I just went right from church to... I had another stop to make."
"In that case, give me 5 minutes." Morgan dashed into the bathroom, touched up her hair and makeup, and rejoined him in the living room. He stood when she entered, reached for her coat, and held it as she slid her arms into the sleeves. "Thanks." She turned to face him as she buttoned up. "I'll follow you there."
"It might be better if I drove you. The back roads can be tricky."
Not happening. She wanted to be able to leave at the time of her choosing without disrupting the party. "I found that out last night after I made a few wrong turns, but I've already been to town today and I have a better sense of direction now. Thank you for offering, though." He didn't push.
"Then let's head out."
As they crossed the slippery drive, he took her arm, his grip tightening when she lost her footing on a patch of ice. She didn't miss the dubious glance he gave her heeled boots. "Don't even say it. These were bought for the streets of Boston, not the wilds of Maine. As I've already discovered, they aren't adequate here. I'll be better prepared on my next trip."
"In the meantime, be careful. Falling on ice can have nasty long-term results. My Uncle Pete has a bad knee to prove it."
Once in her car, Morgan took her time maneuvering out of Aunt Joe's driveway, then turned onto the main road, keeping Grant's truck in sight. He headed back toward Seaside and into town, turning down a side street not too far from the church she'd visited this morning. When he pulled into the drive of a small colonial-style house with dark green shutters, she eased in behind him. Even before she'd set her brake and gathered up her purse, he was opening her door, a gym bag in his hand.
"Looks like Bill did a decent job clearing off the walk, but take my arm just in case there aren't any hidden patches of ice."
Grant cocked his elbow as she slid from behind the wheel. She did as he asked, and as they walked toward the front door, she turned to him. "Your sister said there would be 8 people here today. Can you fill me in on the players?
Sure. Kit, her husband Bill, and their twin daughters, Nancy and Nikki, who are 15. My dad and uncle will be here too, and us.
Is that the whole family? A shaft of pain darted through his eyes, so fleeting Morgan wondered if she'd imagined it.
For the most part.
So he had no family of his own. Not surprising, since he didn't wear a wedding ring. But the absence of a ring wasn't always an indication of marital status. And what did it matter anyway? She had no interest in him. If ever two people had different lives and philosophies, it was them. But many women would find an attractive, eligible man like Grant appealing. So why was he single? Her musings were cut short when he pressed the bell at the front door, and it was opened seconds later by a familiar man whose dark hair was feathered with silver at the temples. It took her a second to place him, but then his identity registered. He was the minister from church this morning who'd come out for a few moments before the service to speak with the choir director.
Hi, Bill.
Grant shook his hand.
This is Morgan Williams. Morgan, my brother-in-law, Bill Adams.
The man held out his hand, his hazel eyes radiating warmth, the faint crinkle of lines at the corners of his lashes deepening as he greeted her.
Welcome, Morgan.
She returned his firm grip. Thank you, Reverend.
Just make it Bill. We don't stand on formalities around here. Come in, both of you, before you freeze out there.
Grant ushered Morgan inside, and a petite, raven-haired woman with lively brown eyes and a genial smile hurried down the hall from the back of the house. You must be Morgan! She held out both her hands, and Morgan took them. I'm Kit. Welcome! I'm glad we persuaded you to join us today. Serenity Point is wonderful, but holidays are meant to be spent with other people. Two older men with Grant's vivid blue eyes joined them from the adjacent living room. But the resemblance stopped there. One of the men was tall and spare, though not quite as tall as Grant. He had thinning gray hair and a work-worn face with kind eyes. His companion was a couple of inches shorter and a bit heavier, with a thick head of silver hair and ruddy cheeks. Grant introduced them as his father and uncle, and they each reached for her hand in turn.
We're glad you could join us.
Grant's father gave her fingers a squeeze. It's my pleasure, Mr. Kincaid.
Make it Andrew and Pete. Otherwise, this place will be drowning in Mr. Kincaid's. And I'd like to offer my condolences on the loss of your aunt. Jo was a fine lady. We were all real sorry to hear of her passing.
Thank you.
Where are the twins?
Grant leaned sideways to peer past his uncle.
Upstairs, trying on the clothes they found under the tree this morning.
Kit waved a hand toward the stairs.
And speaking of clothes, let us take your coats.
Bill reached for Morgan's coat as she slipped it off her shoulders, and Grant shrugged out of his and handed it to Kit. As his sister reached up to give him a hug, Morgan was close enough to hear their brief, muted conversation. Did you stop in to see Christine?
Yes.
Did you give her our love?
Of course.
Out of the corner of her eye, Morgan watched Kit lay her hand on Grant's shoulder as the two exchanged a look she couldn't even begin to decipher. It lasted only a few seconds, and then Grant disappeared to change into more casual clothing. Once he returned, they all moved into the dining room for dinner, which turned out to be a lively affair filled with laughter and good-natured teasing. Morgan even forgot about work, until her phone began to vibrate in the pocket of her slacks. She pulled it out and gave the text message a discreet scan. Apparently, one of her clients had come up with a brilliant idea for a new ad campaign which couldn't wait until Monday. He expected her to return his call today. Curbing an uncharacteristic surge of annoyance, she set her napkin beside her plate and rose. I'm sorry, will you excuse me for a moment? I need to make a call. The table fell silent and Kit's brow scrunched. Is there an emergency? Only in the eyes of my client. You mean someone wants to discuss business today? Her eyes rounded. Morgan glanced around the table. Except for Grant, everyone seemed dumbfounded. Warmth crept across her cheeks. Interruptions like this, day or night, holidays or weekends, were so much a part of her life that she took them for granted. But it was clear this family considered it appalling that anyone would bother her on Christmas Day. Yes, in my business you're expected to be available 24/7. I apologize for disrupting the meal. Please, carry on. I'll be back in a few minutes. That, however, turned out to be wishful thinking, thanks to her client's loquaciousness and perhaps one too many spiked eggnogs. By the time she finally made it back to the table, almost everyone had finished eating. As she slid into her place, Kit rose. "I put your plate in the oven, Morgan. Let me get it for you." "You didn't have to bother. With all the interruptions I get, I'm used to cold food. And I don't want to hold up dessert." "You aren't," Bill spoke as Kit disappeared through the door into the kitchen. "It's Christmas. We have no other plans for the day, and we need to let our food settle a bit anyway." Although she was touched by her host's graciousness, Morgan made short work of her remaining food when Kit placed the plate in front of her. Then they finished the meal with the delicious cheesecake Grant had promised. After the last bite, Morgan leaned back and sipped her coffee, more relaxed than she'd been in ages. "I think we should move on to music," Kit spoke from the end of the table. "Will you play, Uncle Grant?" Nancy turned to him. "I'm out of practice." "You always say that." Nikki dismissed his excuse with a flip of her hand. "Besides, it won't feel like Christmas unless you play."
"I guess I can't refuse a command performance."
He winked at his nieces. They all relocated to the living room, and Grant slid onto the bench of an upright piano, ran his fingers over the keys, his touch sure, adept. Funny. She wouldn't have pegged him as the musical type. Yet as the family gathered around the piano and he began to play the familiar holiday carols, it was clear he had talent. Morgan hung back, feeling a bit like an intruder in this family scene, but Kit drew her forward with a grin. "We may not be the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, but what we lack in ability, we make up for in enthusiasm." As Grant played one carol after another, Morgan's focus shifted to his strong, capable hands. And as she watched his lean, long fingers move with confidence over the ivory keys, a most inappropriate thought flitted through her mind. What would it be like to be touched by those hands? Breath hitching, she shut down that startling notion, fast, yanked her gaze away from his fingers and focused on the family gathered at the piano, redirected her thoughts to another time, another piano, another family raising voices in song. Her throat constricted and her voice faltered on the words of a familiar carol. At Grant's questioning glance, she blinked to clear her vision, fumbled for her phone, and slipped away on the pretense of returning another call. Once in the hall, she drew in a few long, deep breaths. For whatever reason, memories she typically kept buried deep in her heart had been lapping at her consciousness all day, much as the surf lapped against the shore at Aunt Jo's cottage, leaving her unsettled and off balance. Now wasn't the time to dwell on them, however, not at this happy gathering, not under Grant's discerning eyes. By the time she returned to the living room, she had her emotions back under control. But as soon as she could politely do so, she feigned fatigue after her long drive yesterday, thanked her hosts, and said her goodbyes. Grant insisted on walking her to her car, and short of being rude, she couldn't turn him down. Nor would it be wise to refuse his arm unless she wanted to risk falling flat on her face if she hit an icy patch. At the car, though, she disengaged and stepped back. "Thank you again for today. I enjoyed meeting your family."
"It was our pleasure. Are we still on for Monday?"
"Yes. Does 8 work?"
"That's fine. I'll see you then. Drive safe."
After she slipped into her car, he shut the door behind her, watching as she backed out of the driveway. When she reached the corner, she glanced in her rearview mirror to find him still standing there, hands in the pockets of his overcoat, looking after her. And as she turned the corner and he disappeared from view, the question that had been looping through her mind ever since they arrived replayed yet again. Who was Christine? Chapter 4.
"Anybody home?"
Grant stopped inside the door of the house he'd grown up in, the house his father and uncle now shared.
"We're in the kitchen, son."
His father's voice was muffled. Grant strode down the hall and found his father and uncle wolfing down what looked like remnants from yesterday's Christmas dinner.
"Pull up a chair."
Uncle Pete waved a fork at him.
"There's plenty. Kit made us take all this home. Said she had too many leftovers. We didn't argue a whole lot."
After draping his sheepskin-lined jacket over the back of a chair and retrieving a plate from the cabinet, he joined them at the sturdy oak table.
"On your way to see Christine?"
His father took a swig of water.
"Yes." "I admire your commitment, son, but I worry about you."
His forehead puckered.
"It's been 2.5 years, and you almost never miss a day. You're going to wear yourself out." "I have to go, Dad. She'd do the same for me. I'm not saying you shouldn't go. Maybe just not every day."
"Because it doesn't seem to make any difference." Though unspoken, the words hung in the air between them, and Dad's attitude wasn't a surprise. The rest of his family had long ago accepted that Christine would probably never recover from the head injury that had sent her into a deep coma. Yet according to the doctors, there was brain activity, so she was still there, trapped in a broken body. And he couldn't abandon her, even though only a tiny glimmer of hope remained in his own heart. But even if that last glimmer was finally extinguished, he still had an obligation to her, and he'd see it through for as long as she needed him. Grant took a slice of prime rib and answered the way he always did.
"I'll see, Dad. For now, this is what I need to do."
His uncle looked at Dad, then changed the subject.
"That was one fine meal yesterday, and the leftovers aren't bad either. I'm glad you convinced Joe's niece to join us."
Dad picked up Pete's cue.
"Didn't sound like she had much of a meal planned, and nobody should be alone on Christmas." "To be honest, she turned me down at first, so I called Kit and her powers of persuasion did the trick."
Pete snorted.
"Your sister could charm a moose out of his antlers." "Well said."
Grant grinned at him.
"I hope Morgan enjoyed herself."
Dad helped himself to another roll and slathered it with butter. One of these days, the two of them needed to have a serious talk about cholesterol.
"Seems like that job of hers doesn't give her a minute apiece." "If she didn't enjoy it, I doubt she'd stick with it. That kind of life would drive me crazy, but to each his own."
Grant shrugged.
"How could anyone enjoy that kind of stress? She strikes me as one high-strung young woman." "She's a looker, though."
Uncle Pete waggled his eyebrows.
"Don't you think so, Grant?"
An image of her materialized in his mind. Dark, copper-colored hair worn in a sleek, shoulder-length style. Jade green eyes, model-like cheekbones, and a figure to match. Looker might be a bit sexist and old-fashioned, but it fit.
"She could turn a few heads." "Be that as it may, I feel sorry for her, living on the edge like that. Can't even enjoy a holiday without interruption."
His father shook his head.
"Don't waste your sympathy, Dad. She chose that life, so it must suit her. Just like it did Mom. In fact, she reminds me a lot of Mom."
Grant's voice hardened. His father tilted his head, his expression quizzical.
"Is that right? She seems real different to me. I don't know why."
Grant took a spoonful of potatoes.
"She's ambitious, driven, puts her career first. It's Mom all over again."
"I don't think so." Dad pursed his lips, leaned back in his chair.
"There's more to Morgan than that. I picked up a sort of restlessness, if you will, like she's still searching for her path. Your mother was single-minded once she made up her mind to go for the gold. I don't get the same vibes from Morgan."
Grant didn't attempt to hide his skepticism.
"Then you must be on the wrong wavelength. What do you think, Uncle Pete?" "Like I said, she's a looker." "You have a one-track mind, you know that?"
Grant's lips twitched.
"Well, it's true. I didn't say it wasn't, but we weren't discussing her appearance." "You can discuss anything you like, but when the good Lord sends a pretty woman my way, I intend to enjoy the view instead of trying to psychoanalyze her." "How did you stay a bachelor all these years?"
Lips flexing, Grant stabbed a carrot.
"I like my independence, but I don't mind looking." "You're incorrigible."
"That's a fact." Pete gave him an unrepentant grin. While his father and uncle began debating the merits of cherry versus maple for an upcoming project, Grant finished his lunch. Then he rose and grabbed his coat off the back of his chair.
I have to run. See you both tomorrow. Take care, son, and give Christine a hug for me. I'll do that.
He retraced his route to the front of the house, opened the door, and paused to fish for his keys as the muted voices in the kitchen carried down the hall.
I worry about that boy, Andrew. So do I. Living the way he does isn't healthy. He spends all his time at the shop or running back and forth to Brunswick to see Christine. He's gotta be lonely. He has us and Kit's family. You know what I mean. Yeah, I know.
Dad sounded disheartened.
But he loved Christine, Pete. He still does. And he won't move on with his life as long as he feels she needs him.
Grant's stomach knotted and he grasped the edge of the door. Dad had him pegged.
Sometimes it sure is hard to understand why he was given such a cross to bear. I don't expect we'll ever figure that one out. We just have to pray and trust that the Lord will resolve this situation in His own way and in His own time. You're right.
Uncle Pete popped the top on yet another soda, the gas hissing as it released into the air.
But sometimes I wish he'd just get on with it.
And as Grant slipped through the door and closed it with a quiet click behind him, he could only second what Uncle Pete had said. Because living in limbo was the worst cross of all. At a sudden jarring ring, Grant woke instantly, fumbling on the nightstand for his cell in the dark, peered at the time on the screen. 2:30 in the morning. When the identity of the caller registered, his pulse stuttered. The extended care facility in Brunswick wouldn't contact him in the middle of the night unless there was a crisis. He punched talk and put the cell to his ear, swinging his legs out of bed as he spoke.
Hello? Mr. Kincaid? Yes, what's the problem? This is Walter Jackson. I'm the physician on call this evening. I'm sorry to tell you that your wife appears to have suffered a stroke. We did an initial evaluation here, but we're having her airlifted to Portland for more extensive testing.
All of the air in his lungs whooshed out.
But I saw her yesterday afternoon. She seemed the same as always. Sudden changes can happen.
His grip on the phone tightened, turning his knuckles white.
How bad is it? Her vitals are still relatively stable, but there's been a significant change in brain activity. Until more testing is done, I'm afraid that's all the information we have.
The man was dancing around the real issue, so Grant forced himself to ask the hard question.
Is this an imminently life-threatening situation?
A telling beat ticked by. It could be. Grant sucked in a deep breath.
I'm on my way.
As soon as he pulled on his jeans and threw on a shirt, Grant called his father as well as Christine's parents. In 10 minutes flat, he was in his truck and heading south at a speed far faster than was prudent on the icy roads. But he knew the drive by heart after making it countless times in the weeks following the accident, until it became apparent that Christine's coma might be of longer duration than indicated by the initial prognosis. At that point, moving her to a medical facility in Brunswick, closer to home, had seemed prudent. Still, the route to the hospital in Portland was etched in his mind, and he made the drive on autopilot as he struggled to rein in his panic. Christine's parents beat him to the ER since they lived in Portland, and at the sight of Stella's red-rimmed eyes and Marshall's ashen skin, his stomach lurched. Fisting his hands at his sides, he froze at the entrance to the waiting room.
Is she?
His voice rasped.
She's still with us, son.
Marshall's words were ragged. Grant closed his eyes, wiped a hand down his face, and crossed to them on stiff legs. Stella reached out and gave him a hug.
Oh, Grant, it's such a nightmare.
Yes, it was, and all too familiar.
I know.
He glanced over her head toward Marshall.
What have you heard?
Not much. They're still doing tests. They think a clot may have caused a stroke, but now they suspect bleeding in the brain as well. She was also having trouble breathing on her own, so they had to intubate her and put her on a ventilator. An ominous chill settled over him. That was very bad news. Like him, her parents had never given up hope that someday Christine would return to them. But for the first time, her father looked defeated. Throat clogging, he guided Stella to one of the chairs that lined the wall, and the three of them sat in silence. Christine's parents clung to each other, and now and then Stella reached for his hand and gave it a squeeze. Minutes passed, an hour, and the little group keeping vigil grew. Andrew came next, with Pete, followed soon after by Kit and Bill. No one said much. No one needed to. All that had to be communicated was transmitted by look and by touch. Occasionally a nurse would stop by to let them know that Christine was still undergoing tests and that the doctor would speak with them as soon as the results were available. But other than that, no one disturbed them. As early dawn light began to dispel the darkness outside the windows, a white-coated man at last appeared. Grant vaulted to his feet and strode toward him.
"Mr. Kincaid?" "Yes."
The 40-something physician held out his hand.
"Mark Baxter. We've done an extensive evaluation on your wife, and I have all the results."
He surveyed the group assembled in the room and lowered his voice.
"I can review them with you in my office, if you'd like."
Grant shook his head.
"This is my family, Doctor. They've walked with me every step of this journey, day after day, month after month, since the accident. I want them to hear what you have to say."
The man nodded and pulled up a chair while Grant retook his seat, then launched into his report. Grant didn't grasp all of the medical terms or technical explanations for what had happened to Christine, but he understood the two most important things. Even though her vital signs were stable, there was no brain activity, and she was no longer able to breathe on her own. As the doctor wrapped up, his voice softened from clinical to compassionate.
"Mr. Kincaid, we can keep your wife physically alive for an indefinite period, but she isn't going to come back. Maintaining life support won't change that."
As the man's words hung in the silence, Grant felt as if all the air in the room had been sucked out. The physician put a hand on his shoulder.
"I'm sorry to give you this news,
and I know that making a decision like this isn't easy. I'll be here for the next couple of hours if you want to talk with me again. Just let the nurse know and she'll contact me." A jerky nod was the only response Grant could manage. As the doctor exited, leaving a numb hush in his wake, Grant turned to look at the people he loved. Kit was clinging to Bill's hand, her eyelashes spiky with moisture. Bill's demeanor was concerned and caring. Andrew's face was a mask of sorrow and shock. Pete had grown as pale as raw wood, and everyone's eyes reflected one emotion that Grant didn't yet want to deal with: resignation. He turned to Christine's parents. Stella had begun to cry, and she and Marshall exchanged the kind of look that long-married couples use to communicate without words. Then Marshall looked at him.
"We're with you, whatever you decide."
His eyes were steady, even if his voice wasn't. Grant scanned the other faces again. Love and support radiated to him, but the hard decision was his alone. And he wasn't sure he was up to making it. Hands shaking, he raked his fingers through his uncombed hair.
"I need to find the chapel."
Bill rose.
"I'll ask the nurse where it is."
He returned several minutes later and gave Grant the directions.
"Would you like some company?" "Yes, but give me a few minutes alone first."
The chapel wasn't far away, and when he entered, he was the sole occupant. After moving to the front, he sank into a pew near the cross, dropped his head into his hands. How could he end the life of the woman he'd loved with such passion and absolute devotion? The woman he'd remained faithful to through the endless months and years since the accident. Yet how could he tie her to a useless body when her spirit was clearly ready to move on? Hard as he prayed for guidance, no definitive answer came to him. After a while, the door behind him opened, closed. Bill, no doubt. His brother-in-law remained in the back, leaving him undisturbed until he was ready to talk. Yet there was comfort in his presence, in the presence of his whole family a few short steps away. And there was consolation in knowing they'd stand by him no matter what he decided to do. When the turmoil in his mind showed no signs of abating, he at last turned to Bill and motioned him forward. Perhaps his brother-in-law could offer some insight that would help him clarify his thinking. Bill moved forward and slid into the pew beside him.
I'm no closer to an answer than I was when I came in here.
Grant wiped a hand down his face.
I know it sounds selfish, but if I let Christine go, that part of my life is over forever.
I think it's over anyway, Grant. Bill's voice was gentle, filled with compassion. His stomach twisted and he gripped the edge of the pew where he sat.
I know.
He drew a shuddering breath.
For the past few months, I've been asking God to either take Christine home or give her back to me. But I didn't think he'd put the final decision in my hands. How can I just pull the plug?
Bill laid a hand on his shoulder. Nothing is keeping her alive at this point except a machine, Grant. In every way except for her physical body, she's gone. From a moral standpoint, the choice is clear. God would want us to release her so that she can go home to him. But maybe he did it this way so you control the timing and have a chance to say goodbye. You don't have to decide today.
It's not.
His voice broke and he tried again.
It's not gonna get any easier. If I prolong this, it would be for me, not Christine. And that's not fair to her.
He swiped his sleeve across his eyes.
I need to let her go.
Would you like to take a moment to pray before we talk to the doctor?
Yes.
Bill bowed his head. Lord, we ask for strength as we prepare to release Christine from the constraints of this life and commend her to your loving care, confident in your promise that eye has not seen, ear has not heard what God has prepared for those who love him. She was your faithful daughter in this life, and we ask you now to welcome her home. Please comfort those of us left behind, and let us feel your loving presence during the difficult days and weeks ahead. After a moment, Grant choked out an amen and rose.
Let's find the doctor.
Bill stayed with him while he spoke to the physician, and when they returned to the waiting room, their somber expressions must have communicated his decision before he even spoke. Stella's face crumpled, and she groped for Marshall's hand. Andrew stood and embraced him. Pete pulled out his handkerchief and blew his nose. Tears streamed down Kit's cheeks, unchecked. For the next half hour, all of them took turns visiting Christine, Grant waiting until last. Only when he stood on the threshold of her room did the full impact of his decision begin to register. For 2.5 years, he'd planned his life around visits to his wife. Now that life was coming to an end, along with his hope for a different outcome. Legs leaden, he moved into the room and circled around to the side of the bed, wedging himself in among all the equipment keeping his wife's body alive, eyeing the breathing tube in her mouth as his stomach churned. This wasn't what Christine would have wanted. The woman he'd married had had sparkle and vibrancy and enthusiasm. She'd been more alive than anyone he'd ever met, embracing each day with joy and anticipation. Trapping her in a useless body when everything else that defined her was already gone would be wrong. He'd chosen the right course, but that didn't make it any easier to implement. Wrapping his hand around her cool fingers, he sat on the bed beside her.
I've come to say goodbye, Christine. I hope somehow you know what's in my heart, even if you can't hear me. Because the love I feel for you has never dimmed, and it never will. When you leave, you'll take a part of me with you. The part that's yours for always.
His voice choked and he bowed his head, swallowed, struggled for control.
I wish with all my heart that you'd recovered and we could have lived the life we planned. That we'd been blessed with children and grown old together to enjoy our grandchildren. I'll never understand why this happened, but I'll always be grateful for the brief time we had together. And I'll cherish those memories for the rest of my life.
A tear spilled over his lower lash and trailed down his cheek as he leaned over and kissed her forehead, reached up with trembling fingers to brush the hair back from her face.
Goodbye, my love. Rest in peace, and never forget how much I love you.
Grant stood, grasping the top of the bed when his legs buckled. For a full minute he stood beside his wife, tracing with his eyes all the features he knew so well one last time. Then he forced himself to walk out the door and into a tomorrow he felt ill-equipped to face. Brow furrowed, Morgan glanced again at the screen on her phone. 8:30 on Monday morning. Grant was half an hour late for their meeting. Strange. Though she'd only known him a short time, he didn't seem like the type who would be tardy. Not without calling to explain. Maybe she ought to phone him. She scrolled through to his number and placed the call, pacing in the living room of the cottage as she waited for him to answer. After 3 rings, his voicemail kicked in. Could he be at work? She tried to dredge up the details Seth Mitchell had given her about her co-heir's background, but truth be told, it had been of little interest to her. However, Kincaid had been in his company's name, so perhaps it was a family business. In fact, hadn't Grant's father mentioned something about a shipment of wood at Christmas dinner? Squinting, she tried to recall the name of the company. Kincaid Lumber? Kincaid Timber? Kincaid Carpentry? Kincaid Woodworks! That was it! She Googled the company, found a number, and put in a call. No answer there either. She huffed out a breath. If Grant wasn't going to show, she ought to head back to Boston. Unless... might Kit know where he was? Worth asking, since his sister had passed on her phone number at Christmas dinner. She tapped it in. But once again, the call rolled to voicemail. Oh, for goodness sake! Did no one in this part of the world answer their phones? Rather than hang up as she'd done with the previous calls, she left a message. And waited. When 9:30 came and went, however, she gave up, packed her car, and pointed it toward Boston. Half an hour later, as she pulled onto the highway for the long drive south, she tried to concentrate on the ad campaign that had interrupted her holiday meal. She needed to have ideas ready to present to her client by Wednesday. But despite her diligent effort, she couldn't focus on work. Because something back in Seaside just didn't feel right. 3 hours into her drive, when Kit's name flashed on the screen of her phone, Morgan answered hands-free. Hi, Kit. Sorry to bother you earlier, and it's a moot point now. I'm en route back to Boston. Grant didn't show for our 8 o'clock meeting, and I thought you might know where he was. I do. At Kit's shaky, tearful reply, a tingle of alarm raced up Morgan's spine. Is something wrong? Yes. Grant sends his apologies for missing your meeting. But we've had a death in the family. Oh, no! I'm so sorry. It had to be someone close for Kit to be so upset, but at the family holiday gathering, everyone had seemed in good health. Was it someone local? Yes. A sniffle came over the line. Grant's wife, Christine, suffered a massive stroke on Sunday night that left her brain dead and unable to breathe on her own. So Grant made the decision to discontinue life support. Her voice caught on a sob. As Kit's shocking news sank in, the car drifted. At a sudden honk, Morgan jerked the wheel and made a course correction. I'm sorry. Lame, but what else could she say? I didn't even know Grant was married. For 6 years. Christine fell 2.5 years ago while they were on a hiking vacation and suffered a head injury. She's been in a coma ever since. Morgan tried to keep breathing as the horror of the situation washed over her. I can't even imagine going through something like that. Or surviving, day after day, when the person you loved was only a touch, yet a world away. It's been really hard on him. Most of us stopped believing she'd recover long ago, but he never did. He visited her every day. I think he always believed he'd walk in one day and find her awake, waiting for him. Is there anything I can do? Just pray for him. He'll need all the support he can get. I'll be happy to do that, even if prayer wasn't on her usual to-do list. But if anyone deserved prayers, it was a man who'd loved as deeply and faithfully as Grant had. And perhaps God would listen to the well-intentioned prayers of a wayward daughter that came straight from the heart and provide comfort to a man whose world had just changed forever. Chapter 5. Buffeted by a gust of icy wind, Morgan turned up the collar of her coat as she trekked across the uneven ground at the cemetery. She could have remained at the church after Christine's service, as many had, while the family and close friends concluded the funeral rite with the final commendation at the grave. And maybe she should have. After all, she didn't fall into either the family or close friends category. It was possible she was infringing on what was intended to be a very personal moment. But she'd wanted to be here for the whole funeral, even if it had meant taking a rare day off work. Though she and Grant were connected only by chance through an unexpected gift from Aunt Jo, the compulsion to let him know by her presence that she cared and grieved for his loss had been too strong to ignore. Another blast of cold air whipped past, and she shoved her hands into the pockets of her coat, her thin gloves no match for the biting wind. Positioning herself off to the side while she waited for the brief service to begin, she surveyed the coffin that held the remains of the woman Grant had loved. An extraordinary woman, based on the comments of the family and friends she'd spoken with this morning before the service, and on the eulogies that had paid tribute to her admirable life. But she'd learned a lot about Grant, too, as family and friends praised his steadfast loyalty, faithfulness, and unwavering devotion. Christine had been a lucky woman to win the love of such a man. Bill took his place beside the casket and motioned everyone to move closer. Morgan edged in a few steps, but remained in the background. Grant and Kit sat in front, their fingers entwined. Andrew was on the other side of Grant, his hand resting on his son's knee. Pete was up front too, of course, as were Kit's twins. So were Christine's parents, whom she'd met this morning. And Grant's mother was here as well. Morgan gave her a surreptitious scan. They hadn't met, but she'd overheard someone at the church point her out to a friend. Among the facts she'd gleaned was that Grant's parents were separated. His mother had a prestigious job in Boston with a big-name financial firm, and she was somewhat estranged from the family. Her loss. The Kincaids were a close-knit family anyone would be blessed to be part of. As everyone settled into place and Bill began the brief service, Morgan studied Grant's mother. Her attire was elegant rather than trendy, and her hair and makeup were flawless. She sat at the far end of the front row, glancing at her watch several times while Bill spoke. As the service ended, Morgan's gaze shifted back to Grant. He stood, shook Bill's hand, then turned to greet those who moved forward to speak with him. Morgan stayed where she was. She'd offered him her condolences this morning before the service. There was no need to intrude on this final private moment. Slowly, people began to drift back toward their cars, leaving just the immediate family around the casket. Morgan turned to go as well, passing close to Grant's mother, who'd moved off to one side. The woman pulled out her phone, turned her back on the group gathered at the gravesite, punched in a number, and put the phone to her ear. "The merger paperwork. I'll review it as soon as I get back. Hopefully later today." As a fragment of the woman's conversation registered, Morgan sucked in a breath. She was on a work call? While her son grieved at his wife's casket 20 feet away? What was wrong with that woman? Except, hadn't she done the same thing at Aunt Jo's funeral? Morgan picked up her pace, a wave of nausea rolling through her as she faced the truth. She was a workaholic, just like Grant's mother, with equally messed-up priorities. Breath forming staccato white puffs in the frigid air, she continued to her car, pausing before she slid behind the wheel to glance back. Bill and Grant were the only ones left at the gravesite now, and the minister had his arm around Grant's shoulders. Grant's head was bowed and his hand rested on the coffin. He nodded as Bill spoke to him. Then the minister walked away, leaving Grant alone with his pain. Heart contracting, Morgan turned away too, giving Grant privacy for his final, wrenching farewell. And as she put her car in gear, she felt a brief, odd moment of envy for Christine. Not for her sad end, but for having been blessed with the love of a man like Grant. Maybe he didn't have a high-powered job and make an executive salary, but he was a kind, decent, faithful man who deeply loved his wife and lived the vows he'd taken on his wedding day long after most would have collapsed under the burden and relinquished their responsibilities. Christine's life with Grant may have been brief, but from all indications it had been full and happy, built on a foundation of profound, abiding love that transcended even death. That was a treasure beyond price, one that had been elusive in her own life. And as she pulled out of the cemetery and drove away, a piercing sadness lanced her heart, for Grant's loss and her own. Morgan, there's a Grant Kincaid out front for you. He's not on your calendar, but he is one hot dude. I thought I should check with you before I told him to make an appointment and come back. As her administrative assistant spoke from her office doorway, Morgan did a double take. Grant was here, in Boston, at her office? Why? The January Good Shepherd board meeting in Portland should have been their next meetup. Go ahead and send him back, Lauren. When he appeared in her doorway a couple of minutes later, Morgan took a steadying breath. Hot was an excellent way to describe him. Despite the weariness in his face and the sadness that lurked in the depths of his eyes, Grant Kincaid was a man who would turn any woman's head, especially in that sheepskin-lined jacket and those worn jeans that hugged his lean hips. Clearing her throat, she stood and held out her hand. "Good morning. This is a surprise." He returned her firm grip, the midday sun from the window that offered a panoramic view of the Boston skyline, highlighting his slightly wind-blown hair and intense blue eyes.
"Sorry to drop in unannounced, but I had to come to Boston to take measurements for a new commission, and I thought I'd deliver some additional Good Shepherd material for you to review before the board meeting rather than mail it." He handed her a large manila envelope. "Thanks." She set it on her credenza. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" "I don't want to keep you from your work."
He surveyed the ad layout strewn on her desk. "It'll wait. Have a seat." She punched the intercom button. "Lauren, could you bring my visitor a cup of coffee?" She settled into her chair and turned her attention back to Grant. "I've been thinking about you. How are you doing?"
"Taking it a day at a time. Thank you again for coming up for the funeral. I didn't expect that. I know it's a long trip."
"I wanted to be there. For myself, and to represent Aunt Jo. You and she must have been good friends."
"We were."
He crossed an ankle over a knee.
"I met her at church when I was 11, right after my parents separated, and she became sort of a mother figure for me. I knew her for more than a quarter of a century. For the past 15 years, I've handled all of the maintenance and upkeep at Serenity Point."
Lauren interrupted with the coffee, beaming a megawatt smile at Grant. "Cream or sugar?"
"Black is fine, thank you."
He flashed her a grin. Behind his back, Lauren arched her eyebrows and fanned herself before exiting. Morgan could relate. But she needed to focus on the conversation, not the man. "I noticed how well cared for the place is, and the furnishings in the cottage are exquisite. There's quite a bit of original art, plus a number of gorgeous pieces of wood furniture."
Joe believed in supporting local artists and craftspeople, and my family benefited from that philosophy. My father made the bookcase by the window in the living room, and my uncle made the rocking chair.
"What about the secretary? The intricate carving and mullioned glass doors are beautiful."
"That's one of mine."
"I'm impressed." She reached for a pen, turned it end to end on her desk. "I have to confess I had no idea what your profession was until I called your shop the day of our meeting. I was surprised when I found out you were a woodworker." A beat passed as he studied her, and when he spoke there was a subtle shift in his tone, a distancing.
"I was proud to join the family business."
Dang. He'd interpreted her response as snobbish. She needed to fix this, fast. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to suggest I was surprised in a bad way. My father worked with his hands, too, in a different way. He was a simple farmer and a good man who loved the land. I had great respect for who he was and what he did, more than I do for many of the people around here who wear white shirts and have power lunches every day and like to think they're doing important things. Like the ad campaign for toothpaste on the desk in front of her that was here today and would be forgotten tomorrow. But the secretary you created for Aunt Jo is a work of art, destined to be a treasured heirloom passed from generation to generation." Apparently, her sincerity registered, because his eyes warmed and the taut line of his broad shoulders eased.
"No offense taken."
Thank you. Now tell me more about Good Shepherd Camp and how Aunt Jo got involved.
I can take the credit or the blame for pulling her in.
She tipped her head. That's not fitting the story I heard from Mary. She said Aunt Jo had been involved for many years, long before you were an adult.
That's true. As I said, when I first met Jo, my parents had just separated. I was angry at the world, and I'd started getting into minor trouble at school. Jo not only took me under her wing, she got me involved in Good Shepherd. She thought the environment would help me straighten out my head and my attitude, and she was right. I went every summer until I was 16, and then worked for a number of years as a counselor while I was in school. I still volunteer 1 week each summer.
His ongoing commitment said a lot about him. All good. It sounds like there are financial problems, though.
Yes, our operating costs are continuing to climb, and donations no longer cover our expenses. Yet the need for the camp is as critical as ever. Maybe more so. We have kids today who come from far worse situations than I did and are in desperate need of guidance and loving care. Society has already written off some of them, but we give them another chance. For a lot of the kids, it's their last hope of a turnaround. We don't reach everybody, of course, but a significant number do respond. So we want to do everything we can to keep Good Shepherd running.
His quiet passion spoke volumes about his character. Most people in her acquaintance only got excited about things that offered a personal payoff. But Grant really cared about this cause, even though he'd repaid his debt to the camp long ago. I'll do my best to help.
That's all we ask.
He dug a folded piece of paper out of the pocket of his jeans.
I've jotted down the board meeting dates through May. Mary will send you more detailed information and the agendas, but I wanted you to have these so you can incorporate them into your schedule. As you know, we meet at the headquarters in Portland.
Morgan scanned the list. All of the meetings were on Saturday, a work day for her, and Portland was a long way from Boston. But at least she only had to attend 5 meetings during her 6-month involvement. As if reading her mind, Grant spoke.
We'll appreciate whatever help you can give us. I know the location is inconvenient for you. Would you like to consider setting up a video feed?
If only. That would be helpful, but Aunt Jo specified in-person attendance. He winced.
Sorry about that.
I'll manage. This will be easier to deal with than the residency stipulation for the cottage. At the rate I'm going, I'll be lucky to log 1 week, let alone 4, before the 6 months is up. Grant took a last swallow of coffee, set the mug on the desk, and stood.
I don't know why Jo put all those conditions in her will, but I do know she was a sound thinker. I expect she had her reasons. I can appreciate how the stipulations are complicating your life, though. Let me know if there's anything I can do to make this easier for you.
I will. Thanks for dropping by.
My pleasure.
After giving her hand a quick shake, he disappeared out the door. Morgan turned her attention back to the ad layouts, but it was suddenly hard to get excited about toothpaste. Which was bad. Very bad. Letting Aunt Jo and a certain handsome woodworker disrupt her world, or make her start second-guessing her 5-year plan, would be a huge mistake. She'd seen what heartache and hardship and a profession without a dependable paycheck could do to a person. It had played out in living color right before her eyes with her parents. That's why she'd opted for a career that offered security and a steady income. And the luxuries she'd never known growing up were a perk. Yet something still seemed to be missing in her world. Something that might offer rewards of a different kind, but could represent a threat to the life she constructed with such care and singular focus. And that scared her. So if toothpaste ads gave her a regular paycheck and the security she craved, she wasn't going to complain. Or make any big changes in the lifestyle she'd worked so diligently to create. Chapter 6. Oh, Grant, come in! You have to see what just arrived. Grant stepped into the foyer of Kit's house and hiked up the corners of his mouth.
Whatever it is, it must be amazing. Your face is lit up like a Christmas tree.
She took his hand, led him into the dining room, and pointed to the table, where a huge arrangement of tropical flowers occupied the place of honor in the center. Grant stared at the overflowing basket.
Wow!
My sentiments exactly. Come and look. She pulled him into the room and began pointing out the exotic blossoms. Protea, birds of paradise, orchids, ginger, more orchids. Ooh, I feel like I've been transported to the tropics.
So what's the occasion? Your anniversary's 2 months away, your birthday isn't until June, and this is on the extravagant side for Bill.
Bill didn't send them. Morgan did. They're a thank you for Christmas. Can you believe she remembered the one random comment I made at dinner about how nice it would be to spend a few days somewhere warm and tropical this time of year? Listen to the note. Kit picked up a small card from the table. Sorry, this is a bit belated, but thank you again for your gracious hospitality on Christmas. I can't transport you to Hawaii, but maybe this will bring a little bit of the tropics to you. Wasn't that thoughtful? I mean, a simple thank you note would have been more than sufficient. He shrugged.
Maybe this was easier. All she had to do was pick up the phone and place an order. Writing a note takes time.
Kit squinted at him. That's not a very gracious comment. Heat bloomed on his neck. Being called on the carpet by his older sister was never fun, especially when she was right.
Sorry, that may have been a bit critical.
Kit cocked her head and scrutinized him. I'm getting the impression you don't like her.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but we're very different.
So? You're only business partners, more or less, and she strikes me as super efficient. I would think you'd be glad to be paired with someone like that. She was right again. The fact that he and Morgan clashed philosophically and personally was irrelevant, and their partnership was short-term at best.
Cut me some slack and chalk it up to a bad day, okay?
Her eyes softened and she slipped her arm around his waist. No worries. I know you're not yourself right now. And I get how Morgan could rub you wrong. She probably reminds you of Mom. He frowned at her.
Have you been talking to Dad?
No. Why?
Long story. But she does remind me of Mom.
Kit wrinkled her nose, shook her head. I don't think they're anything alike. He narrowed his eyes.
Are you sure you haven't talked to Dad?
Did he say the same thing?
More or less.
See? You're in the minority.
Kit, look at the facts. Morgan is driven, work-focused, and has no life outside her job, from what I can gather. Nor does she seem to want one. That's Mom to a T.
She may not be as bad as Mom.
Trust me, she is. So where's the lunch you promised me?
She folded her arms. Trying to redirect the conversation, are we?
No, I'm just ready for lunch.
Not really, but he was ready to change the subject. Unfortunately, Kit wasn't. You must have a thing about career women.
No, I don't. You have a great career as a graphic designer, and I'm proud of you. But you've got balance in your life, too. Morgan doesn't.
I'm also married with children. That changes your perspective. It might be different if I were single.
I doubt it. You have your priorities straight. Besides, I have a feeling Morgan sacrificed marriage on the altar of success.
Kit's eyes widened. Why on earth would you say that?
To quote Uncle Pete, she's a looker. She's also smart and considerate.
He nodded toward the flowers.
There'd be plenty of guys interested in pursuing her if she was in the market.
Maybe she's just never met the right man. Or, Kit pursed her lips, maybe she's divorced. Divorced? That had never occurred to him. And for reasons he couldn't begin to fathom, that possibility bothered him. Quashing the unsettling vibes Kit's speculation had introduced, he planted his fists on his hips.
Can we please eat?
Changing the subject does not get you off the hook, dear brother. Kit poked him in the chest. We'll resume this conversation another day. But in the meantime, yes, we can eat. He followed her toward the kitchen, determined to put Morgan and her marital status out of his mind. What difference did it make if she was single, divorced, or in a relationship? The two of them were nothing more than temporary business partners. He shouldn't have any interest in her personal life. But like it or not, he did.
Hey, Morgan, did you hear the news?
She glanced up from the layout she was reviewing as David Butler, another account executive, entered her office and closed the door behind him. No, what's going on? The acquisition is a done deal. Morgan's stomach lurched. There'd been rumors for the past few weeks that her firm was going to be acquired by a larger agency, but management had assured them there was no immediate need for concern. So much for her firm's professed value of open, honest communication with employees. Are you sure?
I just got the email. It's probably in your inbox, too. There's a meeting in an hour.
David looked seriously worried.
What do you think is going to happen?
I don't have a clue. But she wasn't especially worried. She'd put in her time, and Clark knew she was a hard worker who went above and beyond for her job. David, on the other hand, might not fare as well. Though he was talented, he'd never put in the long hours she did or been as single-minded in his pursuit of success. He'd carved out time for other things in his life, which could come back to haunt him now. But why point any of that out? He was nervous enough as it was.
Heads could roll.
He shoved his hands in his pockets. Or not. We both have high-profile accounts. If anyone is going to be safe, it should be us. He didn't look convinced.
In a perfect world, that would be true, but you know what they say about the rat race. You have to be a rat to participate. And I have a feeling the rats are about to come crawling out of the woodwork.
Let's not panic, even though the fluttering in her own stomach increased. We'll find out more at the meeting. But the brief gathering an hour later didn't quell her concern. It was clear her own boss had no idea what was coming next. The new management had simply asked people to be patient as transition details were worked out, and had assured them there would be no immediate changes. So the summons to Clark's office on Friday didn't set off any alarm bells, until she saw a human resources staffer sitting at his conference table. She came to an abrupt halt on the threshold, dread pooling in her gut.
"Come in, Morgan. Have a seat."
Clark ushered her through the door and shut it behind her.
"Would you like a water?"
The strain in his voice matched the tautness of his features. "No, thanks."
"You know Luke Preston, don't you?"
"We've met." Morgan forced her legs to carry her forward. She shook the man's hand, then sat across from him. Clark took a seat at the head of the table and opened a folder.
"First of all, Morgan, I want you to know that your contributions to this firm have been much appreciated over the past 8 years. You're dedicated and hard-working and have great potential. If things had remained the same, I think it would be safe to say you were destined to rise high in the ranks here. But over the past few days, it's become clear our acquisition is going to have more impact on us than we first thought. Our new owner has lost a number of major accounts in the past few months, and the management there has decided to assign some of its key people to our primary accounts, many of which you handle."
He paused, took a deep breath.
"Aside from asking you to take a step back, which I would never do because I don't think it would be in your long-term best interest, we have no choice but to let you go. However, we've worked out an excellent package for you, which Luke will explain."
As the human resources representative walked her through the severance pay, extension of benefits, outplacement help, and myriad other things, Morgan listened with only half an ear as the theme song from The Twilight Zone played in her mind. This was surreal. A certifiable out-of-body experience. And it wasn't how things were supposed to work. If you gave up your life, if you devoted yourself to your job, if you made sacrifices and put your own needs last, you were supposed to be rewarded, not fired. She'd been told she was a rising star, that great things were in store for her if she kept up her pace and her focus. But it had all been a lie.
"That's the overview, Morgan."
Luke closed the folder and slid it across the table toward her.
"More details are inside. Do you have any questions?"
She forced her attention back to the man across from her, who was acting as if nothing was wrong, as if her life hadn't just been turned upside down, as if this was business as usual. And maybe it was. Maybe she'd been deluding herself all along. When she didn't respond, Luke glanced at Clark.
"We know this is a shock, Morgan."
Her boss leaned forward, brow crimping.
"And it wasn't my choice. But you'll do well wherever you go, and I'll be happy to give you a glowing recommendation."
She swallowed, tried to keep breathing. "When is this effective?"
"Immediately. The new management wants a clean and quick change. You can stay today to pack your personal things, or you can come back over the weekend, whichever is easier for you."
"This is my last day?" Another seismic shock rolled through her. "But I'm in the middle of several major campaigns. What about my clients?"
"They'll be reassigned."
Clark looked back at Luke. Then both men stood, signaling the end of the meeting.
"If you have any questions as you look over that material, just give us a call next week."
Morgan pushed herself to her feet, shook their hands as her world crumbled around her, followed Clark to the door where he ushered her out. On the other side, David went several shades paler when she emerged, as if he knew he was the next victim on the chopping block. At least she didn't have a big mortgage, a stay-at-home spouse, or 2 kids in expensive private schools. No wonder he had a deer-in-the-headlights look. Yet in a way, she felt more sorry for herself than for him. Even though he was facing a crisis, David had something she didn't have. By balancing the demands of his career with his personal life, he'd managed to find time to create a strong home life. As a result, he now had his family to sustain him, plus a strong faith based on a few comments he'd made. Her sisters would give her moral support, of course, but they were far away in dealing with their own challenges. And her relationship with God was tepid at best. Bottom line, she was on her own, and she had no idea where to go from here. All these years, she'd mapped out her future, played by the rules, done everything she was supposed to do to get ahead, taken control of her destiny. But the rules had changed with no warning, leaving her with an obsolete game plan and robbing her of the future she'd planned with such care, and making it very clear that the whole notion of control was nothing more than a fairy tale.
"I think we're ready to start the board meeting."
As Grant spoke, the 8 people milling about in the small meeting room in Portland wandered over to the conference table and took their places. When Morgan hovered in the background, he waved her forward.
"Anywhere is fine, Morgan. We don't have assigned seats."
Though she acknowledged his comment with a dip of her head, flashed him a smile, and claimed a chair at the far end of the table, something was wrong. Grant studied her as everyone settled in. She'd arrived at the meeting with literally seconds to spare, giving him no chance to talk to her. Yet even from a distance, it was obvious that in the 2 weeks since he'd visited her office, she'd lost weight. Her fair complexion was far paler than it had been that day, and the usual spark of energy that radiated from her eyes had all but disappeared. Now, however, wasn't the time to dwell on her problems. He could barely manage his own issues, and the pressing Good Shepherd financial dilemma deserved his full attention today. After greeting everyone, he briefed the board on Morgan's background and role, then moved on to a review of the camp's precarious monetary situation. But throughout the meeting, he cast frequent glances her direction. She kept her head down during his presentation and the discussion that followed. And when he tried to pull her in by asking for her input on an idea one of the board members proposed, her blank look and the faint flush that rose on her cheeks suggested she hadn't been paying attention. Her response confirmed that. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I missed your question. Could you repeat it, please?"
"Of course."
He tried for a pleasant, reassuring tone.
"Sylvia suggested we tap into alumni of the camp as we begin our fundraising effort. I was curious what you thought about that idea."
"It makes sense. Is your alumni mailing list up to date?" "As much as we can make it," Mary supplied the answer. "We try to stay in touch with the kids, but it's not easy. We've lost contact with quite a few." "Are you aware of any high-profile alumni who might be willing to go public with their support of the camp?" Now that Morgan had rejoined them, she seemed fully engaged. "A few. They could be an excellent resource. You may want to consider a black-tie fundraising dinner and auction, in addition to any other activities. Those types of events can be lucrative if they're well promoted and supported by the right people. More so if you can bring in name entertainment." I'm not sure we have the connections for that," Sylvia frowned. "I have contacts I may be able to use to help pull an event like this together." Morgan jotted on the tablet in front of her. "And I can help plan and arrange the publicity and marketing. But you may also want to think about establishing an advisory board of eminent people who can lend their names and endorsement to the camp and chair events like this. Successful alumni are an obvious choice, but the board could consist of anyone who supports your work."
So the advisory board would be permanent?
Grant rested his elbows on the table and linked his fingers. Yes. I realize the need is critical right now, and I'm confident we can pull off an event that will generate enough income to get the camp through another season. But you need people dedicated to fundraising year-round on an ongoing basis, and they have to be people with the right contacts who can get you the support you need.
Makes sense.
Grant nodded.
We'll put our heads together for potential members. How does everyone feel about the concept of a fundraising dinner?
At the murmur of assent from the board, he looked back at Morgan.
I'd say that's a go. What do you think about timing on an event like this?
I can put together preliminary ideas to circulate to the board. If we can nail this down by the February meeting, I'd say we could plan an event for early May.
Is everyone on board with that timing?
Grant scanned the room. Heads bobbed all around.
Then let's move on to other issues.
As the meeting adjourned half an hour later, Morgan packed up her satchel and appeared to be preparing to make a fast exit. But he couldn't let her leave without trying to get a read on what had dimmed the spark in her vivid green eyes, even if it was none of his business. Sylvia waylaid him before he could approach Morgan, however, who was slowly but steadily working her way toward the exit. Wrapping up with Sylvia as fast as he could, maybe a bit too fast in light of the woman's raised eyebrows, he strode over to their temporary board member seconds before she would have slipped out the door. Called up a smile.
Morgan, can you spare a minute?
She hesitated, turned back. It was all he could do to hide the wave of shock that rolled through him. Up close, she looked worse than she had at a distance. The half-moon shadows under her eyes and the fine lines at their corners spoke of stress and sleeplessness. She'd attempted to hide the pallor he'd noted earlier with a heavy application of makeup, but that only drew more attention to it. And when she lifted a hand to push her hair back from her face, her fingers were trembling. Whoa! Whatever had happened to her had been bad. Really bad. And he couldn't close his eyes to someone in such obvious pain, even if he had a boatload of his own grief to deal with.
Could I buy you a cup of coffee before you tackle the long drive back to Boston?
Those weren't the words he'd planned to say, but when they fell out of his mouth, he didn't try to take them back. After a momentary hesitation, she shook her head. Thank you, but I need to get back. She started to turn away, but when he touched her arm, she stopped, angled back again.
Look, I don't mean to pry, but is everything okay?
Yes, I'm fine. The corners of her lips rose, but the tremble in them belied her reassurance. I do have to run, though. I'll be in touch. And with that, she fled. Frowning, Grant let her go. Whatever was wrong, and something was wrong, she didn't want to talk about it. He should respect that, put her out of his mind, and focus on getting on with his life. But he had a feeling that wasn't going to be easy to do. Morgan shifted her gaze back and forth between her bank statement and the figures she'd scribbled on the lined, legal-size pad in front of her. Her financial situation wasn't looking good. Cradling her mug in her hands, she leaned back in her chair and took a sip of her lukewarm coffee as she glanced out the window and fought back a wave of panic. The bleak, gray, early February Boston sky did nothing to raise her spirits. Nor did the facts of the situation. Her severance pay was vanishing with frightening speed, as were her reserves. Maintaining the lifestyle she'd created, a prestigious address in a trendy section of town, an expensive sports car, designer clothing, dinner at fine restaurants, was expensive. But everyone she knew lived beyond their means, struggling to present an image they hoped would breed big-time success in the future. After all, people who appeared to be successful were more likely to be successful. At least that was the theory. But she couldn't maintain her lifestyle much longer without a regular salary, and she'd had zero response after blanketing the Boston advertising community with resumes, meaning she'd soon have to broaden her job search. At the moment, however, what she needed most was to hear a friendly voice, like AJ or Claire. Not that she wanted to burden her sisters with her problems when they were dealing with their own challenges, but just touching base would help stabilize her. She checked her watch. Claire would be the easiest to reach at this hour. Setting aside her coffee, she picked up her phone and tapped in the call. Her sister answered on the second ring, and even though Morgan did her best to sound upbeat, it took Claire less than 30 seconds to detect a problem. "So what's going on? You don't sound like yourself." Concern threaded through her voice. "Are you a telepath or what?" "I don't have to be. I've lived with you for years, remember? I know how to read your moods." "Is there an issue with the job?" No sense trying to skirt the question. Claire would keep pressing until she cracked. "I suppose you could say that." She took a deep breath. "I don't have it anymore." "Oh, Morgan." Claire's words were etched with dismay. "What happened?" She gave her a condensed version of the bad news. "I've been looking for another position, but I haven't had a single nibble. I don't think anything is going to turn up in Boston." "I can't believe that. With your credentials?" "All the stories in the media about the tight job market must be true." "How are you holding up emotionally?" Morgan rose, began to pace. Leave it to Claire to dive right into the messy questions. "I've been better. I mean, my work's been my life, you know? Since I was let go, I feel sort of lost. So much of my identity has been tied to my job that without the title and office and daily work, I'm not even sure who I am anymore." Which was even scarier than her diminishing bank balance. "I'll tell you who you are." Her sister's voice was fierce. "You are Morgan Williams, a smart, creative woman and world-class sister who is so much more than any job. And your worth had nothing to do with a paycheck. God doesn't value us based on what job we have or how much we earn or how high we've risen on the corporate ladder, but on who we are and the lives that have been made better because of us." Morgan couldn't argue with Claire's passionate declaration. Trouble was, she didn't fare too well on that score either. Most of her adult life had been devoted to getting ahead. Even her charitable work on the Good Shepherd board had been dictated by Aunt Jo, and she was only complying so she could get her inheritance. Unlike Grant, she had no altruistic motives. So much for hoping her sister would cheer her up. "Hey, I have a thought." Claire's tone brightened. "Why don't you go up to Aunt Jo's cottage for a few weeks? I'm sure you can conduct your job search from there, and you owe it to yourself to take some time to decompress and unwind after the high-pressure life you've lived all these years." Morgan stopped pacing, furrowed her brow as she watched a distant plane climb toward the sky. "That's not a bad idea. It seems like a perfect solution to me. Well, not totally perfect, I guess. In a perfect world, the three of us would live closer together and I could run over and give you a hug. Just hearing your voice helps. I wish I could do more. You listened and you care. That means everything. My ear is always available. Keep that in mind. And my advice is go to Maine and trust in God." As they wrapped up their call a couple of minutes later, Morgan's spirits were lighter. Though her problem hadn't been solved, connecting with her sisters was always a positive experience. And Claire's advice had been sound, at least the part about going to Maine. Trusting the Almighty would be harder for a woman who tried to run her own show for years. But maybe it was time to get out of the director's chair and try her hand at improv for a change. "Grant, it's Morgan. I wanted to let you know I'll be emailing you a first draft of the Good Shepherd fundraising campaign plan later today." Grant punched some numbers into the microwave, shifted the phone to his other ear, and sat at his kitchen table to wait for his dinner to warm.
"Thanks. I'll distribute it to the rest of the board before the next meeting."
"If anyone has any comments before then, let me know."
"Will do."
He waited for her to end the call in her usual dispense with chit-chat, get down to business, and hang up fast style. But when the silence lengthened, he spoke again.
"Is there something else we need to discuss?"
"No, but I, did want to let you know I'm planning to come back to Maine and spend some time at the cottage."
"I'll run by and confirm everything's in working order. When were you planning to come up?"
"In a week or 10 days. I'll text you my ETA when it gets a little closer."
"How long are you staying?"
There was a slight pause. "Indefinitely."
"What?"
The microwave pinged, but he ignored it. Was her extended stay related to her distraction at the Good Shepherd board meeting 2 weeks ago? Like, maybe a potential job loss? What else could have convinced a workaholic like her to downshift?
I'm surprised you're able to get away from work.
If there was a more discreet way to find out what was going on, it eluded him. The job isn't an issue anymore. My firm was taken over by another company, and a number of people were laid off. I was one of the casualties. But I'm working on lining up another position. Her upbeat tone sounded forced, suggesting her bravado was nothing more than a veneer, and a thin one at that. Given her work ethic and her priorities, a job loss would be a devastating blow to her ego, perhaps even to her identity. While he didn't buy into her work-comes-first attitude, he could definitely empathize with the emotional toll such a world-changing upheaval would wreak.
I'm sorry.
What else was there to say? These things happen. I'll survive. On the bright side, it makes meeting Aunt Jo's residency stipulation a breeze. Though she tried for a light tone, her voice was underscored with pain, easy to pick up if you were listening. Her spunk was admirable, though.
Well, Jo always found her time in Maine to be very relaxing. Maybe an extended stay in the cottage will give you a chance to decompress while you look for a new job.
You sound like my sister Claire. She and my other sister are much more balanced in their approach to life than I am. Begging the question of why Jo had paired him with Morgan. And as he said goodbye to his co-heir and pulled his nuke dinner from the microwave, he thought back to what he'd told Morgan not long ago. That Jo was a sound thinker who no doubt had her reasons for the strange stipulations and pairings she'd orchestrated in her will. But for the life of him, he couldn't figure out what they were in this case. Chapter 7. Thank heaven the weather had been decent on her drive north. Morgan pulled onto Seaside's Main Street and continued to the town's sole grocery store. This time she was going to stock up on provisions before she went to the cottage. Lesson learned on that score. She whipped through her list in record time, thanks to the small selection at the general store. But the place was quaint, with a pot-bellied stove in one corner where 2 patrons were playing checkers. Her lips twitched. What the store lacked in variety, it made up for in atmosphere. 15 minutes later, dusk was beginning to descend as she started down the secondary road to the cottage. Unlike rush hour in Boston, which would be in full swing, cars here were few and far between, the pace slow and relaxed. A welcome change after the last hectic week of putting her furnishings into storage, closing up her apartment, and tying up other loose ends. When she arrived at the cottage, it didn't take her long to settle in. And by the time she unpacked her clothes and set up her computer, hunger had set in. While she heated a microwave dinner, she flipped on the TV to catch the end of the news, only half listening until a story about Valentine's Day caught her attention. She frowned. Was today February 14th? How could she have lost track of the calendar that had once ordered her days? Then again, it wasn't as if Valentine's Day had ever been more than an inconsequential blip on her radar. Not that she was averse to romance. A husband and family were certainly on her agenda. Someday. But other, more pressing priorities had always trumped love. And robbed her of something precious and priceless, as she'd been forced to acknowledge the day of Christine's funeral. She picked up the remote, turned off the TV. But she couldn't turn off her train of thought. The truth was, if she hadn't lost her job, it was possible she would someday have reached the pinnacle of success that had beckoned to her. Perhaps she'd have been powerful and wealthy and respected in the business world. Yet she had a feeling she would also have been alone, that she would never have found time for the things that gave life its real meaning, the things that mattered in the end. Even more disheartening? It might already be too late to find them. She sank down on the couch, stared at the churning gray sea in the distance. At 35, she wasn't exactly over the hill, but her biological clock was ticking, and it wasn't as if eligible men were coming out of the woodwork. Maybe she'd already lost her chance for love. Maybe she'd end up alone after all. And maybe she ought to can this depressing line of thinking before her Valentine's Day went from bad to worse. Turning up the collar of his jacket, Grant knocked on the door of Joe's cottage. At a dull thud from the other side of the door, he furrowed his brow.
"Morgan? Everything okay in there? It's Grant."
A few seconds later, the chain slid back and she pulled the door open. "Sorry, I was carrying a log-in from the deck and you startled me. In the 2 days I've been here, the only sounds I've heard have been the waves and gulls. Come in." He stepped inside, waiting until she closed the door behind him to speak.
"I'm not staying long. I meant to stop by the day you arrived, but I've been busy."
"No worries. I've settled in fine, and I'm well stocked with food after my last fiasco. The quaint general store that seems to double as a social club had everything I needed." He hiked up one side of his mouth.
"You must have seen Ralph and Joe playing checkers in the back."
"How did you know?"
"They're fixtures at the place."
He glanced toward the living room.
"I'm glad you're making use of the fireplace."
"That's one luxury I didn't have in Boston. Thanks for stacking some wood on the deck. Can I offer you a cup of coffee?" He ought to go. He had 2 more errands on his list before he called it a day, and dusk was already settling in. But maybe Morgan would welcome a bit of conversation. In her prior life, it was unlikely an hour, let alone days, went by without human contact.
"That would hit the spot. Thanks. How's the job search going?"
"Nothing yet, but I'm working on it."
"I'm sure an opening will pop up. It's obvious from the plan you created for Good Shepherd that you have talent. I passed it on to the rest of the board, and so far the response has been more than enthusiastic. Everyone's excited about the possibilities and anxious to get everything finalized at the next meeting."
"I'm still working my contacts, but I hope to have good news by then. Go ahead and have a seat in the living room." He strolled deeper into the cottage, detouring toward the deck to pick up the log Morgan had dropped inside the door. When he crouched to put it in the fireplace, he watched her out of the corner of his eye. Her movements were a tad jerky, suggesting she was stressed out and had way more nervous energy than she knew what to do with. She also seemed fragile, almost brittle, as if she might break at the slightest provocation. And when she joined him and held out the coffee, her hand was trembling. As Grant took the mug, their fingers brushed. Hers were icy. For the briefest instant, an urge to take her hands in his, cocoon her slender fingers, let the warmth of his skin seep into hers, swept over him with tsunami force. At the out-of-the-blue, totally inappropriate impulse, his heart lost its rhythm and he took an abrupt step back, slugged his coffee to buy him a few seconds to regain his equilibrium. Big mistake. The hot liquid scalded his throat and he started to cough. Forehead rumpling, Morgan moved closer and placed a hand on his arm, alarm scoring her features. "Are you okay?" No, he wasn't. Because now that she was standing inches away, it was impossible to miss the tiny flecks of gold in her deep green eyes, or the faint sprinkling of freckles that dotted her fair skin, or the long sweeping lashes and soft, full lips that... Enough. This was all wrong. He didn't even like Morgan Williams. So why was he suddenly feeling attracted to her? It didn't make sense. However, the sudden crushing guilt that pressed in on him, squeezing the air from his lungs, did make sense. He'd just lost his wife, whom he'd loved with all his heart. He shouldn't be attracted to this woman, or any woman. He needed to leave, now. If he could just get his feet to cooperate. The sudden ring of Morgan's phone was a welcome diversion, although it took her a moment to break eye contact. Let me grab that." She sounded a bit breathless. Once she disappeared toward the kitchen, Grant took a few more cautious sips of his coffee, pulled on his gloves, and positioned himself near the front door for a fast escape. When she returned, she stopped several feet away. "Good."
"I have to run. Thanks for the coffee. Let me know if you need anything while you're here. And good luck with the job search."
He fumbled for the doorknob behind him as he finished his stilted farewell. "Thanks." She folded her arms and offered him a smile that seemed forced. "At least I've plenty of time to work on the Good Shepherd project. and that task gives me a reason to interact with people. It gets pretty quiet out here." His hand froze on the knob. Maybe too quiet for someone like her, who was used to interacting with dozens of people every day. His overpowering urge to beat a hasty retreat lost some of its potency as several things registered. The dark smudges under her lashes that indicated sleeplessness. The tremor in her hands, more pronounced than it had been earlier, confirming she was on edge. The weight loss that suggested her appetite wasn't good. All signs of depression, as he knew too well. While Morgan appeared to be a strong woman, even strong people could cave under sufficient pressure, and having your world turned upside down fell into the category of serious pressure. Maybe contact with other people would help her regain her balance. Except she didn't know anyone up here other than him and his family, and after what had just happened, he couldn't spend time with her alone. But maybe he could recruit Kit to help. She had tons of empathy and excellent people skills. Plus, she and Morgan had hit it off at Christmas. In the meantime, he owed Morgan a response to her last comment.
"Jo chose this spot years ago because she wanted a place that felt removed from the world."
She found it.
"Have you explored the property at all?"
Exercise wasn't a bad antidote to the blues either. No, I didn't know where the boundaries were, and there's been too much snow to go tramping around.
Jo owned 3 acres, so this whole spit of land was hers. There's a bench down at the point that looks out to sea. It was one of her favorite places to sit. The roads are clear now, too, if you're in the mood for a walk.
I'll keep that in mind. There was no excuse to prolong his visit.
I'll be in touch.
He opened the door. Thanks. He strode to his truck, pausing when he reached it to angle back toward the cottage. Morgan's lithe form was silhouetted in the doorway, warm light spilling around her. She raised a hand in farewell, and he responded before climbing behind the wheel. As he put the truck in gear and drove into the twilight, he glanced in the rearview mirror. She was still standing in the doorway, looking far too appealing. Shifting his focus back to the road, he gritted his teeth. There was a logical explanation for his reaction to Morgan, of course. For close to 3 endless years, he'd been alone, caught in a time warp, as days turned into weeks and weeks turned into years, while Christine clung tenuously to life. And each day, as he'd sat by her bedside and held her unresponsive hand, he'd ached for the simple pleasures of the happy marriage he'd once known. The tender touches, the warm, intimate smiles, the private jokes, the cuddles by the fire on cold winter evenings, the sense of contentment, and the feeling that all was right with the world. How he missed those days. And apparently the emptiness of his solitary existence had at last caught up with him, and Morgan had been in the right place at the right time. It was possible he would have had the same reaction to any woman. But as the darkness closed around him, hiding her from his sight, he had a sinking feeling that explanation wouldn't stand the test of time. Talk about a depressing day. Morgan scrubbed at her forehead where a faint throb was beginning to beat, blinked to clear her vision. 3 back-to-back rejections from firms she'd had high hopes would come through for her. Bottom line, no one wanted her. As the walls of Aunt Jo's cottage closed in on her, she stood, snatched up her purse, threw on her coat, and fled to the car. Maybe a change of scene would lift her spirits. For a while, she drove aimlessly, paying no attention to her surroundings, until the small white church she'd visited on Christmas appeared in front of her, its tall white spire pointing heavenward. If AJ or Claire were here, they wouldn't hesitate to go in. In fact, neither of them would have ended up here randomly, as she had. They would have made a conscious effort to seek out divine guidance. But even if she was here by fluke rather than choice, it wouldn't hurt to stop in, if the door was open on a weekday. A long shot, but worth checking out. As it turned out, the door was unlocked. She slipped inside to find sunlight streaming through the tall, clear windows that soared to the upper level and offered a stunning view of the deep blue wintry sky. Unfortunately, the heat in the building didn't seem to be turned on, and she shoved her hands into the pockets of her coat. Too bad she'd left her gloves in the car, but it wasn't worth making a trip back to retrieve them for the short stay she'd planned. Morgan slid into the last pew, shoulders slumping. For 13 years, to the exclusion of everything else, she'd poured her heart and soul into building a career in advertising. She'd neglected her sisters, given up any semblance of a personal life, and turned away from God. And what did she have to show for her sacrifices? Zip. Morgan clenched her fingers inside her pockets. AJ and Claire had never understood why she'd become so obsessed with success, had never been as worried as she'd always been about ending up like their mother, struggling to make ends meet because of Dad's untimely death. But what was wrong with wanting security? Maybe nothing, unless you took your quest to an extreme, as she had. And in the end, she'd failed anyway, despite the steep price she'd paid, including estrangement from God. Her sister's faith, on the other hand, seemed solid despite the trials they'd faced. But maybe it was easier to remain faithful when times were tough, when you needed an anchor and a guiding hand. Success, on the other hand, could give you a false sense of independence and self-reliance, arrogance even, making it easier to push God aside and think you didn't need him. But she needed him now. Bowing her head, she laid her heart bare and asked for what she needed most: mercy, forgiveness, wisdom, guidance, perspective. As she prayed, a tear slipped from her eye, then another. She didn't try to stop them, because she needed to cry, for all the mistakes she'd made, for all the things she'd missed, for all the wrong choices she'd made, and for the yesterdays she couldn't change that could very well affect all of her tomorrows. Grant gave the screwdriver one final twist and tested the door of the church's vestment cabinet. Hinge fixed. He put his tools back in his kit, closed and fastened the lid, and checked his watch. Dad and Uncle Pete would be waiting for him to help load the matching brake fronts they were supposed to deliver tomorrow. He needed to hustle. After flipping off the light in the sacristy, he exited into the sanctuary, his rubber-soled work boots noiseless on the marble floor. But halfway to the back door, he came to an abrupt halt. A woman sat alone in the last pew, and though her head was bowed, the distinctive dark copper hair gave away her identity. It was Morgan. Now what? Considering her dejected posture, calling out to her could be a mistake. She might be embarrassed to be caught in such a private moment. But he had to lock up before he left, and he couldn't do that with her inside. Best solution? Return to the sacristy and make enough noise to clue her into his presence. He retreated quietly, rattled a chair, and returned to find her standing up and looking far more composed, though her eyes widened when she caught sight of him.
"Hi."
He moved down the aisle toward her.
"This is unexpected."
"Likewise. I was passing by and decided to pay a quick visit. What's your excuse?"
"I stopped by to fix a hinge on a vestment cabinet I made for the church several years ago. I'm sorry if I disturbed you."
She sighed. "To tell you the truth, I couldn't be much more disturbed than I already am." A jolt ricocheted through him at her surprising admission, but he did his best to mask his shock.
"No news on the job front?"
"No. My life's kind of a train wreck at the moment." Her voice broke, and when a tear slipped from her eye and trailed down her cheek, she flushed, swiped it away. "Sorry, I don't usually lose control."
"You've had a lot thrown at you."
"But I should be able to cope better than this. A job loss isn't the end of the world."
"It's the end of the world you knew before."
If he hung around, he was going to be late for Dad and Uncle Pete. Yet how could he walk out on someone in distress? At the very least, he could offer her his ear.
"Would you like to sit and talk for a few minutes?"
Indecision flared in her eyes. "Are you sure you have time?"
"Yes."
He slipped into a pew.
"I'm in no hurry."
Not quite true, but Dad and Uncle Pete would understand. After a moment, she joined him, vertical creases denting her brow. I feel guilty burdening you with my petty problems in light of what you're dealing with. When I think of all the years you were faithful to Christine, only to lose her in the end, I can't begin to fathom that kind of heartbreak. He took a slow breath, waiting until the ever-present pain in his heart ebbed to a dull throb.
We all have our crosses to bear. I've had years to learn how to live with mine. Yours is new, and sometimes a different perspective can offer new insights.
He angled toward her, keeping his posture open and receptive.
So tell me what's going on.
He listened as she talked about her feelings of betrayal, failure, isolation, and diminished self-worth. Her words rushed out, gained momentum like the sudden release of a pressure valve. I know in my heart that I'm more than my job. She pinched the bridge of her nose as she wound down. But so much of my life has been focused on my work that the rest of me somehow got lost. And I'm not sure how to find it again, or even where to look.
Maybe you just need to give yourself some time.
Her lips contorted into a wry twist. Patience has never been my strong suit.
A lot of us struggle with that.
Her expression grew skeptical. You strike me as a very patient man.
I'm better than I used to be, but patience doesn't come to me naturally. However, I learned a lot these past few years about acknowledging that we aren't always in charge, about letting go, about trusting that things happen in God's time, not always in ours.
All of those are tough to do, especially when being in charge, taking control, and getting ahead as fast as possible are the values of the world you've lived in.
Not every world is like that.
Yours certainly doesn't seem to be. She cocked her head. Have you always lived here?
Yes.
Didn't you ever aspire to spread your wings in the bigger world?
No. Maine is home. It's where I belong. What would the bigger world offer me that I don't already have here? My faith, my family, work I love. What more is there?
She let out a slow, shaky breath as admiration and something more warmed her eyes. I envy the confidence you have about your place in the world. I'm still searching for mine. These days, that chore feels like trying to navigate the back roads around here without a map. A shiver rippled through her, and she pulled her coat more tightly around her body, rubbed her hands together.
You're cold.
Why hadn't he noticed before how chilly the church was? Then again, his heavy winter parka would provide far more insulation than Morgan's fashionable wool coat, which might be fine for running between buildings in Boston, but wasn't designed for extended exposure to the cold. Mostly my hands. I left my gloves in the car.
Let me warm them up for you.
He reached for them, cocooning her icy fingers between his palms.
Better?
Her breath hitched as she focused on their entwined hands. So did his. Touching her had been a mistake. His intention might have been innocent, but holding her hands felt good. Too good, which meant it was wrong. The better way to warm her up would have been to escort her to her car where she could have turned on the heater. Just as he prepared to release her hands, she looked up, and at the longing in her eyes, his mouth went dry and his pulse stuttered. Because suddenly he wanted to do more than hold her hands, which was also wrong. It was much too soon after Christine's death to be having these kinds of traitorous feelings. He dropped Morgan's hands and stood, jamming his own hands in his pockets.
It's too cold to sit in here.
His voice was as rough as unhewn wood.
You'll warm up faster in your car with the heater cranked up.
Yes. She rose too, distress and confusion filling her eyes. I should leave. In silence, she followed him to the door and stepped outside, waiting as he locked it behind them. Then she turned to him with a smile that was too bright. Thanks for listening.
Anytime.
But that was a lie. There couldn't be another time, because Morgan was too lovely and he was too lonely, which was a very dangerous combination. Chapter 8. Yoo-hoo! Anybody home? Morgan walked across the back deck to the edge of Aunt Jo's cottage and peered around the side. The sliver of an unfamiliar SUV came into view. "I'm around back." A moment later, Kit appeared from the front of the house. "Hi there! In the mood for a visitor?" "Absolutely." Morgan flashed her a smile. "I've gotten kind of tired of talking to the squirrels and chipmunks." Kit joined her on the deck, toting a small white box. "Sounds like a case of cabin fever to me. Are you going stir-crazy?" "Not really. I've been busy with my job search and working on the Good Shepherd project, and I've started taking long walks, at your brother's suggestion. He comes up with a decent idea now and then." Kit's lips bowed as she gave the sea a sweep. "I always thought Serenity Point had the best view in the area, but it's a little chilly for deck sitting today, isn't it? I just came out for a quick breath of fresh air. Can I offer you some coffee?" "Sure, and I brought a crumb cake. The bakery in town has the world's best." She held up the box. "That sounds tempting." Morgan led the way inside. "Just move the stuff on the table aside while I get the coffee. I was working on the camp project right before you came, and it sort of took over." "How's it going?" "Not bad. I think the board will be pleased with what I've lined up. Are you involved with the camp?" "Only in a minor capacity. I don't know if Grant told you, but I'm a graphic designer. I do most of the design and layouts for any printed materials the camp needs." Morgan set 2 mugs of coffee, plates, and forks on the table, then handed Kit a knife. "I'll let you do the honors. And no, Grant didn't tell me that. I figured the job of being a mother to 15-year-old twins as well as a minister's wife would keep you plenty busy." "Those 2 roles can be demanding." She cut them each a generous piece of cake. "But I love graphic design too, so I've always managed to keep one foot in the field. Working for myself out of my house gives me a ton of flexibility and control. I can take as much or as little work as I want." "It sounds like you have the best of both worlds. A career you enjoy, but also time for other pursuits." "That's true. I can't imagine not working at all, but I never wanted a job to be my primary focus." "I learned the folly of that course recently, and not by choice." Kit's eyes softened. "Grant told me your firm was acquired and that you lost your job in the reorganization. I'm sorry. That had to be tough." "It was a shock, that's for sure. I don't miss the stress or the pressure, but I do miss the work." "Have you thought about freelancing or starting your own small agency?" Morgan broke off a second bite of cake with the side of her fork. "That sounds viable in theory, but it's tough to compete with the big guys. They've got the market sewn up in most cities." "I hear ya. Are you committed to staying in Boston?" "No. I expanded my job search a while back, but I haven't had any positive responses yet." "It may take time to connect." She made a face and speared her bite of cake. "Patience isn't my strong suit, as I told Grant a few days ago. I just want everything to be settled." She slid the cake into her mouth, chewed. "You know, I kind of envy him. Despite the terrible tragedy with his wife, he radiates a sense of contentment. He comes across as a man who's found his place in the world. You have him pegged. He's completely happy with his life here, and he loves his work. Even though he went away to college to please Dad, I think he always knew he'd come home." "He went to college?" That was news. "Yes, in Boston. He has a degree in electrical engineering, finished top in his class, and had more job offers than he could keep track of." "I had no idea." Strange that he hadn't mentioned his degree the day they talked in her office, when she'd inadvertently insulted him. Or maybe not. Maybe he didn't feel any need to bolster his ego or defend his choices. He doesn't talk about it much, but that wasn't the career he wanted. And deep in his heart, I think Dad was glad when Grant came home, because the cabinet shop has been in the family for 3 generations. Still, he wanted Grant to have other options and something to fall back on in case the business ever went south. He also wanted me to have a degree under my belt. That may have been the one subject Mom and Dad saw eye to eye on. Morgan chased a wayward crumb from the topping around her plate. If Kit was in a talkative mood, maybe she could glean a bit more information about Grant's mother. "I saw her at the funeral. She looked very sophisticated." "She is. I was glad she came that day. She lives in Boston and doesn't make it up for many family events. She's vice president of a major financial institution. When Kit mentioned the name, Morgan's eyebrows rose.
I'm impressed.
It's what she always wanted. She went back to school right after I was born and got her degree in economics. Then she enrolled in a weekend program in Boston for her MBA. She worked in Brunswick for a while, but when I was 15 and Grant was 11, she was offered a job in Boston at her current firm. Morgan blinked.
So she just left?
More or less. Mom and Dad had been drifting apart by then, anyway. Work had begun to consume Mom's time, and Dad had taken on most of the household and child-rearing duties. They parted more or less amicably, and Dad took custody of us. Since Kit seemed at ease with the subject, Morgan broached another question.
Does she stay in regular touch?
She usually sends a card on our birthdays and holidays, and she tries to come up for important family functions, but our contact is infrequent at best. At Kit's matter-of-fact account, Morgan studied her.
You seem okay with that.
I am now, but it was hard at first. Even though she was busy with work when she lived in Seaside, at least she was physically present. I missed that when she left. And like Grant, I was angry. But I manifested it differently, by withdrawing more into myself. Over time, though, I realized that Mom should never have gotten married and had kids. Some people just aren't cut out for that role. And Dad has always been a rock. It was a lot tougher on Grant, who was still a little kid when Mom left. He went through a rough stretch.
He mentioned that once in conjunction with how he met Aunt Jo.
She was a godsend for him. We all loved her, but she took him under her wing in a special way. And even though she was only here a few weeks a year, she made it a point to stay in touch, which is something Mom never did, and Grant never forgot that.
That sounds like there are still some bad feelings on his end.
There are. I think Grant's forgiven Mom, and he's realized she wasn't cut out to be a mother, but he's a man who honors his commitments, and he's never forgotten that she didn't honor hers. So I don't think he respects her very much, nor does he feel any sort of emotional tie to her.
I can understand that, and I admire you for being able to get past your resentment.
Kit shrugged and gathered up the crumbs on her plate with her fork. It doesn't do any good to think about what might have been, and we've been blessed in so many other ways as a family. She finished her cake and set her fork down. Moving on to a different subject, I had an idea I wanted to pass on. You don't sound like you're interested in going freelance right now on a permanent basis, but would you consider taking some small short-term jobs while you're waiting to connect somewhere?
I suppose so, but I don't know where they'd come from.
Well, I do work for agencies who have clients all over this area. They're smaller businesses that can't afford big agency fees, but they still need help with advertising and marketing. Can I drop your name a few places? While freelancing hadn't been on her radar, it wouldn't be a bad idea to keep her skills fresh. Plus, some income would be welcome.
Sure.
Kit glanced at her watch, took a last swallow of coffee, and stood. I've been your ear long enough for one day. Grant always says I can outtalk any politician, so I hope I didn't overwhelm you. Not at all. I enjoyed the company, and the coffee cake was delicious. We'll do it again soon. After seeing her off at the door, Morgan returned to the kitchen and refilled her mug. Continued to the bay window in back, watching the gulls dip and soar as she sipped her java. Kit's upbeat attitude had been a bright spot in the day. Plus, Grant's sister had been a font of pertinent information. And armed with all the new background she'd offered, Morgan had no difficulty pinpointing the initial source of tension between her and her co-heir. With her single-minded focus on work, she'd reminded him of his mother. But she'd learned a lot since then, and her focus was changing, which should smooth out their relationship a bit. Not that it mattered, of course. She didn't plan to take up permanent residence in Aunt Jo's cottage, and Grant's love for his wife was strong and true. Bottom line, they were ships that passed in the night. Or, in this case, on the quaint Maine byways Grant called home and Aunt Jo had loved. But wouldn't it be something if the little spark that had leapt between them on occasion had a chance to combust? Where might that lead? She leaned a shoulder against the window frame and watched a distant ship move across the horizon toward unknown destination, following a carefully plotted course. Though that course might have to be altered if the ship ran into a squall. Like her own course had shifted after storms disrupted her plans. Funny thing, though, the job loss didn't seem to be as disastrous as it once had. Because meeting Grant had given her a new perspective. She took another sip of the rich, fragrant brew as she called up his image in her mind and cataloged his features. Vivid blue eyes, well-formed nose, strong jawline, often with an appealing hint of 5 o'clock shadow. Fine lines radiating from the corners of his lashes that suggested he'd once laughed more than he did now. Other lines that spoke of strain, but also of character and maturity. Neatly trimmed hair, a fine sprinkling of silver among the sandy brown strands at his temples. But beyond his physical features, he also radiated strength and integrity and honor and courage. He was the kind of man who could make you feel safe, protected, cared for. But he wasn't for her, despite the electricity that had begun to sizzle in the air when they were together. On her end, anyway. And unless she wanted to mess up her peace of mind more than it already was, she'd do well to remember that.
I think we'd better get started. Could everyone take their seats?
As the board members joined him at the conference table, Grant glanced toward the door. Again. He'd delayed the start of the February meeting as long as possible, but 10 minutes was his limit, even if Morgan still wasn't here. And she hadn't forgotten about the gathering. When he'd run into her at church on Sunday, she'd mentioned seeing him today. Could she have had car trouble? Or an accident? The roads were slick, and she was still unfamiliar with... The door burst open, and as Morgan rushed in, all heads swiveled her direction. "Sorry, I'm late." She paused inside the door, sounding breathless, as if she'd run all the way to the meeting room from her car. "I was on the phone dealing with Good Shepherd business, and the call delayed my departure. But I hope you'll think the result justifies my tardiness."
"We were just getting started. Have a seat."
Grant motioned her in.
"We're all anxious to hear what you have to say."
She took a place at the far end of the table, opened her briefcase, and withdrew several sheets of paper. "Before I brief you on today's phone call, are there any comments on the preliminary plan I developed?" "I thought it looked great." Sylvia raised her coffee cup in salute, "and I like the addition of a silent auction." A murmur of assent spread throughout the group. "Excellent." Morgan tapped the sheets of paper into a neat stack in front of her and linked her fingers on top. "I've been busy since we last met. As some of you know, I spent a number of years with a prominent ad agency in Boston, and during my tenure, I developed contacts in the corporate world. Many of the companies I dealt with have well-established charitable outreach efforts, so I called the ones I thought might be interested in assisting with our project. I'm happy to say the response was overwhelming." Morgan read off the list of companies that had offered to support the fundraising dinner, either through direct donations, by buying a table, or by offering goods and services. "I think the basic cost of the dinner will be covered, which means that every penny we bring in will go to the camp. But I've saved the best news for last, and that's the call I took right before I drove down here today." At the energy and excitement pinging off her, Grant leaned forward. Whatever news she had must be very good. She withdrew another sheet of paper from the stack in front of her. "One of the clients I worked with has a promotional relationship with a prominent singer." When she mentioned the entertainer's name, Grant arched his eyebrows. "My former client offered to speak with her agent to see if she might be willing to entertain at our event, and I spoke with her agent just before I left today. I'm delighted to tell you the answer is yes. Plus, she'll waive her usual fee. All we have to do is pick up her expenses, which should be minimal." A collective gasp went up around the table, and then the room erupted in excited chatter. When Morgan glanced his way, Grant gave her a grateful smile.
"I think it's safe to say we're all overwhelmed."
A hint of color bloomed on her cheeks. "I can't take too much credit. My corporate contacts did all the work."
"But you had those contacts. We didn't."
I'm glad they came in handy for a worthwhile cause, but there's still a lot of specifics to iron out. I can work on the publicity and promotional materials, but we also need to choose a venue and handle all of the event planning details. The board can take care of that part. Sylvia adjusted her glasses. We'll divide up into committees. And I have good news on the alumni list, Mary said. I've gone through the roster and identified a number of prominent people in the business and political arena who may be willing to serve on an advisory board and lend their names to our efforts. Grant, as president, you should probably extend the invitation.
I'll take care of it. Just give me the contact information. Now let's settle on a date for the dinner.
After some discussion, the board arrived at both a primary and backup date. Grant refocused on Morgan.
Is there anything else we should do today?
I think everything's under control. Kit told me she designs the brochures and print pieces for Good Shepherd, so should I work with her to develop layouts for the materials we'll need?
Yes, I'll let her know you'll be calling.
Sylvia tapped her pen on the table. Have you been out to the camp, Morgan? No. You should go. It would help to have a feel for the place if you're going to be developing promotional materials. That's a great idea, Mary nodded. It's quiet right now, of course, but Joe and Elizabeth would be happy to show you around, or Grant could take you out. He frowned. Spend hours with Morgan one-on-one? Not happening. Not after those sparks in the cottage.
That would take most of a day, Mary.
He kept his tone conversational, trying to disguise the panic that had flared at the notion of playing tour guide. With all the time Morgan's put into this effort, I would think that's the least you could do. You know the place better than all of us put together. Morgan gave him a glance that felt a bit too discerning and stepped back in. I'm sure I can develop the materials using the background information Grant gave me. I agree with Mary. Sylvia spoke up again. A guided tour with someone on the board would be helpful. How can you credibly sell a place to potential donors if you haven't even seen it? They were right. And if he cared as much about the camp as he claimed, he'd suck it up and put aside his personal reservations about a tour.
Your point is valid, Sylvia. I'll work with Morgan and see if we can find a time that fits both our schedules.
He directed his next comment to her.
I'll give you a call in a few days.
Morgan nodded. That'll be fine. He moved on to other business, and when he wrapped up the meeting, Morgan made a quick escape. Probably for the best. He could use a little time to shore up his defenses before committing to a tour date. And if she was half as aware of the potent sparks that had ignited between them as he was, she couldn't be any more willing than him to do anything that would stoke up an attraction that had zero chance of going anywhere. Kit, these are fantastic. Morgan leaned closer to examine the designs for the Good Shepherd materials that the other woman had spread out on the table in Aunt Jo's cottage. Thank you for bringing over hard copies. I'm kind of old school about that. I think they're easier for clients to review than laptop-size electronic files. And I'm glad you like them. After we talked on the phone and you gave me the copy length, I thought I'd go ahead and get a jump on the job, given our abbreviated time frame. With the fundraiser barely 2 months off, the invitations and brochures should go out as soon as possible. Agreed, and I appreciate how quickly you tackled this. I think we should give them to Grant to share with the board, then move into production as soon as we have the green light. I'll have the copy finalized in the next few days. Do you want to run these by Grant, or shall I? Morgan perused the layouts again, buying herself a few seconds. After their last exchange at the board meeting about a camp visit, it might be best to lay low until he initiated contact. If he initiated contact. It had been obvious he didn't want to be her tour guide. What had been less obvious was why. Was he just extra busy, or had he felt the sparks between them too and gotten as spooked as she had? Impossible to know for sure. She straightened up. Why don't you do it? I'm sort of off the beaten path here, and you see him more often than I do. Consider it done. Kit gathered the materials together and began sliding them back into her portfolio case. When is he driving you out to the camp? Morgan did a double take. How did you know about that? I have my sources. Kit grinned. In this case, I called the office to ask Mary to email me a JPEG of the logo, and she told me about the tour idea. Well, I haven't heard from him yet, and if it doesn't work out with his schedule, I can finish the copy without a visit. It would help to see the place, though. I'll remind him when I drop these off. No, that's okay. A too fast and too vehement response, based on Kit's raised eyebrows. Tamping down her alarm, she called up a smile. Well, I imagine he's busy, and the brochures he sent are informative. A visit isn't necessary. Kit sized her up, but thankfully she didn't pursue the subject. Whatever. Email me the final copy and let me know if the board has any changes on the layouts. Or I'll let you know, depending on who hears first. She zipped her case shut. I'll walk you to the door. As Kit rummaged in her pocket for her keys, she also withdrew a folded slip of paper. I can't believe I almost left without giving you this. I talked to March Henderson at the Brunswick Tourist Bureau. I do quite a bit of work for them. They're looking for someone to develop a new marketing program, and I mentioned your name. She said she'd love to hear from you. Morgan took the slip of paper. You were serious about sending me work. Of course, but there's no obligation. I'm just passing on the opportunity in case you're interested. I'll talk to you soon. Morgan waved her off, then fingered the slip of paper in her hand. It wasn't exactly the big time, but a job like this might be fun. Besides, it was the only offer she'd had, and until something more permanent came through to refill her depleted coffers, it would be foolish to look a gift horse in the mouth. So what gives with you and Morgan? As Kit pulled the fundraising layouts out of her portfolio and handed them to him, Grant schooled his features into a neutral mask. What do you mean? She jumped all over me when I offered to remind you about the camp tour. Maybe she doesn't want to go. He kept his inflection calm and cool, even if Kit's comment sent a caution flag waving in his mind. Nope, don't buy it. Why not? I think she thinks you don't want to take her. He scrunched up his brow. Why would you think that? Call it intuition, she shrugged. So why haven't you called her to set it up? I've been busy. Too busy for camp stuff? Her eyebrows peaked. Not buying that either. Good Shepherd is always a top priority for you. And this wouldn't take more than a few hours of your time. I'll get to it when I get to it, okay? She scrutinized him. I know you two don't always see eye to eye, but Morgan's doing us a big favor. Why are you dragging your feet? Planting his fists on his hips, he glared at her. You are really stubborn, you know that? Kit mirrored his posture, and even though she was a good 6 inches shorter than him, she got as close to his face as she could. It runs in the family. When she didn't back off, he threw up his hands. Fine, I'll call her. Now will you lay off? Absolutely. She gave him a sweet smile before issuing an additional instruction. And be nice to her. She's had a tough stretch. Yeah, she had. And Kit's directive would be easy to follow. Too easy, which scared him. Hey, Kit elbowed him. What are you thinking? At his sister's question, he refocused on her. She was still studying him, her eyes curious and much too perceptive. In general, her empathy and insights were assets. Not today. Because if she delved too deep into his heart, she might discover some things that surprised her. Things best kept hidden until he figured out how to deal with them. Except he didn't even know where to start. So after hustling her out, he drew a steadying breath and sent a silent plea heavenward for strength and guidance. The last thing he wanted to do was dishonor the memory of Christine and the special love they'd shared. But Morgan's appeal was potent. And only with the help of a higher power would he be able to resist the unexpected and unwanted attraction that had sprung up between them, threatening to send his world into yet another tailspin. Chapter 9. With a dismayed huff, Morgan surveyed herself in the mirror as Grant's wardrobe instructions replayed in her mind. Warmth and boots she'd been able to manage, but nothing in her closet had qualified as the old clothes he'd specified. A cashmere sweater and designer jeans would have to do. Truth be told, if his call last night hadn't taken her off guard, she'd have come up with an excuse to refuse his invitation to visit the camp today. After all, most of the promotional copy was finished. She'd even been able to incorporate endorsements from prominent alumni culled from the list Mary maintained. She didn't have to see the camp in order to make the written appeal effective. On the other hand, she did enjoy his company. Grant was a refreshing change from many of the men she'd met in the advertising world, where form often took precedence over substance, and image was everything. Not so with Grant. Her co-heir had no pretense. He was what he seemed to be, an honest, caring, principled man who had his head on straight and whose values and priorities were in order. And while he might not be interested in a new relationship, if there was one man like him, maybe there were others who were more available. Though that thought gave her little comfort. A knock sounded, and she rubbed her damp palms against her jeans, strode to the front door, and twisted the knob. Grant stood on the other side, dressed as he'd been the day he visited her office. Sheepskin-lined jacket, worn jeans that fit like a second skin, and rugged boots, all of which enhanced his already potent masculinity. "Morning?" She did her best to rein in her unruly pulse. He gave her a quick head-to-toe, cleared his throat. "Good morning. Would you like some coffee before we leave?" No thanks. We should get started if you're ready. It's a long drive. Let me grab my coat." She left the door open and he took one step inside. As she shrugged into her fleece-lined quilted coat, however, he moved beside her and held the sleeves for her. "Thanks." "No worries." He stepped back at once and shoved his hands in his pockets, as if he wanted to put as much distance between them as possible. Shoot. The tension vibrating in the air didn't bode well for a relaxing day. When he turned to exit, she remained where she was. "Grant." He stopped, glanced over his shoulder. "Something wrong?" "I'm not certain, but I think you were roped into this tour, and if you have other pressing matters to deal with today, we don't have to visit the camp." Indecision flickered in his eyes for a nanosecond, but then he shook his head. No, we should go. Sylvia and Mary were right. After all the work you've done, you should see the place. And Joe and Elizabeth are expecting us." Rather than make an issue of it, she dipped her head. "In that case, let's go." He gave her a hand up into his truck, then climbed in beside her. As he guided the vehicle down Aunt Joe's narrow lane and pulled onto the road, she tried to think of an innocuous topic that would ease the tension between them. "It's a pretty day for a road trip." "We're lucky. March can be iffy up here, but this has been a mild winter overall." She snorted. "That's not how I remember Christmas Eve." "That was a nasty storm. You just picked a bad day to arrive." "At least it's been more moderate for the past 3 weeks. In fact, I've started taking walks like you suggested. And Kit sent some work my way. Between that and job hunting and the Good Shepherd campaign, I've been keeping busy." "Busy is good, up to a point. By the way, every time I talk to one of the board members, they sing your praises. They can't believe you pulled off such stellar entertainment or lined up all those corporate sponsors." "I'm glad something positive came out of all my years in advertising." "Still nothing on the job front?" He shot her a quick look. "No. I broadened my search, though, so that may produce results. But let's talk about the subject of the day. Tell me more about the camp and your experience there." His posture relaxed a hair as they tooled along the country roads. "It's on the shores of Spruce Lake, not far from Lewiston. And it's beautiful, as you saw from the material I passed along to you. But I didn't appreciate the setting when I arrived for my first stay." "Most 11-year-olds aren't into scenery." "True, although I was 12 at the time, with a sizable chip on my shoulder. I was also feeling sorry for myself. But after seeing some of the problems the other kids had, I realized my situation was far better than just about everyone else's at the camp. It didn't take me long to see the light, realize how lucky I was, and clean up my act. The sessions are only a week long, but those 7 days have a dramatic impact on a lot of kids. For me, it was a life-changing experience." "Is that why you went back every year until you were 16? "Yes. Once you go, you have priority for subsequent years, and I volunteered as a counselor every year since then. That's where
where I met Christine."
At his unexpected revelation, Morgan peeked over at him. Was that an invitation to ask questions, or was he already regretting his disclosure? Impossible to know. Fiddling with her seatbelt, she took a cautious step into what could be restricted territory. From what I gathered at the funeral, she was a remarkable woman. A muscle twitched in his jaw before he responded.
"She was. We met when I was 29 and she was 27. She taught school in Portland. I'd never believed in love at first sight, but think I knew from the moment I met her that she was destined to be my wife. She was smart and loving and gentle, and she had a way of making everyone who came into contact with her feel important. Her students adored her. But much as she enjoyed her work, she was never obsessed with her career. She always put the people she loved first."
Morgan shifted in her seat. Unlike his mother, and unlike her, at least until recent weeks, Christine had had her priorities straight. How they'd moved from the weather to such a serious subject was beyond her, but as long as Grant was willing to talk about his wife, perhaps this was a chance to fill in some of the backstory she'd been curious about for weeks. Kit mentioned once that her head injury was caused by an accident. Best to phrase it that way, so he had an option to answer with a simple yes and move on, or offer more details if he chose. Grant flexed his fingers on the wheel, kept his gaze fixed on the road ahead.
"Yes. We'd taken a weekend hiking trip to Acadia National Park. We were scrambling up some rocks in a remote area, and she slipped. I tried to grab her, but she was too far away. The next thing I knew, she was lying at the base of the small bluff."
His voice scratched, and Morgan had to summon up every ounce of her willpower to quash the impulse to reach over and lay a comforting hand on his arm. How did you get help? Because in an isolated area, that couldn't have been easy.
"Fortunately, my phone was able to pick up a signal, but it took an eternity for a rescue crew to arrive. All I could do was wait and pray."
For a miracle that never happened. Pressure built behind her eyes. Grant adjusted the heat in the truck with fingers that weren't quite steady.
"In the beginning, the doctors were hopeful she'd recover. But head injuries aren't predictable, and as time passed, it became less and less likely that she'd wake up."
But you never gave up. A quiver ran through her words, and she swallowed. I can't even tell you how much I admire your faithfulness and devotion. He gave a stiff shrug.
"Christine would have done the same for me."
They drove for a few minutes in silence, and when he spoke again, it was about the camp. There would be no more sharing about the tragedy that had altered his world forever. But at least the earlier awkward tension had dissipated. Once they arrived at their destination, Grant gave her an extensive tour of the grounds, the buildings, and the facilities that were strung along the rocky shore of the deep blue pine-rimmed lake. And by the time they made their way back to the main lodge, Joe and Elizabeth were ready to welcome them with a home-cooked meal. As they ate, the couple told story after story about their experiences at Good Shepherd, putting a face on the people at the camp and giving it a life that Morgan had sensed but not felt from the brochure Grant had first sent her. "Remember Ricky?" Elizabeth set a bowl of warm apple cobbler in front of Grant as the meal wound down.
"How could I forget? He was a pistol."
Joe grinned and shook his head. "Tell Morgan about him, Grant." Elizabeth finished serving dessert and retook her seat. He scooped up a spoon of cobbler.
"Ricky came to us the first time when he was about 12. Like a lot of the kids, he was from a troubled home. His father had deserted the family when he was 2, and his mother was into drugs. By 12, he'd seen it all and was tough as nails. He didn't want any part of Good Shepherd. In fact, on his second night here, he ran away and got lost. All of the counselors had to go out searching for him in the woods. Including you." Elizabeth topped off his coffee from a carafe on the table. "How old were you then? 18? "Around that. I ended up finding him huddled under a tree about a mile from camp, absolutely terrified. He'd never been away from the city, or in a place without any lights. The darkness freaked him out. Until you showed him the stars."
Joe leaned back, lips curving up, mug cradled in his hands. Morgan sent Grant a questioning look.
When I found him, I'm not sure if he was more scared of the dark or of the punishment for running away. But instead of getting mad, I gave him an astronomy lesson."
Her host hiked up one side of his mouth. Warmth filled Morgan's heart. That sounded like Grant. "Why do I think you made a friend for life?" She smiled at him.
"He did,"
Joe confirmed.
"After that, Ricky was Grant's shadow. And when the week ended, he didn't want to leave. He came back every summer for a number of years, always the week Grant was here. He told me once that if it hadn't been for Good Shepherd Camp, he'd have ended up dead in a street fight before he was 20. But he found friends here, and support, and a way out of the life he thought he was destined to live."
"Where is he now?" Morgan scraped up the last of the delicious cobbler. "He's an attorney in Boston." Elizabeth beamed at her.
"And he handles the youth ministry at his church."
Morgan set her spoon down and swallowed her cobbler. "That's a remarkable story."
"It's just one of many."
Grant finished his cobbler too.
"That's why this fundraiser is so important. There are a lot of Rickies out there who need what Good Shepherd has to offer."
When he glanced at his watch, Morgan took the cue and set her napkin on the table. "We should head back. Elizabeth, Joe, thank you for your hospitality and the stories. I have a much better understanding now of the impact the camp has had on so many lives. And I also have some ideas on how to revise the text of the brochure to make it even more effective. We're glad you came." Elizabeth rose to retrieve their coats. "You're welcome any time." The drive back was quieter than the drive to the camp, but that was okay. Morgan had plenty to think about, including her tour guide, whose appeal grew with every interaction they had. But even if Christine wasn't in the picture, there were still too many obstacles for a relationship between them to succeed. Grant was happy living on the back roads of Maine. She was a big city girl. Grant liked life in the slow lane. She was on the fast track. Grant made time for family and causes in which he believed. Until these past few weeks, she hadn't had time for anything but work. While she had more balance in her life now, along with a better perspective, she and Grant were still too different. And Christine's shadow was too long. When they pulled up in front of Joe's cottage, Grant spoke.
"Full day."
"Yes, but also enlightening."
"I'm glad it was worthwhile. Sit tight while I come around."
He set the brake, then circled the truck to help her out of the high cab. At his strong and steady assist, Morgan's pulse again accelerated. But she stifled her feelings as best she could. She had to keep her distance, for both their sakes. Neither of them needed the complications romance would bring. Once she was on firm ground, she moved a couple of steps away before she turned to him. "Thank you for the tour. I'm sorry it took up most of your day."
"Sylvia and Mary were right. It was important for you to see Good Shepherd."
He shrugged.
"I have more time on my hands now anyway."
Because Christine was gone. He didn't say it. He didn't have to. The message was clear in his eyes, along with a bleak, wrenching pain. Without thinking, she stepped closer again, laid her hand on his arm. "I'm so sorry for everything you've been through, Grant." As his gaze locked with hers, Morgan stopped breathing. Because unless she was misreading it, there was yearning in the depths of his eyes. Either he was as attracted to her as she was to him, or he'd lived in an emotional vacuum for so long that any woman who crossed his path for an extended period and who cared would awaken long dormant needs, whether he was ready to deal with them or not. Not based on his abrupt step back.
"I need to go."
He jammed his hands into the pockets of his jacket as if he didn't trust what they might do. She forced up the corners of her lips. "Thanks again for the tour."
"No problem."
He pivoted, climbed into his truck, and pulled away without a backward glance. But long after he disappeared around the bend in the drive, Morgan remained outside, hoping the cold, crisp air would clear the mist from her mind and tamp down the hunger in her heart that her outing with Grant had amplified. When her fingers began to turn numb, however, she trudged inside and faced the truth. She was falling for Grant. Hard. And there wasn't a thing she could do about it, even if finding a happy ending with him was about as likely as a snowless January day in Maine. Morgan pulled into a parking place in front of the barn-like structure that bore the name Kincaid Woodworks and set her brake. Maybe it was a mistake to show up unannounced after her awkward parting from Grant the day of the camp tour, but she had good news that deserved to be shared in person. As she entered the tiny reception area in the front of the building, the muffled sound of a saw and the smell of newly planed wood greeted her. A sign on the wall invited customers to ring for service, so she pressed the button beside it, jumped when a loud clang echoed throughout the building, much like the bell that used to signal the end of recess in grade school. The saw went silent, and half a minute later, Andrew came through the door from the back room.
"Morgan, it's good to see you."
He wiped his right hand on his jeans and extended it.
"You've been keeping yourself scarce."
She returned his firm grip. "I haven't wandered far from the cottage. Is Grant around?"
"Last I checked, he was behind the shop inspecting a new load of maple. Shall I send him up, or would you like to go back?"
"I'll go back. I've never seen the workshop before." As she followed Grant's father through a door marked private, she gave the spacious shop a sweep. The scent of fresh-cut wood was much stronger back here, and various pieces of furniture in different stages of completion filled the space.
"He must have come inside."
Andrew waved a hand toward the back corner. Morgan looked that direction as she followed Andrew. Grant was intent on his work and oblivious to their approach. He leaned close to examine the front of the cabinet he was working on, reaching over to let his strong, lean fingers glide over the smooth surface. Morgan's pulse went haywire as her thoughts took a completely inappropriate detour.
"Grant, you have a visitor."
As Andrew called out, Grant looked up, surprised, caution and warmth all vying for dominance in his eyes as he greeted her.
"Hi. What brings you here?"
"I have something to show you. You may want to see this too, Andrew." After setting aside the white bakery bag she was toting, Morgan opened a folder, pulled out 2 sheets of paper, and handed them to Grant while Andrew looked over his son's shoulder. "You mentioned when we went to the camp that a reporter from Boston had called about doing a story after I sent them some info on the benefit. I started monitoring the paper. The article ran this morning." As Grant and Andrew scanned the feature, she watched their faces. The story, complete with pictures, was excellent, and the reporter had done his homework, not only using the backgrounder she'd created, but quoting Grant, some of the prominent alumni of the camp, and the featured entertainer for the event. When Grant finished, the smile he aimed at her registered at about an 8 on the Richter scale.
"This is fantastic."
Warmth spread across her cheeks. "You just need a hook to get reporters interested, and our stellar entertainment and successful alumni did the trick. I spoke with Mary this morning, and she said she'd already received quite a few phone calls about tickets, as well as inquiries from people who were interested in supporting the camp."
"You hit this one out of the ballpark, Morgan."
Andrew beamed a smile at her as well. "Let's hope it's the beginning of much more publicity." She waved the bakery bag under their noses. "I brought cookies to celebrate a successful publicity launch, courtesy of the local bakery." "Anybody home?" They all turned at the sound of Kit's voice, and Andrew motioned her over.
"Come and see what Morgan just showed us."
Kit joined them and perused the article. "Wow! With this kind of publicity, the dinner will be a huge success. Bill and I are looking forward to it. Not only is it a great cause, but it's the social event of the season. Make that the decade for us. The last time Bill wore a tux was at our wedding. You'll have to rent one too, Grant."
"It's on my to-do list."
Kit angled away from her brother. "Who are you bringing as a date, Morgan?" "I'm going solo. Everybody I know is in Boston. It's too long to drive from there to Portland, especially since the event will run late." Kit turned to Grant. "Why don't you two go together?" Based on Grant's frown, that idea held zero appeal for him. Disappointing, but not surprising. To get him out of the awkward corner his sister had wedged him into, Morgan spoke before he could respond. "I'm used to attending events by myself, Kit. I did it all the time in Boston. My job required me to show up at lots of different kinds of social gatherings. I'm a pro at going solo." "I'm sure you are, but there's no need in this case. You and Grant are both going, and it's a long drive by yourself, especially in the dark. Bill and I would be happy to take you, but we're planning to make a weekend of it and stay until Sunday."
"Kit's idea makes a lot of sense, Grant."
Andrew jumped into the fray. "Except being foisted on a reluctant date would not make for an enjoyable evening." Pasting on a smile, Morgan grabbed a cookie from the bag and headed toward the door. "We can sort all of this out later. The event is weeks away. In the meantime, I have to run. See y'all soon." Before anyone could respond, she made a hasty escape and tried not to think about how lovely it would be to spend an evening with a willing Grant. As the door shut behind Morgan and he went back to work, Grant could feel two sets of eyes drilling into his back. He glanced over his shoulder. Kit's arms were folded, her gaze disapproving, an exact mirror of his father's posture and demeanor. May as well face the music. He straightened up and planted his fists on his hips. "What?" "You weren't very nice to Morgan." Kit narrowed her eyes. "She doesn't know many people up here. The least you could do is take her to the dinner after all the work she's put into it. I think you hurt her feelings."
"Kit's right, son."
Dad hooked a thumb in his front pocket. He wasn't going to win this argument because they were right. So he'd have to appeal to their empathy.
"I'm not in the mood for social events and small talk right now, okay? I wouldn't even go to the dinner if I wasn't president of the board. I'm sorry if I hurt Morgan's feelings, but I'm not the most dynamic company at the moment."
"You're better than no company." Kit wasn't cutting him any slack.
"I'm not so sure of that."
He leaned back against the cabinet, jamming his hands into his pockets.
"I'm barely getting through the days right now. It's a struggle to adjust to Christine being gone. I'll think about what you said, but I need some time."
It was the best he could offer. Kit's features softened and she moved closer, put her hand on his arm. "I'm sorry for coming on so strong. I know how hard this is for you, and I'm sure Morgan understands." She turned to Dad. "I brought lunch for everybody. Is Uncle Pete around?"
"He's out back. I'll get him."
Dad trotted off. "I made the potato salad you like." Kit turned back to him and squeezed his arm.
"Thanks. I'll be over in a minute."
As she walked away, he let out a slow breath. At least she'd backed off. But when the subject came up again, and it would, he needed to hold his ground. Whatever the reason he was attracted to Morgan, it was much too soon to have those kinds of feelings about any woman. And dealing with disturbing emotions and difficult questions would require more energy than he had these days. So taking her to the black-tied dinner, which required a long drive to and from Portland with just each other for company, wasn't a smart idea. Meaning he had to play it safe and stick to his guns, no matter how much pressure his family put on him. Chapter 10.
"Anybody home?"
Grant came out from behind the bookcase he was sanding in the shop and smiled at Bill.
"Hi, what's up?" "Your sister tapped me for delivery duty. Homemade cookies."
Bill held up a large plastic container. Grinning, Grant wiped his hands on his jeans.
"Perfect timing. I was ready for a break. Do you want to join me?"
Bill checked his watch.
"I'm on my way to a meeting, but since Kit's chocolate chip pecan cookies are impossible to resist, I'll succumb to temptation."
He strolled toward the large table in the corner of the shop where the crew ate lunch.
"Where are Andrew and Pete?" "On a job site installing built-in bookcases."
Grant reached for the coffee pot on the counter.
"Which gives me first dibs on the cookies. The last time someone brought cookies, those two devoured most of them before I could grab more than a couple. Turnabout is fair play."
Bill took a seat and opened the container.
"I thought Kit was your sole cookie supplier. Who's infringing on her territory?"
Grant set their mugs on the worn wooden surface and joined Bill at the table.
Morgan brought cookies from the bakery the other day." "That was thoughtful of her. I heard about the coverage Good Shepherd got in the Boston paper, by the way. That should be very helpful." "Yeah, she obviously knows her stuff. She's a hard worker, no question about it. We found that out on Christmas. Remember how she had to excuse herself during dinner to return a call from a client?" "All too well." Kit thinks she's mellowed since she's been here, though. I have to agree. She doesn't seem nearly as driven or high-strung.
That would be nice, but...
It may just be the lull between storms. As soon as she lands another high-powered advertising spot, she could be gone faster than a riptide can suck an unsuspecting swimmer out to sea. How do you feel about that?
Bill watched him over the rim of his mug as he took a sip, his tone mild. Grant squinted at him as a caution sign began to wave in his mind.
What do you mean? She's a nice woman. I know. Kit'll miss her, and if I may be honest, I have a feeling you will too.
Grant wrapped his hands around his large, no-nonsense mug. Hard as he'd tried to mask his interest in Morgan, Bill had picked up on it. And maybe that wasn't a bad thing, since he was getting nowhere on his own trying to deal with his chaotic and disquieting feelings. Perhaps his brother-in-law could help him sort through the jumble. It couldn't hurt to test the waters anyway.
I will.
He kept his tone neutral.
Have you told her that? Of course I haven't. Why not?
Grant furrowed his brow.
Because how I feel about her is wrong.
Ah, Bill nodded.
Guilt is rearing its ugly head. It's not ugly if it's warranted.
Is it warranted? Bill continued without giving him a chance to answer.
Guilt can provide an excellent moral compass when it works in tandem with our conscience, but it can also be misplaced. Sometimes, instead of stopping us from doing things we shouldn't do, it can keep us from doing things we should do. Could this be one of those times?
Grant tightened his grip on his mug at the unexpected question.
I don't think so. Do you want to talk about the situation? Sometimes bouncing ideas around helps bring clarity.
He broke a cookie in half.
I thought you had a meeting to go to. Speaking of guilt,
his mouth bowed.
It's actually a tea the Ladies' Guild is sponsoring. I promised to put in an appearance, but to be honest, I'd rather eat Kit's cookies and talk to you. As long as I show up for a few minutes, they'll be happy.
He popped half the cookie in his mouth to buy himself a few moments, chewed. If Bill was willing to thrash this out with him, he'd be foolish to blow him off. He should take this opportunity to try and sort through his conflicting feelings. Grant stared into the murky depths of his coffee, took a deep breath, gave voice to the truth that had been dogging his steps day and night.
As long as you have a few minutes to spare, it may help me to talk about this. The fact is, I like Morgan a lot. Too much. And by like, I mean I'm attracted to her. But that feels wrong. I loved Christine with all my heart. I know you did. Everyone does. Your loyalty and faithfulness and devotion to her long after all of us had given up hope of her recovery was an inspiration. You have nothing to feel guilty about. But I shouldn't feel this way about someone new so soon. Christine's only been gone 3 months. In body. But in every other way, she's been gone much longer. You've been alone for 3 years. Bill linked his fingers on the table. God works in mysterious ways. I wonder if perhaps he left Christine with you so you wouldn't be alone while you waited for a special woman to come along who would fill your heart with love. And when she did, the Lord called Christine home. Grant stared at Bill. Could he be right? If so, that put a different spin on the situation. Let me ask you this, Grant. Do you think Christine would have wanted you to mourn forever? To live the rest of your life alone? No. His wife had been a warm, giving woman who understood the value and importance of love better than anyone he'd ever met. But I also want to honor her memory and the memory of what we had together. And you have, for 3 long years. As Matthew says, well done, good and faithful servant. No one could have done more to honor her than you have. The coil of tension in Grant's shoulders began to release. You've given me a lot to think about. Bill winked at him and stood. All in a day's work. But putting my vocation aside for a moment, may I tell you something as a friend? Morgan is an extraordinary woman. If I were you, I'd think long and hard about letting her walk away. I may not be able to stop her. She comes from a different world, and even though she's changed a lot, I have a feeling when the right offer comes along, she may leave without a backward glance. Maybe you could make a counteroffer that would change your mind." Bill squeezed his shoulder. "Now I'm off to the ladies' tea. Oh, joy." After rolling his eyes, he headed toward the exit. As Bill disappeared out the door, Grant picked up the other half of Kit's cookie, bit into the rich, crumbly goodness, his spirits lighter than they'd been in months. Bill didn't think his feelings for Morgan were inappropriate. In fact, he'd encouraged him to pursue them. But was his brother-in-law right in his speculation that Morgan might be willing to remain in Seaside if the right offer came along from a certain cabinet maker? It seemed like a long shot. Yet in general, Bill's insights were sound. Grant let out a slow breath. He wasn't ready to take such a bold step, but perhaps in time he would be. And perhaps Morgan would be receptive. While that outcome seemed too much to wish for in light of all the bad things that had happened these past few years, he nevertheless felt a sudden stirring of an emotion that had been in such short supply in his life for so long that it took him a moment to put a name to it. It was hope. Morgan dialed her younger sister's number and strolled over to the bay window that looked out to the sea. AJ answered on the fourth ring, sounding a bit breathless. "Did I catch you at a bad time?" Morgan paused beside the window. "Morgan? No, I just got out of the shower, so I had to dash for the phone." "You want me to call you back later?" "No, now is fine. To what do I owe the honor of this call?" "Do I have to have a reason for calling?" "No, although you usually do." That was true, but it was also in the past. "I just wanted to chat." "For real?" "Yes." "Oh, this is a welcome first. So how's life in the boonies?" We do have running water here, you know. I hear the electricity is iffy, though. Ha ha." "Actually, life's okay." She leaned a shoulder against the frame of the bay window. "I'm enjoying the view of the sea as we speak. The water is an amazing blue, and the sky is filled with huge, puffy clouds. I can see why Aunt Jo liked this place so much." "I'm glad you're taking time to notice the beauties of nature. So, are you a lady of leisure today? I remember when you used to work on Sundays." "Those days are past. Other than church this morning, I have nothing on my agenda except a long walk." A few beats ticked by. "Are you sure this is Morgan Williams, formerly of Boston, sister of AJ and Claire, the workaholic career woman?" Morgan's lips twitched. "Former workaholic." "You mean you've finally seen the light?" "I guess so, because I've gone from thinking that losing my job was a catastrophe to considering it a wake-up call." "Hallelujah!" "So what are your plans? Are you still job hunting?" "Yes, I have to refill the coffers eventually. But Grant's sister has been sending small jobs my way, which my bank account appreciates. Plus, the Good Shepherd project is keeping me busy right now." "No immediate plans to leave Maine, then, even though you've met the 4-week residency stipulation?" "No. Where would I go?" A puffin landed on the railing of the deck, its bright orange webbed feet and beak brilliant against the blue sea in the background. "At least I have some work here, which is more than I have anywhere else. If you're still there when our 6-month assignments from Aunt Jo are over, well, maybe Claire and I can come visit. That would be fantastic. How are things going with the bookshop?" "That's a subject for a whole separate conversation. In that case, I'll call you next week for an exclusive update." "That'll work. And now it's off to the park for me. I was going to do laundry, but why waste an unseasonably warm, glorious day? The dirty clothes will wait." As they said goodbye and Morgan ended the call, her lips curved up. Her younger sister's spontaneous, go-with-the-flow attitude had sometimes bothered the old Morgan. AJ had often seemed out of touch with the real world of fast-paced business. But she was the one who'd been out of touch with all the things that mattered most. And that was a hard-learned lesson she intended to take to heart. Morgan wandered over to the secretary Grant had crafted, ran her fingers over the silky wood and intricate carving. Holding fast to her newfound perspective would be a challenge once she returned to the big city, though.
Here in Maine, surrounded by people who had their priorities straight and took time to smell the flowers along the way, the lesson was easy to remember. Maybe that was why Aunt Jo had loved this cottage so much. Her great-aunt had been a businesswoman, albeit not as driven as her great-niece, and running a business took its toll. Maybe she'd come here to renew and refresh. Not a bad plan, except Morgan had no idea what she and Grant would do with the cottage. But with the clock ticking down on her 6-month commitment, they'd have to discuss it soon. Maybe she could invite him out for coffee after the Good Shepherd board meeting in 10 days to talk about next steps. However, in light of his initial reaction to giving her a tour of the camp, and his lack of enthusiasm about attending the fundraising dinner together, she'd have to word the invitation with care. It had to come across as warm and friendly, not intrusive or pushy. No problem. For someone who wrote ad copy every day, that would be a piece of cake. Whether he accepted or not was a different story. By the time the board meeting rolled around, Morgan had honed the exact phrasing of her invitation. Except Grant didn't show up. Instead, Sylvia took his place at the head of the table and called the meeting to order. "Let's get started, everyone. Grant called me yesterday and asked me to preside. He had to have an appendectomy 2 days ago, but it was minimally invasive, and he's home and doing well. He apologizes for his absence, especially with the fundraising drive in full swing, but I assured him we understood and promised to give him a full report after the meeting. Now let's get started." For the next 2 hours, Morgan did her best to focus on Good Shepherd business, but as soon as the meeting ended, she headed back to Seaside. No doubt Kit was feeding Grant, but dropping off a meal would be a kind gesture. After ordering a dinner to go at the local cafe, she followed the directions on her phone to his house, doubt setting in along the way. Maybe he wouldn't appreciate an unexpected visit, especially from her. But she ought to be able to get a read on his reaction fast. If she got bad vibes, she could just drop off her care package and leave. A couple of minutes later, she pulled up in front of his house, a tiny bungalow on the outskirts of town that was set back from the road in a grove of pine trees. The clapboard siding was painted light gray, and sky-blue shutters framed the windows. The house and grounds were meticulous. Of course. Grant wasn't the type to neglect maintenance chores. She set the brake, hesitated as a second wave of doubts crashed over her. Oh, for pity's sake. She was here. She had to follow through. After picking up the bag beside her, she left the car and ascended the 2 steps to the porch, where a tall-painted welcome sign on the door was front and center. Hopefully the message was genuine. She pressed the bell. A full minute ticked by with no response. But his truck was in the driveway. He must be here. She tried again. It was possible he was sleeping, of course, or having difficulty maneuvering, or not in the mood to entertain The lock rattled, and a moment later the door swung back. Grant did a double-take when he caught sight of her. "Hi," she called up a smile. "Sylvia told us about your surgery, so I wanted to drop off a care package." Morgan held up the white sack, which was emitting an enticing aroma. If you can eat a regular diet, that is." Why hadn't she thought of that before? Grant eyed the bag, sniffed.
"Is that by any chance the lasagna from the cafe in town?"
"Yes, but if soup or a more bland meal would be better, I can—"
"Come in."
He moved aside and opened the door wider.
"Kit's been plying me with cottage cheese and rice and pudding and yogurt, but I'm ready for some real food."
"Okay, then. Where would you like this?" Morgan paused inside the threshold. "Or I could just hand it off and get out of your hair." He hesitated, but only for a moment.
"If you want to stay and keep me company, a little conversation would be welcome. It's been quiet around here. Dad and Uncle Pete have their hands full at the shop with me out of commission, and the twins are down with the flu, so Kit's been busy nursing them in between running over to check on me now and then. I'll eat in the kitchen, such as it is."
He waved a hand toward the back of the house.
"Christine and I used to joke that someone with long enough arms could reach just about anything in this place if they stood in the middle of the living room."
Morgan gave the house a perusal as she made her way to the tiny efficiency kitchen. Grant hadn't been kidding. The bungalow was minuscule. The living room, dining area, and kitchen were one long open room that ran the entire length of the right side of the house. A small hall branched off to the left, presumably leading to the bedrooms. When a photo of Aunt Jo on a small table caught her eye, she paused to look at it.
"That was taken at the cottage a couple of years ago."
Grant stopped beside her. Morgan lifted the frame and studied her aunt's face. Though almost 80, she looked far younger. Her eyes were alive and vibrant, her smile warm and welcoming. "She looks happy."
She was. The cottage was her haven. She was always relaxed and at peace there.
A twinge of guilt nipped at Morgan's conscience. Too bad she hadn't made an effort to get to know Aunt Jo better. Perhaps she would have learned a thing or two. But thanks to her great-aunt's bequest, she was learning now. And perhaps that had been the point of the legacy. She set the picture back on the table and continued toward the kitchen. Removed the disposable container from the bag. "What would you like to drink?"
"There's soda in the refrigerator. Help yourself to one, too."
Grant eased into a chair. After she retrieved the drinks, she joined him at the table while he dived into the food. Morgan sipped her soda. "I like your house. It's welcoming."
"It has a lot of happy memories, but it doesn't have a great water view like Joe's cottage. And it's too small. Christine and I never intended to stay here forever. At some point, I expect I'll sell it."
He gave the space a sweep and moved on.
"So how did the board meeting go?"
"Fine. Mary said the invitations went out 10 days ago, and they're getting a strong positive response. The dinner should be a huge success." His brow furrowed.
"Look, about the dinner. I know—"
"Grant," she held up a hand. "It's okay. I know Kit meant well, but I've gone to tons of these kinds of events alone. It's no big deal. By the way, I've also managed to line up more coverage in area newspapers, in addition to the story in Boston." Any hope she might have harbored that he'd insist on taking her evaporated at his expression of relief and his speed in latching onto a change of subject.
"That's great. You've done an amazing job. And speaking of jobs, any news?"
"Not yet."
"But you're still looking?"
At her nod, he speared another bite of his lasagna.
"I know Kit's been sending work your way. I thought maybe you'd like the freelance life."
"It has its pluses, but I'm not sure I could make a sufficient income just freelancing."
"Sufficient for what?"
"To live on." He reached for a piece of garlic bread.
"I imagine it takes a lot of money to maintain the kind of life you lived in Boston. But it doesn't take a fortune to lead a simple life."
"Like yours."
"Yeah. I mean, I have a comfortable, happy life here, and I'm sure it costs a fraction of what your monthly bills in Boston were."
He shrugged.
"Making a ton of money has never been one of my goals."
She traced the ring of condensation on the table left by her can of soda. "You make me feel mercenary." His forehead puckered.
"Then I apologize, especially since you're here today on a mission of mercy, and you've given so much of your time to the Good Shepherd Project."
He sighed.
"Maybe there's a way to blend worldly success with simple values. I just never figured out how to do it. Nor did I want to."
A yawn snuck up on him, and he gave her a sheepish look.
"Sorry about that. I didn't sleep well last night."
"No apology necessary. Go get some rest." She stood and reached for his empty soda can and the container that had held the lasagna he'd wolfed down.
"I can clean that up later."
His protest was half-hearted at best. "It's already done. I'll let myself out. Take care of yourself."
"I'm trying. Thanks again for coming by."
"Always happy to be a lasagna deliverer." She dispensed with his trash, called up a smile, and headed for the front door. The question he'd asked a few moments ago in reference to income looping through her mind.
"Sufficient for what?"
He had said. Food for thought, for sure. Because Grant's deep contentment was compelling and appealing. And it raised another question. Was it possible she'd be happier with a simpler life than with another big city job? Still open to debate. But more and more she suspected the answer was yes, especially if she shared that life with a certain cabinet maker. But that cabinet maker wasn't in the market for a new relationship. So where did that leave her?
Morgan, do you have a minute? At the sound of Bill Adams' voice, Morgan stopped and glanced back toward the church door.
Yes.
The minister said something to the woman he'd been talking to, then made his way over to her. I'm glad I caught you. I have a favor to ask. I don't know if you've paid much attention to the teen program we have, but now and then we like to bring in speakers to talk about their careers. It's helpful to expose young people to different options as they plan their futures. We've never invited anyone from the advertising or marketing field before, and I wondered if you'd be willing to address the group. It's a very informal session, and we like to allow lots of Q&A time, so you wouldn't need to prepare much.
Sure. I've spoken to college classes before, and I still have all my notes. When would you like me to do this?
Would 2 weeks from Wednesday work? That way we can publicize it in the bulletin for the next couple of Sundays.
That'll be fine. My calendar isn't nearly as full as it was when I lived in Boston. She smiled.
Are you saying you lead a dull and boring life here in rural Maine?
One side of his mouth quirked up. No, in fact, I'm enjoying my new routine. I can see why Aunt Jo loved it here.
I'll put you down for April 17, 7 o'clock in the town hall. The meetings are open to all the teens in the area, so there could be a large turnout.
As another congregant claimed Bill's attention, Morgan turned to go just as Grant exited the church. He raised a hand in greeting, and she responded. Should she wait to speak to him? No. What would be the point? Even if his heart didn't still belong to Christine, a big city career woman wasn't his type. Those flares of what looked like attraction that she'd picked up in his eyes had surely been triggered by nothing more than loneliness. So it was better if she kept her distance. Well, maybe not better, but safer. Chapter 11. Grant, I need your help. Spearing a forkful of broccoli from his microwave dinner, Grant shifted the phone against his ear.
What's up, Kit?
I was supposed to take the girls to the town hall tonight for the teen session. You know, the one where Morgan is going to speak about her career. Anyway, Bill went to Brunswick for a meeting and his car died, so I have to go get him. I don't think I'll be back in time to take the girls. If you could drop them off, we can pick them up later.
Sure. What time?
They're supposed to be there by 7.
No problem. Tell them I'll be by at 7:45.
Thanks. You're a lifesaver.
45 minutes later, when Grant pulled up in front of Kit's house, the girls were waiting. As they clambered into his truck, he grinned at their excited chatter. You two seem wound up.
This is going to be cool. Nancy buckled herself into the passenger seat. Yeah. Nikki took the seat in the cab behind her sister. Morgan is fun, and Mom told me about her job in Boston. Did you know she's been to Europe several times, and her company paid her way? I mean, how awesome is that? And she's met a bunch of famous people, Nancy said. A lot of kids from school are coming tonight. Nikki leaned forward. Are you staying?
I thought this was just for teens.
Grant backed out of the driveway and accelerated. It is, but if we have a good speaker, some of the parents stay and listen from the back. Nancy chimed back in. I think there will be a bunch of adults there tonight. You should stay, Uncle Grant, Nikki said. Morgan doesn't know that many people around here, and it would be nice for her to see a friendly face in the audience. Grant flexed his fingers on the wheel. Would Morgan consider his face friendly after he'd sidestepped Kit's suggestion that he take her to the Good Shepherd dinner? Maybe. After all, his less than enthusiastic response to Kit's idea hadn't stopped her from delivering that hot meal to his house 3 weeks ago. And it would be interesting to hear what she had to say. Of course, he'd suspected she knew prominent people based on her ability to line up such stellar entertainment for the Good Shepherd dinner. But the trips to Europe were news. There could be other noteworthy facets to her job, too. And maybe if he knew more about her career in Boston, he'd better understand why she'd focused on her work to the exclusion of everything else, and why she wanted to return to that world, albeit with an altered perspective. So will you stay, Uncle Grant? I could text Mom so she'd know not to come pick us up. Nikki waved her cell in his peripheral vision.
Yeah, I guess I will.
Awesome. As the twins chattered during the drive, Grant tuned out their banter and focused on Morgan. It would be interesting to see what kind of picture she painted of her career. She didn't seem like the same person he'd talked with by phone months ago when she'd asked him to meet with her on Christmas Eve. But he could be wrong. It was possible her presentation tonight would give him a clue as to whether she'd undergone any fundamental change. Not that it mattered, though. Even if she'd realigned her priorities, it was doubtful Seaside, Maine was where she intended to stay. One of these days, Morgan Williams would leave just as unexpectedly as she'd come. All it would take was the right offer. And now that he'd seen her diligent and creative work on the Good Shepherd project and heard Kit sing her praises for the freelance job she'd done, such an offer wasn't a matter of if. It was a matter of when. So even if circumstances were different, even if he one day felt ready to give love another chance, even if he thought the attraction between them could lead to something deeper and more substantive, that was a major problem. His life was here, and it always would be. Morgan gave her notes one final scan as she waited to be introduced. Her past audiences of young people tended to be eager, interested, and hungry for knowledge of the so-called glamorous world she inhabited. And she'd talk about those glamorous elements tonight. But over the past week, she'd also added new content to her presentation. It was important for young people to understand the expectations of careers they might choose, including what they would be asked to give up. When she finished tonight, they might still be awed by the glamour, but at least they'd have a more balanced, realistic view of the sacrifices required to live in that world. When she looked up from her notes, Nancy and Nikki waved at her from the audience of about 50 teenagers. She smiled and raised her hand in response, then gave the back of the room a sweep. A number of adults lingered in the shadows, but neither Kit nor Bill were among them. However, Grant was here. Her heart stumbled. Had he brought the twins? Was he planning to hang around for her talk? And if so, why? She didn't have a chance to ponder that question because the director of the youth ministry rose to introduce her. Best plan? Ignore Grant. Focus on the teenagers. After marshaling every ounce of her self-discipline, she managed to do that for the next 45 minutes as she told the young people about her trips to Europe, the black-tie dinners she'd attended, and the celebrities she'd met. But she also told them about the long hours, the frustrations, the politics, and the stress. She tempered the glitz and the excitement with the cold, hard realities of corporate life. The uncertainties, the intense competition, the sometimes unreasonable demands. So to wrap up, it's a fantastic career in many ways. But bear in mind, if you have your sights set on big-time success in a major market, you'll have to give up a lot to attain it. She perched on the stool that had been provided, mic in hand. On the other hand, there are less stressful ways to practice in this field. Seaside, for example, is the opposite end of the spectrum from Boston. Since I've been here, my work has been on a smaller scale. Yet it's been satisfying in a different way because I don't have as many people giving me direction or second-guessing me or making changes. So I have more autonomy and an even greater sense of ownership in the work. Crossing her legs, she smiled. Of course, there's also a middle ground, where you can find an intensity somewhere between Seaside and New York. Bottom line, I wouldn't discourage anyone from pursuing a career in this field. Just identify what arena you want to play in based on what's required. Now, are there any questions? As it turned out, there were quite a few, and she answered them all honestly, admitting her career gaffes and acknowledging that she'd gotten so caught up in her job that she'd lost her identity apart from it. At a high sign from the director of youth ministry indicating it was time to wrap up, she nodded at the woman. I'll take one final question. She stood as she prepared to bring the session to a close. A girl near the front rose. If you could leave us with one piece of general advice as we start to think about our careers, what would it be? Morgan's gaze flickered to Grant for an instant before she refocused on the girl. Simple. Do what you love. Pursue your dreams. But don't ever let your career come before the things that matter the most, namely faith, family, and friends. She gave the audience a sweep. Thank you all for coming tonight. As everyone applauded, Morgan turned to shake hands with the director of the youth ministry while she peeked at Grant. Their gazes met, and he smiled, gave her a thumbs up. The little zing that zipped through her was an over-the-top reaction to a simple gesture of approval. because it didn't mean he found her as appealing as her presentation. If only. But she should put aside such fanciful thoughts and think about her future. And next up in that future, what were she and Grant going to do with Serenity Point? As Morgan continued to answer questions from the engaged teenagers who'd attended her presentation, Grant checked on the twins. They were chatting with a cluster of friends and seemed in no hurry to leave. Fine by him. A delay would give him a chance to admire Morgan from afar. He leaned back in his seat, folded his arms, and stretched his legs out in front of him. Man, she was gorgeous. Her copper hair glinting in the bright overhead lights, her face animated as she spoke, her classy, sophisticated outfit, which must be part of her big city business wardrobe, gave off a definite power vibe. The V-neck of the fitted jacket revealed the slender column of her throat where a gold chain glinted, and the slim skirt was short enough to call attention to her great legs. But her appeal went deeper than physical beauty. She'd fielded all of the questions with disarming humor, polish, and savvy that showcased her quick mind and sharp intellect. And in the course of her remarks, he'd learned not only about her job in Boston, but about the fundamental shift that had occurred in her attitude and priorities over the past few months. While she hadn't said it in so many words, he suspected she was planning to ditch the fast career lane going forward, and instead aim for the middle ground she'd referred to in her presentation. Meaning she wasn't planning to stay in Seaside, which was definitely the slow lane. Unless maybe he gave her a reason to send down roots here, as Bill had suggested. He wasn't quite there yet. But perhaps it wouldn't hurt to test the waters by inviting her to the Good Shepherd dinner, as Kit and Dad had suggested. When Morgan turned away from the last student and reached for her notes, his pulse accelerated. With the twins still jabbering away, this was his chance to ask her. He pushed himself to his feet, heart hammering even harder as he closed the distance between them.
You were a hit.
She swiveled toward him, pushed her hair back. Thanks. I was surprised to see you.
The twins needed a chauffeur, which was providential. I've been wanting to talk with you about the Good Shepherd dinner.
She winced. I'm sorry Kit put you in an embarrassing position. Like I said when I dropped off the food after your surgery, don't worry about it. I understand why you'd prefer to go alone, or even skip it, in light of all that's happened.
The timing could be better for me, but Christine would have wanted me to go. She was as committed to the camp as I was. And it doesn't make sense for us to take two cars. I'd be happy to drive you.
She hugged her notes against her chest, eyes narrowing. I feel like you've been railroaded into this. No kidding. He called up a smile.
Kit does come on a bit strong, but after I thought about it, her suggestion makes sense. It's a long drive, and you're not that familiar yet with the narrow, winding roads. I'd rather not have to worry about you having car problems or getting lost coming home at such a late hour. You'd be doing me a favor if you'd ride with me.
Maybe if he positioned it like that, she'd be more inclined to accept. She caught her lower lip between her teeth and studied him for several beats. Then she gave a slow nod. All right, I'll bow to your logic, but if you change your mind or decide not to go at all, just let me know.
I'm committed to being there. We'll work out the details later, but consider it a date.
As the term hung in the air between them, Grant's stomach clenched. Bad word choice. This wasn't a date. Not really. And until or unless he got comfortable with the idea that there could be something more than friendship between them, it wasn't fair to suggest otherwise to Morgan. As if she'd read his mind, her lips bowed a hair. Hardly. It's just one board member doing a favor for another. And I appreciate it very much. Her response should have reassured him. But it didn't. Because if he was honest, deep inside he'd harbored a secret hope that she felt something more for him than friendship. Just as he felt something more for her. Apparently, he'd been wrong. And so had Bill. But it was better this way. Since he wasn't ready to shift into romance mode, he should be glad Morgan viewed their relationship as nothing more than friendship. Yet as they said goodbye and he went to collect the twins, Grant didn't feel glad at all. He just felt alone. Maybe she was overdressed for the Good Shepherd benefit. Battling a sudden case of doubt, Morgan gave herself a critical once-over in her bedroom's full-length mirror. For an event in Boston, the simple but elegant long black sheath, held up with slender beaded straps and featuring an alluring bead-bordered slit up the side, would be perfect. Here, maybe it was too much. But it was a black tie event, and understated elegance was always appropriate. Right? Besides, it was too late to change. Grant would be here The doorbell pealed and Morgan's breath hitched. How ridiculous was that? This wasn't a date. She needed to remember that and play it cool. Hard to do, though, once she opened the door and got an eyeful of Grant in a tux that emphasized his broad shoulders and gave him an aura of sophistication and worldliness that jacked up her pulse. Mercy! She had to get a grip. Shoving up the corners of her mouth, she motioned behind her and stepped aside. "Come in." Grant's gaze dropped to the flash of glitter near the floor, where a long length of her leg was revealed in the slit of her dress, then zoomed back up as a faint hint of pink crept across his cheeks. Maybe her outfit was too much after all.
"We, should leave soon."
He stayed put. "I'm ready." She hung on to her smile. "Let me grab my wrap." He followed her in, but he stayed near the threshold as she draped her satin stole around her shoulders.
"I doubt that will stand up to a Maine night, even if it is May."
He gave the stole a skeptical inspection. "I'll be in the car or the hotel ballroom most of the time. It should be fine. Besides, women are used to making sacrifices for glamour." She raised the hem of her dress a few inches and wiggled her foot. "Trust me, these shoes weren't designed for comfort." He flicked a glance at her silver sandal with its narrow straps and high, skinny heel. Cleared his throat.
"They may not be practical, but they're pretty."
At least he liked her shoes. Nothing but the best for Good Shepherd. But I'll pay for this tomorrow. There isn't much call for this kind of attire in Seaside, so my feet have gotten used to more comfortable shoes. To tell you the truth, they're already protesting. Grant hiked up one corner of his mouth.
"Good Shepherd appreciates your sacrifice."
He motioned toward the door.
"Let's get this show on the road."
As she picked her way across the gravel drive in front of Aunt Jo's cottage, he took her arm in a firm grip. Thank goodness. Her shoes were definitely not suited to rural Maine. But truth be told, she'd choose the flimsy footwear again in a heartbeat if it bought her a few minutes to feel his protective touch. Grant kept the banter light during the drive to Portland, and once they arrived, he was swept into a whirlwind. As the president, he was expected to greet all of the important guests during the cocktail hour, which left his date, no, companion for the evening, Morgan corrected herself, on the sidelines. Fine by her. Time apart would give her a chance to corral the butterflies in her stomach. Although sneaking glances his direction while she nibbled on hors d'oeuvres and chatted with Kit and Bill wasn't helping her rein them in. Isn't this place something? Kit's eyes sparkled as she snagged a crab rangoon from the tray of a passing waiter, then motioned toward the adjacent hotel ballroom. Morgan perused the room. The tables were draped with crisp white linen, and the mauve chair covers were held in place by gauzy silver bows on the back. Enormous crystal chandeliers hung overhead, but they'd been dimmed to allow the long tapers and the dramatic floral centerpieces on each table to add a warm glow to the room. A string quartet played in the anteroom where the drinks were being served, adding to the elegant ambiance. Beautiful. I bet you've been to a bunch of events like this. Kit finished off her appetizer. A few, but this one is special. True, and it wouldn't have happened without you. Morgan gave a dismissive wave. A lot of people worked hard to make this evening a success. Well, I know Grant is pleased. Where is he, by the way? She glanced over to where she'd last seen him, but he was gone. I have no idea. He was pulled away seconds after we stepped in the door. Kit made a face. I wish he could relax and enjoy the evening. But at least you two will be having dinner at the same table. At the sound of a gong, Kit took Bill's arm. Must be time to eat.
You haven't stopped eating since you arrived.
Bill's lips twitched. She gave him a playful shoulder bump. Hey, I don't get to go to many fancy doings. Cut me some slack. Besides, I noticed you had your share of shrimp cocktail.
Guilty as charged.
We'll see you later, Morgan. Kit tugged Bill toward the dining room. "Have fun." While they walked away, Morgan dug in her purse for the card with her table number on it.
"Sorry I got waylaid."
As Grant spoke from behind her, she jumped.
"Sorry."
His tone was apologetic.
"I didn't mean to startle you."
She took a deep breath as she angled toward him. "No worries. And Kit and Bill kept me company while we sampled the hors d'oeuvres."
"Were they good?"
She blinked. "Didn't you try any?"
"I didn't have a chance, but I plan to make up for that lapse at dinner. Shall we?"
He motioned to the dining room, then fell in behind her as she led the way to their table. Maybe now they'd have a chance to chat while they enjoyed the elegant ambiance. Once seated, however, the woman on Grant's right, a major donor to the camp, kept him occupied during most of the dinner. After the meal, the big-name entertainment drew everyone's attention. Then the master of ceremonies took over. So much for any real one-on-one time with her pseudo-date. As the winners of the silent auction were announced, Morgan leaned back in her chair and eased her feet out of her shoes. Her toes might be protesting, but warmth spread through her as she surveyed the packed ballroom. The dinner had been a resounding success. Every table had been sold. Guests had made generous bids in the silent auction, and contributions had poured in. The camp was in its best financial position ever, and her suggested advisory board of prominent people was in place to spearhead future fundraising efforts. Aunt Jo would be pleased.
"A penny for your thoughts?"
She turned to Grant. "I don't think we're in the penny league tonight."
"No, we're not. The bids for that trip to Cancun were way out of my league, that's for sure. So what do I have to offer to find out what prompted your smile?"
"No charge. I was thinking how happy Aunt Jo would be with the way things turned out for Good Shepherd. I wish she could see this."
"I like to think she's here in spirit, and I expect she's very proud of you. You did a fabulous job, and
Grant! I've been trying to make my way over here all evening. How are you?" A ripple of shock passed over his face before he rose and faced the elegantly clad woman who'd stopped at their table.
"What are you doing here?"
"Is that any way to greet your mother? Don't I get a hug or anything?" With obvious reluctance, Grant leaned forward, gave her a brief embrace, then backed off.
"So why are you here?"
"Our company president is an alumnus of Good Shepherd. Can you believe it? Anyway, he bought a table. I was supposed to be out of the country, but the trip fell through at the last minute, and they still had a seat available. So, here I am. It's a wonderful event."
"Thanks to Morgan."
Grant reached for her hand and drew her to her feet.
"Mom, meet Morgan Williams. She's serving as an advisory member on the Good Shepherd board, and she developed this event. Morgan, this is my mother, Cynthia Kincaid."
Morgan held out her hand, and the other woman took it in a firm clasp. Up close, Grant's mother looked older than she had at the funeral, but she'd been farther away on that occasion. Nevertheless, she had style. Her clingy, claret-colored gown had designer written all over it. "A pleasure to meet you," Grant's mother smiled. "And congratulations on a stellar event." It was a group effort. "Yes, I recognize quite a few of the names on the advisory board in the program. And the guests are a veritable who's who of movers and shakers in Boston. I ran into a number of our clients tonight, and I even managed to get an appointment with someone we've been trying to do business with for years."
"It sounds like it's been a profitable evening for you."
The irony in Grant's tone came through loud and clear. But his mother apparently missed it. "It has. Oh, I'm so glad I came." Her eyebrows rose as she looked past them. "I believe I just spied one of our major clients. I must say hello."
"Kit's here somewhere, too,"
Grant said. "Oh? I'll have to try and find her." His mother's tone was vague as she attempted to keep the man she'd spotted in sight. At last, with obvious effort, she pulled her attention back to the two of them. "I should run. Enjoy the rest of your evening."
"You too."
While she closed in on her quarry and they retook their seats, Grant shook his head.
"Typical mom. Work is always top of mind."
Morgan grimaced. "You want the truth? I see myself in her, and it's not a pretty picture."
"I don't see it that way anymore."
At his husky tone and the warmth in his eyes, a little flame of hope sprang to life in her heart. "I'm glad. because I think I've seen the light. It's too bad your mom doesn't." He shrugged.
"I doubt she ever will. Mom is just Mom. She was never happy in Maine. Dad and Kit accepted that years ago, but I was angry for a very long time after she left us to pursue a career in Boston."
Kit told me about that. I can understand why you were angry. I'd have felt the same way if my mom did something like that.
Except anger doesn't help anyone.
His expression grew pensive as he stared into the crowd.
Dad and Kit and Uncle Pete have been telling me that for years. And you know what? The last couple of times I've seen Mom, tonight and at the funeral, the anger's gone. It's like I finally accepted that this is how she is and just let the resentment go. It wasn't even a conscious decision.
However you arrived at it, that's a healthier place to be.
Kit would agree with you, and I have to admit it's freeing. It feels like a heavy load has been lifted from my shoulders. I'm not sure why it took me so long to get here.
She smoothed out a wrinkle in the tablecloth. Things happen when they're supposed to happen. Maybe you weren't ready to let the anger go until recently.
Maybe not. Letting go can be tough.
He fixed his gaze on her.
But sometimes you have to do that before you can move on.
Her heart stuttered. Was he still talking about the situation with his mom, or something more? Before she could analyze that question, the MC spoke from the stage.
"And now, to start off the dancing portion of the evening, I'll call upon the president of the board, Grant Kincaid."
He sucked in a breath as applause filled the room.
"I didn't know about this."
"Don't you dance?"
"I haven't been on a dance floor in years."
Morgan leaned closer to him. "I'm a bit rusty myself, but maybe we can muddle through together." When he didn't respond, she stifled her disappointment. "Or you could ask Kit." His lips quirked.
"Don't ever tell her I said this, but she has 2 left feet."
He exhaled, stood, and held out his hand.
"Why don't you and I give this a try?"
Her pulse picked up. And it skyrocketed when he twined his fingers with hers, led her to the dance floor, and took her in his arms as the orchestra struck up Unforgettable. The perfect word for this moment and this man. With the pressure of his hand on the small of her back urging her closer, Morgan didn't resist. How could she, with the heady scent of his aftershave wreaking havoc on her equilibrium? As they swayed to the timeless melody, Grant rested his cheek against her hair, expelled a shaky breath as if he, too, was affected by their closeness and had realized that whatever was between them deserved exploration. Was that too much to hope for? Maybe not, because when the music drew to a close, he seemed reluctant to release her, to step away. And when he did, the look in his eyes sent her heart soaring. For even though the dance had ended, it seemed something else had begun. Chapter 12. Grant reached up to loosen his bow tie and glanced over at Morgan, fast asleep in his truck. No surprise there. The dinner had run far later than either of them had expected, and though she tried to stay awake during the drive home, her eyelids had finally drifted closed. Which was fine, because he had a lot to think about. Like the dance they'd shared earlier tonight, and how good and right she'd felt in his arms. As if she belonged there for always. And more he was beginning to think she did. He hung a left, cracked his window, and filled his lungs as the full moon overhead silvered the wooded landscape around them. It wasn't just her loveliness that attracted him, though she had that in spades. But she was also intelligent, kind, and caring. A woman who, once committed to a cause or a project, gave it her all. She was a survivor, too. A woman who was willing to admit her mistakes, learn from them, and move on, as she demonstrated during these past few months. But she was also a woman in transition, who was preparing to make major decisions about her future. Decisions that could take her far away from Seaside. Because one day soon, someone in the corporate world would recognize her talents and try to lure her back into the rat race she'd been forced to leave. While her comments at the youth meeting suggested she wasn't as attracted to that kind of life anymore, The right offer could tempt her to return to her former high-stakes, fast-paced world. Unless she had a reason to stay in Seaside. Yet despite Bill's encouragement, despite those incredible moments on the dance floor, it still felt too soon to offer her a personal reason. Unfortunately. Grant turned into the driveway of Serenity Point, pulled up to the cottage, and shut off the engine as Morgan continued to sleep. While the moonlight turned her skin luminous, he gave his gaze free rein to trace the graceful sweep of her lashes against her cheeks, follow the delicate line of her jaw, and linger on her soft lips as he fought the urge to take her in his arms again and hold her close against his heart. The compulsion was so strong, however, that, without conscious decision, he lifted his hand and— Morgan's eyes flickered open and he froze, jerked his hand back. "Did I sleep for the entire drive?" She straightened up. He swallowed and fumbled for the handle of his door.
"Most of it. Wait while I come around."
Once outside of the truck, he drew deep breaths of the chilly air, trying to clear his head and to suppress the guilt that gnawed at him. Would Christine be hurt to know that he had such strong feelings for someone else so soon? Or would she understand his loneliness, perhaps even encourage him to find a new love? Unknown. And his late wife's voice was silent. All he knew was that right now, a powerful yearning percolating inside him felt wrong, meaning he should keep his distance. Gritting his teeth, he circled the truck and opened Morgan's door.
"Home sweet home."
"Courtesy of my excellent chauffeur. Thank you again."
"My pleasure."
She swung her legs to the running board and made a move to stand, but her high-heeled shoes hadn't been designed for stability on a ridged surface, and she lost her footing. Instinctively, he reached out to steady her. When her hands came to rest on his shoulders, he grasped her waist and swung her to the ground. And he didn't let her go, even though he should. Because after almost 3 endless, lonely years, it felt good to hold a lovely woman in his arms. Despite all his family had done to fill the void in his life, nothing could replace the joy of the tender touch of someone with whom you were in love. Not that he was there yet with Morgan. He couldn't be. It was too soon. Still, the temptation to kiss her was strong, too strong to resist, especially in light of the yearning that filled her eyes and told him she would welcome his embrace. He lifted his hand, touched her hair. Her breath hitched. That was all the incentive he needed to cup her face with his hands, stroke her cheeks with his thumbs, then slowly, gently dip his head and touch his lips to hers. A simple kiss. That was all he wanted. But when she wrapped her arms around his neck, pressed close against him, and went all in, it was impossible to hold back. Seconds, minutes, hours later, when they finally came up for air and his brain kicked in again, a tsunami of regret crashed over him despite the exhilarating buzz humming through his nerve endings and the electricity crackling in the air that carried a charge sufficient to light his hometown. He shouldn't have let things go so far tonight, create expectations he wasn't prepared to follow up on. That wasn't fair to Morgan. Calling up every ounce of his resolve, he eased out of her arms, stepped back, drew a shaky breath.
I'm sorry. That was out of line."
His words rasped. It took several moments for her kiss-dazed eyes to clear. Once they did, confusion swept through them, followed by hurt as she studied his face in the moonlight. It's okay. Listen, thanks for the ride. Drive safe going home." Before he could respond, she turned and strode to the cottage as fast as her fancy shoes would allow, fumbled for her key. Then she inserted it in the lock, slipped inside, and shut the door behind her with a decisive click. Stomach knotting, Grant closed his eyes and balled his hands into fists. So much for not hurting Morgan. He'd given in to temptation, and now the damage was done. Heart heavy, he took his place behind the wheel, glancing once more at the closed door of the cottage before he pulled out of the drive. He'd have to make amends, but he didn't have a clue where to begin. Morgan tapped her sister's number into her cell, lowered herself into a chair on Aunt Jo's deck, and raised her face to the warm May sun as she waited for Claire to answer for their weekly chat. When her sister's cheery voice came over the line, Morgan smiled despite the pall still hanging over her since her parting from Grant after the benefit 10 days ago. Having an appealing man say he was sorry about a kiss didn't do a whole lot for a girl's ego, nor had his subsequent radio silence. "You sound happy. It's a beautiful day here. How is it there?" "Gorgeous. I'm enjoying the view of the sea as we speak." "Glad to hear it. How's the job search going?" "Nothing yet, but I'm keeping busy with local work." With all the jobs coming your way, have you thought about staying?" "A little." Morgan focused on the distant lighthouse. "I do like it here, but it's not the life I envisioned." "Maybe it's a better one." "True." She watched a boat moving steady inshore on the horizon. When I lost my job in January, I thought my life was over. Instead, I ended up finding it. I like the fact that the work I'm doing now is less stressful and that I have time for other things. This interlude has helped me straighten out my priorities. Then your time in Maine has been worthwhile no matter where you go from there. Have you and Grant worked out the disposition of the cottage yet? No, but the 6 months is up at the end of this month, so we're going to have to discuss it soon. What are your plans after your nanny gig is over? I'm not sure. AJ told me the same thing. I guess we're all in the same boat. Would you consider staying in North Carolina? There was a telling moment of silence. If the right offer came along. That was the closest her older sister had ever come to admitting that she'd fallen in love with her young charge's father. And it gave her an opening to discuss her own situation. I kind of feel the same way. May I ask if your offer might involve Grant? He's a big part of the picture. But the situation is complicated. He was very much in love with his wife, and I think his heart still belongs to her. I'm afraid maybe it always will. In fact, after the way their kiss had ended, the possibility that he'd be able to put the past aside and move on anytime in the near future seemed as remote as the distant stars she sometimes pondered in the late-night sky of rural Maine. Always is a long time, Morgan. He's been through a rough 3 years from everything you've told me, and she's only been gone a few months. He may just need some time. That's what I've been telling myself. But patience has never been my superpower. You know what they say about God's timing. It doesn't always match ours. She huffed out a breath. It definitely doesn't in this case, with an imminently pending decision on the cottage. I'll pray that you have some clarity by then. That would be much appreciated. After a bit more chit-chat, they rang off, and as Morgan set the phone on the table, she sent her own prayer heavenward. Because as they neared the finish line on the stipulations in Aunt Jo's will, it might take a miracle to get the answers she needed before she made some major life-altering decisions. Grant sat back on his heels and ran a hand down his face, shoulders slumping. The task he'd set for himself today had been draining, but it had been time. Leaving Christine's clothing and personal items untouched in the bedroom, awaiting her return, had felt right during all the years she'd been in a coma. But she'd been gone for more than 4 months now, and she was never coming home. Still, there was such finality in disposing of the things that had belonged to someone you loved. But since there was never an easy time to take care of a task like that, he'd finally forced himself to plunge in. And what more appropriate day than their anniversary to touch once more the things that had been part of her, to remember, to grieve one last time, and to finally close the door on the past. He surveyed the boxes he'd filled, scattered around the room and on the bed. Her closet was empty, and there was only one last drawer to go through. Soon he would be finished. Yet hard as he'd prayed throughout this painful process for a sign that Christine understood his need to close the chapter of life they'd shared and start a new one, he'd found no guidance. So he'd have to listen to his heart, trusting she would understand and approve his decisions. He reached for the last drawer and removed the items of clothing one by one until only a pink Angora sweater remained, one of her favorites. Heart aching, he withdrew the soft wool garment and lifted it to his face, inhaling the faint hint of Christine's sweet fragrance that still clung to it. Yet the scent was ebbing, just as her life had. Pressure built behind his eyes, and he swallowed, hard, clenched the wool in his fingers. Then he gently laid it in the box. Fingers trembling, he closed the lid, taped it shut, and carried all of the boxes to the garage for pickup tomorrow by the charity he'd selected. The hard chore was finished. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he wandered out to the gazebo he'd built in the backyard for Christine as a first anniversary present. Sat in the Adirondack chairs she'd loved that offered a view of the sun-filtered woods. Her go-to spot whenever she'd needed to think through a problem. And more often than not, by the time she returned to the house, she had her answer. Maybe the gazebo would work the same magic on him today, because he could use an answer to the question that had been keeping him awake at night for too long. How could he fall in love with Morgan, yet still love Christine with all his heart? It was a conundrum of the first order. As he settled back in the chair, the corner of a magazine peeking out of the drawer in the small side table caught his eye. Perhaps Christine had been reading it on one of her last visits here. He leaned over and pulled it out. Other than brittle pages, it bore no sign of age or damage. Amazing that it had survived 3 Maine winters. The magazine was turned back to an article titled, "Make Today Count," and Christine had highlighted several sentences. We must always remember that each day from God is a gift. The past is gone, and regret is futile. Tomorrow is not promised to us, so all of our plans may be for naught. But we have today. Let us resolve to live fully, love much, and trust in the Lord. Grant let out a slow breath. The message in the article must have resonated with Christine. And now, in an odd twist of fate, she'd passed it on to him when he most needed to hear it. A sudden gust of wind whipped past, and a flutter of yellow in his peripheral vision distracted him yet again. He rose, looked over the edge of the gazebo to find a single late-blooming daffodil swaying in the breeze. Christine's favorite flower. His throat clogged. She'd always called daffodils brave and hopeful because they were among the first flowers to venture into the cold and seek the sun after the long, dark days of winter. That's why she'd surrounded the gazebo with them and awaited their appearance each spring with eager anticipation. Who knew why this one had bloomed so late? But it seemed significant. Could this lone flower, combined with the highlighted article he'd found, be the sign he'd been praying for? Or were both pure happenstance? Impossible to know. But whatever the reason he discovered them today, a measure of peace and clarity long absent in his life settled over him. The truth was, loving someone else would never diminish the love he and Christine had shared. That would always be theirs alone. But there was room in his heart for someone new, someone who would fill his todays with love and laughter, and his tomorrows as well, with God's blessing. But he was only going to count on today, and he didn't intend to waste any more of those. Morgan stared at the message in her email. She was being asked to interview with a major agency in New York City for the kind of job she'd always dreamed of having. So why wasn't she more elated? Sighing, she leaned back. The answer was obvious. If she pursued this opportunity and it led to an offer, she'd have to choose between a once-in-a-lifetime job and her life in Seaside, which she'd come to love, along with a very special once-in-a-lifetime man. But the man was a problem. While Grant might not yet be ready to be more than friends, despite the amazing kiss that suggested that could change in time, what if she was reading him wrong? What if she passed up this opportunity and nothing ever developed with Grant? Would she want to stay in Seaside alone? She had no answers to that question. But it was time to think long and hard about it before she passed up the opportunity that was now dangling before her. Pulse picking up, Grant stopped in front of Serenity Point, set the brake, and fingered the small box tucked into the pocket of his jeans. Considering his abrupt departure the night of the benefit and the hurt in Morgan's eyes when he'd apologized after their kiss, it was very possible she'd tell him to take a hike. After all, for most of the 6 months they'd known each other, he and Morgan had been mere friends. But that kiss had changed everything. For him, anyway. And if fate was kind, for her, too. He'd know for sure about that in a few minutes. Flexing his fingers, Grant climbed out of the truck, walked to the door, and lifted his hand to knock. It was shaking. No surprise. When your future was hanging in the balance, a case of nerves was par for the course. He rapped on the wood. No response. He tried again. Same result. Strange. Her sporty little car was parked beside the cottage, so she had to be here. He circled around back and checked the deck. Empty. Could she have gone for a walk? If so, who knew when she'd be back? He might have to cool his heels until she appeared. Expelling a breath, he lifted a hand to shade his eyes and looked out at the white cap-dotted sea, waiting for the view to work its calming magic. No go today, not in light of all that was at stake. A glint of copper at the point of Joe's land flashed in the sun, and his heart stopped, lurched on. Morgan was there, on the secluded bench Joe had loved. He wiped his damp palms down his jeans. The moment of truth had arrived. Coaxing his stiff legs to carry him forward, he slowly walked toward the woman he loved. She didn't hear him until he was almost upon her, and when she turned, her eyes widened.
Hi.
He forced his stiff lips into the semblance of a smile.
May I?
He inclined his head toward the bench. Of course. She scooted over to make room for him. He sat beside her, eyeing the distant lighthouse. Too bad it couldn't provide him with the same guidance it had given so many storm-tossed ships. Because he was in uncharted territory here, and it was possible he was about to flounder. Angling sideways, he transferred his attention to Morgan.
I've missed you since the night of the benefit.
She gave him a cautious look. I'm sure you've been busy.
Yes, business is booming.
But he wasn't here to talk about work, and for me, too. Kit's been sending a lot of projects my way. And I had some ego-boosting news on the job hunt front, too. I've been asked to interview for a high-level position in New York. Grant's stomach bottomed out. It wasn't surprising that someone had finally recognized Morgan's talent and made her a tempting offer. But why did it have to be now? How could he compete with a glitzy New York job? More important, did he even want to compete? What if she picked him, but later resented all she'd given up to stay in a tiny backwater town like Seaside? Been there, done that once with his mother, and he had no stomach for a repeat performance. Somehow he managed to keep his expression and voice neutral.
Are you going to do the interview?
I'm on the fence. She searched his face. On one hand, I know it's the opportunity of a lifetime, and I feel like I owe it to myself to at least explore the possibilities. On the other hand, the world of high-stakes business meetings, power lunches, and being on call 24/7 doesn't hold as much appeal as it once did. He swallowed.
That's a tough decision.
A few beats ticked by as she watched him, the silence broken only by the waves lapping at the point. At last, she summoned up a smile that looked forced. I guess I'll talk to them. So, what brought you out here on this beautiful day?
Just paying a neighborly visit.
He rose and jammed his hands in his pockets, his fingers skimming the small box.
But I should get going. I have to make a delivery this afternoon.
I'll walk you to your truck.
Not necessary.
He put a hand on her shoulder to restrain her as she started to rise, softening his tone at her startled expression.
I don't want to take you away from this beautiful view.
And then, though the words almost choked him, he tacked on his best wishes.
Good luck with the job interview.
Thanks. He turned and strode away, his heart growing heavier with each step. Maybe he should have told her how he felt, asked her to forget about the job in New York and stay. But it had been impossible to overcome the sudden fear that had gripped him. Fear that she'd reject him. Fear that she'd accept and later come to resent him for derailing her career. Both possibilities scared him to death. and he had no idea how to overcome that. Chapter 13. The job was hers. Morgan leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes, the steady drone of the airplane providing a contrasting backdrop to her turbulent emotions. What an invigorating day it had been. Lunch with the vice president of the firm, followed by meetings with multiple senior-level people. Without missing a beat, she'd slip back into the fast-paced, rapid-fire mentality of the advertising world, and her adrenaline had been running high all day. She'd aced the interview, but even so, having an offer in hand before she even left had been a stunner. She let out a slow breath, smiled. Today had been a heady experience, one that left her feeling good and validated. And the job was everything she'd ever dreamed of, offering all the things that had once been so important to her. A generous salary, hefty bonus, fabulous perks, and far more power and prestige than she'd enjoyed in her previous position. A year ago, she would have signed on the dotted line in a heartbeat. Now, however, her euphoria was tempered by something she hadn't had 6 months ago. Perspective. This job would entail more stress, less personal time, 60-hour weeks. She'd be back in the fast lane and expected to put her work first, with everything else in her life relegated to a distant second place. Those sacrifices would be the trade-off for the power, prestige, and perks. That's why she'd asked for a few days to consider the offer. As the plane began its descent into Portland, she opened her eyes and leaned toward the window to catch a glimpse of the rocky coastline. After her hectic day in noisy, crowded New York City, it would be nice to get home and... She blinked. Home? When had she started thinking of Seaside as home? Impossible to pinpoint the exact moment, but Seaside had become home, with or without Grant. Perhaps because of the serenity and more balanced lifestyle that had drawn Aunt Jo back to her charming cottage year after year. Maybe a career there wouldn't provide a luxurious lifestyle, but guess what? She didn't need that anymore. Nowadays, the simpler life of rural Maine suited her to a T. The plane touched down, and as Morgan gathered up her briefcase and jacket, a bone-deep contentment settled over her. Her old life and all the trappings of the high-stakes world she'd once held in such high esteem had lost their appeal. She'd found something better. It was time to go home, to where she belonged. When does Morgan get back? Grant took a sip of his coffee as Kit stirred the pot of spaghetti sauce on her stove.
Later tonight. Thanks again for inviting me to dinner.
You're always welcome, you know that. Are you going to call her? He stifled a sigh. Despite his diligent efforts to distract her since he'd arrived, his sister had a one-track mind.
Not tonight. She didn't expect to get home until after 11.
Do you think they'll offer her the job?
Probably.
Kit turned from the stove, brow crimped. I do too. She's very talented. So how do you feel about her leaving? Based on her discerning look, his sister already knew the answer to that question. May as well own up to his feelings.
Not happy.
He stared into the dark depths of his coffee.
I thought of asking her to stay.
And?
She might not be content here long term. I don't want to tie her to Seaside if she has bigger ambitions.
Kit arched her eyebrows. Are we talking about Morgan or Mom?
There are similarities.
Only on a superficial level. Morgan's already experienced the fast lane. I think she's ready to trade it for a more reasonable life, which she could have here in Seaside with you.
I just don't want to hold her back.
Why don't you trust her to make that decision for herself? If she wants to take the job, she will. But there's nothing wrong with giving her an incentive to stay here. And love is a good one.
I'm not sure it's good enough.
Kit reached over and laid her hand over his. Why don't you let her decide?
I don't know, sis. I don't want to make a mistake both of us could live to regret.
You want my 2 cents? You're letting fear hold you back. And that could keep you from grabbing the gold ring or putting it on someone's finger. Ask yourself how you'll feel if you let Morgan walk away without at least telling her how you feel." The twins came in then, laughing and chattering, and Kit transferred her attention to them after giving his hand one final encouraging squeeze. As usual, his sister's insight was spot on. Fear was holding him back. He'd identified it himself earlier. Yet all at once, a blinding insight hit him. There was something else that scared him even more than rejection or potential down-the-road resentment. Namely, spending the rest of his life without Morgan. And that's where he'd be if he didn't trust his instincts and take a leap of faith. So come tomorrow, he was going to have a long talk with his co-owner of Serenity Point and ask a very important question. Morgan reread her email, changed a couple of words, drew a steadying breath, and hit send. The decision was made. She rose, poured herself a cup of coffee, and wandered out to the deck, lifting her face to the morning sun. If she were in Boston or New York right now, she'd be fighting the commuter crowds and listening to honking horns and the other sounds of big city life. Here, her solitude was broken only by an occasional chipmunk or squirrel or seagull. And except for the sound of the waves lapping at the shore and the whisper of wind in the pine trees, the stillness was absolute. There was nowhere else she'd rather be.
"Good morning."
At the sound of Grant's voice, Morgan swiveled around, heart stuttering.
"Morning. When you didn't answer the door, I figured you'd be here or on the bench. How did it go yesterday?"
He stopped beside her and propped a hip against the railing. "Great. They offered me the job." Something that looked like panic flared in his eyes, though his tone gave no indication of inner turmoil.
"I'm happy they recognized your talent, and I'm not surprised by the offer. I knew one of these days someone would realize what an asset you'd be and try to lure you back to the big city."
I have to admit, it was great for my ego.
"You don't need a job offer to validate your worth, you know."
His Adam's apple bobbed and he cleared his throat, like he was nervous. Curious. "I know."
"But speaking of jobs, I'd like to make a counteroffer."
She squinted at him. "What do you mean?"
"It's not a job, exactly. More like a partnership."
Was he talking about Serenity Point or something more? She gripped her mug with both hands and tried to keep breathing. "What kind of partnership?"
"Why don't we go down to Aunt Joe's bench and talk about it there?"
"Okay." Her reply came out in a squeak. She set her mug on the railing, and Grant reached for her hand, lacing his fingers with hers as he led her off the deck and down the soft, pine-needle-strewn path to the bench. A very good sign. Once they arrived, he tugged her down beside him without relinquishing her hand, and when his gaze met hers, her lungs locked. Gone were the walls. Gone was the caution. He was giving her a clear view into his heart. And what she saw was unmistakable. Love, in all its absolute, complete, unrestrained glory. Hallelujah! When he began to speak, Morgan had to summon up every ounce of her willpower to focus on his words rather than his eyes.
"I know up until now we've mostly just been friends, although maybe not even that at the beginning."
One corner of his mouth quirked up.
"But the fact is, over these past few months, I've learned a thing or two about you and about myself."
He began to stroke the back of her hand with his thumb, the friction sending a charge zipping through her.
"Let me start with you. When we met, I wrote you off as a gung-ho, ambitious career woman whose priorities were way out of whack. You reminded me a lot of my mother, and that turned me off, big time. But when you lost your job and came up here, I was impressed by so many things. Your commitment to the Good Shepherd Project, even though that role had been forced on you. The way you dealt with a world that was disintegrating around you. No pity party in sight. Your efforts to reevaluate and reestablish your priorities. Of course, I noticed and appreciated your beauty. But as I got to know you, I realized it went a lot deeper. That beneath all the big city glamour and sophistication, you had a tender and caring heart. I saw your honesty, your good humor and talent, your kindness and intelligence. But there was an impediment.
Christine. He didn't have to voice that for her to identify the stumbling block.
Yes. The fact is, somewhere along the way, I fell in love with you, and I felt enormous guilt about that. It seemed disloyal, but I couldn't deny my feelings, even though I tried. And that brings me to what I learned about myself.
He took a slow breath.
I want you to know that I loved Christine deeply, and part of me always will. But she's been gone in everything but body for 3 years, and I finally realized I had to let go of the past and move on. The only thing we have with any certainty is today, and today is a great gift, one I don't want to waste. Which brings me to my counteroffer.
He reached into the pocket of his jeans and withdrew a small square box. When he lifted the lid to reveal a simple but stunning solitaire nestled against a backdrop of black velvet, her heart faltered.
My offer comes with a salary of unlimited love and a bonus of companionship and friendship. The perks include sharing a cottage by the sea, lifetime job security, and perhaps, in time and with God's grace, children at our table.
He took her hand again, and she could feel his fingers trembling as he took a deep breath.
I can't give you glamour or glitz, but I can give you my love, for always. So would you do me the honor of becoming my wife?
As she looked into Grant's tender eyes, her own filled with tears. Of all the joys she'd ever experienced, none came close to this. She opened her mouth to respond, but when nothing came out, she leaned toward him. Taking her cue, he lowered his lips to hers. And as he held her close in his strong arms, as the world around them faded away, Morgan knew that this moment was but a taste of the joy to come. That with this man, all of her tomorrows would be filled with a love and devotion that would remain steady and true all the days of her life. At last he broke contact, easing back slightly to see her face.
May I take that as a yes?
You may.
And you won't have any second thoughts about giving up the job in New York?
Instead of responding, she stood and reached for his hand. Come with me. She led him back to the cottage, onto the deck, and into the dining room. At her laptop, she stopped and pulled up the email she'd sent earlier. Take a look. When she moved aside, he leaned down and scanned the document. As he finished and straightened up, a slow smile spread across his face.
When did you decide to turn them down?
On the plane, coming back. I suddenly realized I didn't want that kind of life anymore. That I loved Seaside. And you. I hoped, in time, that you might be ready to move on, that maybe you'd be able to open your heart to love again. But even if you never did, I knew this was where I wanted to be. So you never need to feel guilty about keeping me in Seaside, because I was planning to stay, with or without you by my side. She smiled. But I much preferred this option. Grant once again linked his fingers with hers and guided her outside to the deck. There, with the azure sea as a backdrop, he took her left hand in his and slipped the ring over her finger.
I love you, Morgan Williams.
I love you back, Grant Kincaid. And then he sealed their engagement with a kiss that promised sweet tomorrows and confirmed that she'd come home at last. For always. But before she lost herself in his embrace, Morgan sent a silent, heartfelt thank you to the woman whose bequest had been the catalyst for her new life. A life in which her work would always be important, but never at the expense of the things that really mattered. Faith, family, and love. Most especially, love. Morgan gave the ad layouts for a firm in Portland one final scrutiny. As usual, Kit had done a stellar job on the production. The client would be pleased. Satisfied, she set them aside and glanced at her watch. Grant should be here any minute. The sudden crunch of gravel from the front drive announced his arrival, and her lips bowed. She could always count on the man she loved to be on time. In fact, she could count on him to keep any promise he made. How blessed she was to have him in her life. She rose to greet him, pulling open the door just as he reached up to knock, and a moment later found herself in his arms. Her favorite place to be these days. When he released her after a thorough kiss, she smiled up at him, her hands still looped around his neck. That's what I call a hello.
I could do even better if I wasn't juggling our lunch in one hand and your mail in the other.
Hold that thought for later. She stepped back. Come on in. I'm starving.
So am I. For more than a sandwich.
He gave her a roguish wink. Her pulse quickened. The wedding's only 3 weeks away.
That's 3 weeks too long.
He gave a theatrical sigh.
But I'll survive.
Why don't we eat out on the deck? Works for me. I'll grab a couple of sodas. When she joined him after a detour to the kitchen, he motioned to the stack of mail.
Sorry, I should have left that inside.
No worries. I'll go through it later. She unwrapped her sandwich. The architect you contacted stopped by this morning.
What did he say?
Grant popped the tab on his soda. He didn't see any reason we couldn't expand the cottage. He's going to put together some preliminary ideas for our review.
Sounds good. I listed my house yesterday. I don't think I'll have any problem selling it.
Morgan tucked a loose piece of lettuce back into her hoagie. I wonder what Aunt Jo would think about us getting together and making Serenity Point our home.
I have a feeling she'd approve. And speaking of Jo, there's a letter from her attorney in your mail. I noticed the return address when I pulled it out of the box.
After shuffling through the stack, Morgan withdrew a long envelope from Seth Mitchell. Do you mind if I open it?
Not at all. I'll just enjoy the view.
He smiled, keeping his gaze fixed on her. A little zing zipped through her, as it did every time he made it clear she was the center of his world. Refocusing on the envelope, she slid it and withdrew a single sheet of paper, as well as another smaller envelope, and began to read.
Dear Ms. Williams, your aunt asked that I forward this to you after the 6-month period stipulated in her will. My congratulations again to you and Mr. Kincaid. I wish you great happiness.
Morgan set Seth's note aside and turned her attention to the smaller envelope, which was addressed to her in her aunt's flowing hand. It's a note from Aunt Jo. She held it up for Grant to see.
Interesting. Go ahead and read it.
She pried open the smaller envelope, withdrew 2 folded sheets of paper, and began to read. My dear Morgan, if you're reading this, it means you have fulfilled the stipulations in my will. You're either thanking me for enhancing your life or wishing you could disown me. I hope it's the former. I'm sure when you first heard my requirements, you weren't happy, and you probably thought the residency provision would be impossible to meet, given your demanding job. But you've found a way to satisfy that condition, and for that I'm glad. You've also served on the board of Good Shepherd, an organization that is dear to my heart. Knowing your talent and conscientiousness, I have every hope your work there has reaped great benefits that will continue well into the future. My intent with these stipulations, dear Morgan, was not to disrupt your life, at least not in a negative way. But for some time I've been concerned that, in your pursuit of worldly success, you've abandoned the things that matter most. Your faith, certainly, but also your sisters. They love you, nonetheless, but family is a thing to be cherished and nurtured, and I feared that someday those precious links would weaken and break from neglect. I also worried about the lack of love in your life. Next to faith, love is the most sustaining, life-giving force in the world. Your uncle and I had a wonderful marriage, and I always hoped all 3 of my great nieces would find that same kind of love, for it is a priceless treasure. But you never seemed to place much importance on marriage. All of these concerns prompted the unusual stipulations in my will. By now you know Grant very well, and I hope that you've recognized what a wonderful man he is. His love for and devotion to his wife is a shining example of what a good marriage is all about, and his strong faith is an inspiration to all who know him, as are his selflessness and commitment to others. I've known Grant for many years, and I have never met a finer man. In my heart, I sense that there will come a time in the not-too-distant future when God will call Christine home. And when that happens, Grant will be alone. Knowing Christine's kind and generous spirit, I'm sure she wouldn't wish a life of solitude for the man she loved with such depth and fidelity. Though you may not have seen it at the beginning, or perhaps even now, I think that, at heart, you and Grant have much in common. It is my hope that when the time comes, the two of you will share more than ownership of my simple cottage. But even if that isn't to be, I'm confident your life will be enriched by knowing this special man. Through his example, I hope you come to understand the great gift that love offers, and that you will seek it in your own life. Please forgive a great-aunt's meddling, my dear. Know that it was done with the best of intentions, out of a desire to leave you a far more lasting legacy than a mere cottage. Namely, love, grounded in faith and built on solid values. It is my fondest wish that you are on your way to finding that. When or if the time is appropriate, feel free to share this note with Grant. And may God always keep you both in his tender care. As Morgan finished reading, Grant touched her cheek. She closed her eyes and reached up to cover his strong fingers with hers, only to discover that tears were streaming down her face. "What's wrong?" His voice was laced with concern. In silence, she handed him the letter. He gave it his full attention, and when he finished reading it, his own eyes were damp. "She was a special lady. I miss her." "Me too." Morgan reached over and took his hand. "But I have a feeling she'll always be with us in spirit, especially here in this place she loved so much." "I agree. And she left us a great example to follow, through good times and bad. More good than bad, I hope." "Me too." But there would be bad times. No marriage was all smooth sailing. No relationship escaped an occasional storm. There was always a danger of veering off course. But with Grant as her partner, she wasn't worried. Besides, she'd already docked in her home port. And she never intended to leave. Epilogue. AJ peeked out the window of the cottage, then turned with a grin. What a perfect day for a wedding! Morgan moved beside her younger sister and stole a quick look at the cerulean sea, the cloudless blue sky, and the deep green pines that had become so familiar to her over the past few months. Scanned the guests assembled on the back lawn, seated in white folding chairs that faced the ocean. I think the time is at hand for all of us to say I do. Claire joined them at the window. A triple wedding? She shook her head. Aunt Jo would be thrilled. Wow, you guys look fabulous. They all turned toward 11-year-old Nicole, Claire's soon-to-be stepdaughter, as she entered the room and gave each of them an appreciative once-over. Morgan followed her example. AJ's vintage 1960s wedding dress in a gauzy fabric with its square neckline, empire waist, and long flowing sleeves was perfect for her free-spirit sister. Numerous hairpins made a valiant effort to tame her unruly strawberry blonde hair, which was crowned with a wreath of daisies, and the matching daisies in her bouquet were interspersed with Maine wildflowers. Blake would be more smitten than he already was once he got a glimpse of his bride. Likewise for Adam, Claire's groom. Her oldest sister was class personified in a long, pale pink chiffon dress that enhanced the faint blush on her cheeks, her only ornamentation a simple strand of pearls. The small circlet of pink sweetheart roses and baby's breath around her chignon was mirrored in her bouquet. Morgan shifted sideways and gave herself a head-to-toe in her bedroom's full-length mirror. Her strapless satin gown, topped with a short-sleeved bolero jacket, was the perfect choice for a big-city bride transported to rural Maine. As was her hairstyle. Pulling her locks to one side with a clip decorated with tiny fresh orchids and stephanotis was the perfect note of sophistication, and her bouquet of tropical flowers added an exotic touch. Smiling, she turned back to the room. I second Nicole, and our junior bridesmaid doesn't look too shabby either. Soft color crept over the girl's cheeks as she reached up to touch her French braid, which had been twined with baby's breath. The spaghetti straps and fitted bodice of her mint green dress showed off her developing figure, and the graceful waltz length allowed the shimmery fabric to swirl around her legs. Claire did my hair, and she helped me pick out the dress. Exhibiting her good taste, as always. Morgan gave her older sister a thumbs up. The string quartet launched into the opening chords of the prelude, and AJ's eyes began to sparkle. I guess this is it. Yep, that's our cue. Morgan smoothed a hand down her skirt, took a deep breath. I wish Aunt Jo could be here. Claire's lips curved into a gentle smile. I have a feeling she is. And speaking of Aunt Jo, don't forget the flowers, Nicole. The young girl lifted the 3 pink carnations, each nestled in fern and baby's breath and tied with a ribbon, and laid them on her arm. Is it time now? Yes. Claire nodded and leaned down to give her a hug. You're on, sweetie. From her sequestered spot inside the back door of Aunt Jo's cottage, Morgan watched Nicole make her way down the aisle toward the platform Andrew and Pete had constructed beside the sea. Bill, waiting there, gave the preteen an encouraging smile as she approached. AJ moved into position, and as the strains of the bridal march began, she stepped outside and began her walk down the pristine white runner. While the sisters had agreed that Aunt Jo's cottage was the perfect setting for their weddings, Seaside was a long way from St. Louis, so AJ hadn't expected many of her new friends there to make the trip. But Morgan was glad that George and Sophia Pashos had taken time off from their restaurant to come. And of course, her fiancé's mother Jan was seated among the guests. As AJ had said, though, she would have been fine if no one had come, as long as the man she loved was there. And Blake was waiting for her, his father beside him as his best man. Morgan's eyes misted as AJ reached the front and took Blake's arm. Your turn. Claire gave her a little nudge. But she needed no urging to move into position, not with Grant waiting mere steps away to pledge his love. Morgan exited the cottage and began her slow walk down the aisle. After her months in Maine, most of the faces in the crowd were familiar. Kit and the twins, Uncle Pete, Joe and Elizabeth Carroll, Sylvia and other Good Shepherd board members, along with Grant's many friends from town, all of whom she was getting to know. Even Grant's mother had made it into town for the wedding. But after giving the group a sweep, Morgan focused on her groom. He, too, had chosen his father as his best man, and Andrew stood close beside him, his beaming gaze bouncing back and forth between his son and his soon-to-be daughter-in-law, as if he couldn't believe this was finally happening. And in truth, there was a surreal quality about it. For who would ever have guessed when she'd come up here on that cold December day that she'd end up falling in love and leaving the big city behind? Or that Grant would find the courage to put aside his fears and doubts and let go of the past? Or that she'd learn to value the things that really mattered and realign her life accordingly? The fact that all that had happened was nothing short of a miracle, as was the deep, enduring love that shone in Grant's eyes and mirrored what was in her heart as she slipped her arm through his. Once she and Grant took their places, Claire stepped out and began her walk down the runner. As in AJ's case, distance had prevented most of Claire's new friends from attending. But Adele Malone and her husband had made the trip, as well as Adam's sister-in-law, Teresa, who was front and center, and keeping an attentive eye on the groom's niece and nephew, who were watching the proceedings with wide-eyed excitement. Claire's focus was fixed on Adam, though, except when she spared his brother and best man a quick smile before she took the arm of her tuxedo-clad husband-to-be. As the two of them joined the group assembled at the base of the platform, Nicole stepped forward and handed each of the sisters a pink carnation, a symbol of gratitude, affection, and forever remembrance in the language of flowers. Together they walked to an empty chair that stood slightly apart from the other guests. Beside it, on a small easel, rested an enlarged copy of the photo of Aunt Jo that Morgan had discovered in Grant's house. One by one, they each placed their carnation on the seat. Then they clasped hands and stood in silence before the picture of the great aunt who had left them a legacy beyond price, a legacy of love. And as they turned back to ascend the platform and recite the vows that would unite them with the 3 special men who'd stolen their hearts, Morgan sent a silent message heavenward. Thank you, Lord, and thank you, Aunt Jo. The end. This is Therese Plummer.